Every journey begins with the first step. And this step, we're coming back to Malaysia, where it all began since M1. And every amazing tournament, we all have our favorites, but we also have the dark horses, the wild cards. Right now, we're at the wild card stage where 8 teams have traveled all around the world to claim their final ticket to M6. Welcome to the wild cards. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Husky. Where again, today we're gonna have today's the start of the wild cards. 8 teams, 4 best of 3s.
Absolutely. 8 teams from multiple different regions, like you mentioned, across the globe. And like you said, right, every story starts somewhere and every fairy tale starts with an underdog run. And we might just find it here. We have teams who were once titans but have fallen and now looking to rebuild that kingdom. But we are teams looking to rise from the ashes and prove themselves as the newcomers.
Many different regions. Chinese region, Mekong, EECA, Turkey, and MENA, Latam, and Mongolia. They're divided into 2 groups. Well, this wildcard, we have Group A as well as Group B. The champions of each group will face up against each other for the grand finals, where whoever wins will get the chance to compete in the wildcard, where they will be facing the first Swiss round against BTK. This is really it for all the teams here. We have 8 teams, but only 1 slot, 1 final slot for M6.
And there's no do-overs, right?
No do-overs.
You play every single series like it is your last. If you win, that's an advantage. But if you drop your series, that's where you'll be put on the back foot. And only 1 team from each group would have the chance to play in that final best of 5 at the end of wildcard for that 1 slot.
This is going to be a very long journey for the wildcard teams, but this is the journey that they have to take if they want to be called greater than ever, if they want to be called world champions. Now, I gotta say, Husky, for you guys at home, you guys can experience the thrill of gaming in real life at Kadias Gaming and Esports District. Every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment. Thank you very much, Kadia Gaming, for sponsoring the M6 as well as the wildcard. Now, going into this game, a lot of things will be much, much different because we saw a lot of teams play before the wildcard. But here's the thing. A patch happened just before that.
Oh yeah.
Things have changed.
Things have definitely changed, and it always brings the question, right? We haven't gotten to see a lot of these teams play in the new patch. We got some glimpses of it prior to the M6 wildcards, but not really the full picture. And not just that, a wildcards is also where the most out-of-pocket picks might come out. So this could be the testing grounds for some of the teams.
Right now, we're going to look at Group A and Group B, and everyone always have this question. Which is the tougher group? And personally for me, talking to a lot of people behind the scenes, it does look like Group B is going to be the more difficult group for you to predict, because both Incilio as well as RRQ Akira are looking like the favorites compared to Group A, where everyone is looking at Ulfanar.
Yeah, Ulfanar, right? The fallen kings of the Turkish region, previously known as Fireflux. They fell to S2G in the grand finals, and now looking to put their name, Tianfeng Yaoguai, previously known as Senyo Gaming. We got Nightmare Esports as well, who also is a close rival of Legion from Group B.
Yep, the Mongols as well as Legion here. And again, everyone is playing on a new patch. Where we have our own opinion that damage is king. So this is one of those patches that really incentivize teams that love to put on the tempo, love to push and actually accelerate the game. So I really feel like in this wildcard, it's a good testing ground to see what the meta really looks like. But now let's check out this schedule for today. We have 4 best of 3s. Tianfeng Yaoguai will start off going up against Nightmare. Afterwards, it is going to be Legion Esports facing up against Incilio. Afterwards, it's going to be Ulfanar going up against Geeky, and last but not least, RRQ Akira against the Mongols.
Could have started the wildcards in a better fashion, right? Getting to see the second team from the Chinese region, DFYG, up against Nightmare Esports. Both of them second seed from their respective region. We got the privilege to see MCCM, which is Nightmare Esports. When they went up against Legion, they fell in the grand finals once more, but they put on such a solid performance, right? They love to play fast, they love to play hard, and this feels like the patch for them.
For me, I really want to look at Legion Esports going up against Incilio, because Incilio is more controlled. They have a very strong mid trio, but going up against Legion, coming in from Vietnam, where their region is really, really aggressive. So I really want to see how the more controlled style of Incilio face up against those level of aggression.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when Legion Esports right now, they have basically fielded a full Vietnamese team, right?
Yeah.
No imports, at least for this wild wild card, so that is going to be quite an interesting switch up. But I also want to see the return of some of our Malaysian legends, right? Dian Feng Yao Guai in their coaching staff. We got Sasa, the Kage, the Hall of Legend inductee back in Malaysia as a coach. We got Long S as well, also one of the OGs of our Malaysian scene. Both of them now in the back-end team of Dian Feng Yao Guai.
Definitely one of those things that we will discuss more as we continue on with the game, because again, we really have to look at the teams. We're talking to a lot of players. They really feel out of all the patches from before, draft is extremely important for this one, because again, you can't be ultra aggressive with a comp that really doesn't resonate with aggression. So the draft is very, very important. So for Dian Feng Yao Guai, definitely got to look at Long S as well as Sasa.
Yeah, I think we also had a lot of time to kind of go through the patch, right? Play plenty of games, and I think we can come to a unanimous consensus that you gotta have a strong front line that can start fights, but at the same time, you also need someone that can finish the fight just as fast.
And personally for me, I really like range. Something about this patch, long range feels amazing. But now let's check back on the wildcard overview here to see how everything is shaping up. We have to focus on the first match of the day, where we're looking at Dian Feng Yao Guai, where, like you were talking about it, we gotta look at Sasa as well as Long S. Looking at the key players here, KLVJ, Long, as well. They play around Long before. And KLVJ, he's more of a damage dealer, but I feel like he's really gotten to the understanding that he has to be more tanky. He has to be the setup for the team.
And also you have Long as the gold laner for Dian Feng Yao Guai. He is one of the few players that really loves Bruno. And then we talk about damage being king. We talk about the new Malefic gun now giving a permanent increased attack range. Bruno feels like one of the premier picks that could change the dynamics of that gold lane. Of course, KLVJ, plenty of accolades under his belt, played in multiple regions. Used to be known as the King. Right now, Xiao K in Dian Feng Yao Guai. That's going to be interesting to see him, ex-champions, back on the world stage.
And again, the Chinese region has showed a lot of promise. We have to see how they've really grown. And as per my understanding, they've been playing on the global server for quite a while. So they have more practice this time compared to before. But now we got to transition over to Nightmare Esports, where Sosol and Jasmine, they are the long-time veterans. Over 3 years with Nightmare.
Yeah, over 3 years with Nightmare. And at the same time, you also have Too Easy for Lexi. Just your hometown assassin player. Absolutely loves damage, likes to go in fast, likes to get the kills. And this one is going to be the stage for him to prove himself. As we saw this team play in MCCM, we haven't gotten the new patch yet. Now, with base HP lowered at earlier levels, Too Easy for Lexi is going to be the pivot for Nightmare.
It is very interesting because one of his favorite heroes is both the Hayabusa as well as the Link. I feel like Hayabusa in this patch, absolutely amazing, absolutely cracked S-tier hero in my personal opinion, if the Hilda is not on the opposing side.
Yeah.
But that being said, his other favorite is the Link. Very strong hero. It's just that it doesn't feel like the pace or the tempo that a Ling likes to play. The Ling likes to farm up a little bit. In this patch, you don't have a lot of time to farm.
You kind of covered the bases, right? You want an early to mid game, there is Hayabusa. You want Ling for the late game, there is going to be that as well. But I think at the same time, you also got to look at the full blueprint, right? We have these two premier heroes, but you also got picks like Nolan, you also got picks like the Alpha, the Suyo, who will always be relevant.
Yeah, I like that you touch on the Alpha, because the Alpha really is one of those S-tier heroes where it doesn't matter which region you're from. Everyone seems to prioritize the Alpha, either pick or ban, even first ban. And then we have to look at the control mages as well. The only control mage, in my opinion, that looks pretty good right now is Jushin. Other than that, it looks like everyone is focusing on damage.
Yeah, even for Jushin, we have seen two different ways of building her, right? When Jushin was first introduced, people were playing her as more of a tanky mage, right? Brute Force Breastplate, Clock of Destiny, you even go for either tough boots or just armor boots. You don't even need damage, it's all about the utility that you provide. We also got Sky Piercer thrown into the mix at one point, Glowing One. But I think right now, Jushin is such a strong control mage.
So strong.
It feels like there is no way around her.
Speaking of which, we got to talk about the roamers as well, because one of the things that we've, I would say, discussed backstage, Cho, Matilda, and honestly, even the likes of Tigreal probably will be heavily contested, especially against both teams, Nightmare as well as Dian Feng Yao Guai, where roamers that have this extra damage or just incredible setup really gives a lot of advantage to your team, especially both Cho as well as Matilda, where the Cho has an advantage of actually going for the thrill. Matilda just having a lot of damage when you consider every single hero in the game, their HP pool has been nerfed. And in my opinion, has been nerfed quite a lot.
Yeah, that and the craziest thing is that when you look at Nightmare Esports, Roma, Jasmine, both Cho and Matilda are his signature, right? Even Cho, you get that extra armor pen with your passive, your Jin Kundo, a level 1 plus concussive blast also deals incredible damage. I am looking for that Roma matchup, right? Between PCU and Jasmine. I'm leaning towards Jasmine just because we've seen what he can do. It's going to be a challenge for PCU to see if he can kind of step up to it.
After this, when we're looking at the players, there's a lot that we want to talk about, but I want to take this opportunity to talk about KLVJ, where honestly, him as a player, he's not new to the scene. He's won MPL Philippines, I believe, 2 times. He's been all around the world, and he's been known as a carry player. EXP's right now is more about moving around the map fast, because if you're looking at the lineups for top EXP laners, you're really looking at those with a lot of attack speed that can really, not attack speed, sorry, movement speed or movement abilities to make sure that you're always around for the fight. Something like a Hilda, maybe even a Gato Kacha, where you can ult from your lane all the way to the neutral objective. And even once in a while, we will see Khalid. What type of play will KLVJ play? Will he be more of a carry? Will he be a frontline? Will he be a setup? Will he be flanking? In my head, there's a lot of questions that I hope by game number 1 can be answered.
Yeah, I think personally for me, as an XP laner right now, I feel like Khalid is the best balance, right? You get the best of both worlds. Good laning, can soak up damage, great mobility, and decent damage scaling. But if you want someone that oppresses the jungle, I think Hilda is a good choice now that Assassins is so prevalent in the meta, except for Alpha. So overall, I think for both teams, it comes down to the coaching staffs. And for Tianfeng Yaoguai, we got our OGs from Malaysia, we got Sasa and Long as they have been a pivotal figure behind the scenes for this Chinese team.
Long as we don't talk about him a lot, but he is one of the smartest guys that I've ever met. And now let's hear some quotes from them. It feels great to be back in Malaysia again, a place I'm familiar with. Of course, I hope we can go far to relive my memories at Axiata Arena, but for now, my goal is to get past the wildcard stage with Tianfeng Yaoguai, and that is from Long, I believe. And from Sasa, it feels different coming back. This time as a coach rather than a player. Being a coach has its own challenges, though thought it would be more stressful for the players who are actually on the battlefield.
I kind of can't agree with that, right? I think Sasa also said it in an interview recently posted on one of our official channels that he feels that the stress is more on the players because he can just be the brains. He can just tell them what to do, but to actually do it in-game, that's on his boys, that's on the 5 main startup players. And he's also, I think, the very first player that's won trophies in multiple regions, MPL, MY, and ID, the Kage as well. This change of scenery for him from player to coach, I'm very looking forward to see what the team can bring.
I mean, let me just say, if Sasa was a less stressful job, being a player is stressful.
Yeah.
Being a coach is stressful. Hey, what about being a caster?
Maybe we can have him one day. Who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe when he closes this chapter as a coach, maybe he has achieved what he wants. Perhaps that could be the next step.
But yeah, definitely like Long was one of the players that was actually there in M1. Back then, he was with Axis Esports as a player as well. Didn't make it quite far, but again, in terms of knowledge, talking to Long, he understands the game in a very different way. And I really feel like he can be a difference maker for Tianfeng Yaoguai, where Sasa is more about those fundamentals, understanding how the rotation works, what's your job description, and the likes.
I think the most interesting part about this back-end crew of Long S and Sasa was that Long used to coach Sasa, and now the coaches coach is now working together as a team. To bring Tianfeng Yaoguai to potentially be the second Chinese team to make it to that main stage to join KBG.
Yeah. We have to talk about Nightmare as well. Where Opera is actually loaned from 9 Esports. And we also have to see, because when we last saw them, I would say aggression is coming on all angles. I'm not so sure if that's the right way to play the game now, because I do agree burst is king, damage is king. But if everyone does damage, who's going to be opening up the map? Who's going to have that macro control?
I would say this one really comes down to Jasmine. He's really been the one setting the pace for Nightmare Esports. But interesting about Alpha is he's like John Wick, right? He's a man of sheer will and determination. He wants to get a job done, he will get the job done. That's why when you put in on heroes like Khalid and Gatot Kacha, you want him to dive a backline, he will dive no matter what happens.
I like that kind of mindset. People tell me you can't do it, I'm like, watch me.
You can't do it, I can.
He's the kind of guy that's like, you think Layla can't flank?
No, watch
me. Watch me. I'll flank with Layla, and I'll make it look cool.
My recent games have taught me that even Mia can flank.
I think that game it didn't go well, but I like the mindset.
Yeah, I mean we lost that game, but I can respect the hustle. I can respect the creativity to find the angle and understanding that that is a moment of opportunity, just not the right hero.
I'm not so sure if the camera can pick it up, but we here can already hear the screams of the player, and I believe it's from Nightmare Esports. Right now, they're looking very pumped, Husky, for this matchup.
Yeah, I think they definitely feel less stressed since this is not their first rodeo. They've been on this stage before. The servant for the team, right? So for them, they've been on this stage multiple times. It's just a matter of can we make it through this time? But what about the atmosphere for Tianfeng Yaogoi? I think that one, it comes down to whether Longesk and Sasa, Kenmei Esports is an experienced team, but it doesn't mean that they are unbeatable.
I would say, looking from a glance, the air that they have right now is more serious. It's more controlled, calculated. It's like, guys, don't get ahead of yourself. Think about the game that's in front of you. Speaking of which, let's introduce the members of Tianfeng Yaogoi, Long, PCU, E1, Z, as well as KLVJ.
Yeah, KLVJ. Xiao K, very, very interesting figure. One of the most experienced player, I think, out of the entire lineup. And no fun fact, right? PC the Roma, the Chinese character of the name is based off of a mythical creature.
Oh.
So we'll see if he can bring that magic to the team, especially in his opening game, which I think is very important to set the pace, and him having to go up against Jasmine as the opposing Roma, that's going to be a lot of pressure.
Let me just say, Husky, out of respect, you can call the moniker of KLVJ. To make sure I don't mispronounce it, I won't.
What?
I won't.
Oh, you won't?
Yeah.
Yeah, KLVJ. I mean, we got Nightmare
No, KLVJ. His moniker.
His moniker, Xiao K.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be more careful there. But Nightmare Sport, we got Cammy, Jasmine. Been so too easy for Lexi as well as Opper. And again, looking at the veterans, Sol as well as Jack. Aspen, I really feel like the movements coming in from the mid really dictates whether you can actually get the turtle. And then whoever gets that turtle, personally for me, it's a big power spike.
I mean, the mid trio, right? Even sometimes just the mid duo, your mid enrollment really makes so much difference.
So much.
You hit level 2 first, you win a Wanderer fight, you get to the turtle first, level 4 first. Anything that you can get the slight advantage feels so magnified just because it is so much easier to pick up those KDs in the early game.
Especially because this meta when the damage is so huge because the HP is so small, everything feels so punishing. And I really feel like that's the key of why mid duos are so important right now. They set up for the jungler, and the jungler can give you an advantage. But if the mid duo can't do it, and the jungler forces it, that's where the mistake comes in.
Yeah, I think being able to play fast and decisive, snowball the mid duo, your mid enrollment really makes so much difference.
So much.
You hit level 2 first, you win a Little Wanderer fight, you get to the turtle first, level 4 first. Anything that you can get the slight advantage feels so magnified just because it is so much easier to pick up those KDs in the early game.
Especially because this meta, when the damage is so huge because the HP is so small, everything feels so punishing. And I really feel like that's the key of why mid duos are so important right now. They set up for the jungler, and the jungler can give you an advantage. But if the mid duo can't do it, and if the jungler forces it, that's where the mistake comes in.
Yeah, I think being able to play fast and decisive, Snowball feels so punishing, right?
Yeah.
I think this kind of serves to shorten the average game time. Obviously, if the game goes late, you kind of regain that lost base HP based on the growth. But to get to that stage where you are on even footing feels so much harder if you're behind.
Yeah, one of Lung's favorite heroes is the Bruno, and like you said, Bruno is strong now with the introduction of the Malefic Gun. We gotta talk about Granger as well. Granger right now, people are able to pick it up. It's out of his ban list. The only question is, do people actually want to pick it up? Because in terms of the damage, it does feel good. The only bad thing about a Granger is that it's skill shots. You can block it with your... Well, the tank can block it with their bodies to make sure that the squishies behind don't take damage.
It's sort of like Beatrix, but obviously with his own perks, right? He has AoE splash damage, his resources are easily replenishable, and I think just based off of observation, laning phase for Granger in the gold lane is incredibly oppressive, especially when he gets a hit. I think late game also not too bad. You want to get a quick burst in, Granger is always there, can check bushes with the ultimate, the Death Sonata. I feel like there's merit, but I haven't seen it in pro play yet.
Yeah, no, same. Because really, I feel like even in ranked games, we can see some of the shortcomings of Granger.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing hero, but definitely not perfect. It's one of those heroes where if you're amazing at it, pick it up.
I feel like you saw yesterday, right, on my stream where we had a game against the enemy Granger, which took way longer than it should because of the amount of burst damage that he brings. I think that's kind of where the advantage lies, but when you compare it to Bruno, I still feel like Bruno is so much easier to execute, right?
No,
like,
really, I feel like it's like Granger is strong early game, but at the late game, it's more utility than everything else because you can spam your Death Sonata, like you said, to check the bushes, to even in Lord fights, just poke them out, and then once you're comfortable, then you guys can dive in.
Yeah, then you guys can dive in. I don't think he's a recipient of the Malefic Gun. I don't know. I just feel like
I don't think so.
If Vic is always there, sometimes you see Moskov carry, Beatrix as well. Any hero that can go early to mid is great.
Some people are still liking the Harif. Harif still looks strong.
Harif? There is one exception though. I know we make fun of Mia from time to time, but the Mekong region, some teams do pick up Mia.
Hey, Mia's legit. Mia got nerfed. She's so legit, she got a nerf.
Windtalker got buffed though.
Windtalker got buffed.
That's kind of what makes her legit.
And now this will be the first draft here in the wildcard. Dianfen Yaguai going up against Nightmare Esports. Looks like Nightmare will be first pick, and they instantly ban out the Hayabusa and the Hilda. And look at this, we even have the player portraits here.
One ban that I think Dianfen Yaguai needs to consider is the Fanny, right? Fanny got buffed, energy usage has gone down, so Fanny becomes overall easier to execute, a lot more margins for errors with your steel cable, and we know that Too Easy for Lexi loves that Fanny pick.
The only reason why you let go of a Fanny, if you have clear confirmation this guy cannot use a Fanny to save his life. That's the only way. Even a mediocre Fanny is so strong.
A Fanny that can use her cables effectively is a good enough Fanny, I think. It's a good enough Fanny. That's kind of like the benchmark. Loyi ban now, so you take away utility from the side of Dianfen Yaguai. This ban is very important, right? So they ban a Fanny, so Khalid, Gatot, they all go through.
Let's see here. Suyo as well, Alpha.
Nolan.
This really sets up what Nightmare really wants, because in terms of the junglers, I kind of feel like you're spoiled for choice. A lot of options here. Goalie, a lot of choices here. We've seen previously before Hylos as well as Phoveus being a priority. But Cho as well. Cho could be a contestant here as well.
It has been a big
Matilda.
first phase pick for red side, not so much for blue side because you're much more radical for Khalid. Heroes like Khalid and Gatot, Khalid kind of goes through. But interestingly enough, you can still flex the Khalid into the roam if there's the need for it.
Exactly. As you guys can see here on graphic, one of the advancements of technology.
Yes.
Now we can see if the hero got nerfed or buffed. The nerf for Khalid is that lower attack growth as well as lower damage reduction when he's using his quick sun guard. But trust me, Khalid still does his job well, is still very strong, definitely still in the meta.
It would feel the nerf would feel a lot more better if they didn't nerf base HP.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and then it would feel a lot more impactful. Like when they nerf the HP, then the nerf is damage. It kind of balances it out. We see the Phoebus as a response. Obviously, the downside is that you don't move as fast as the Khalid, but you have a very stable laning phase alongside the Eve.
Looks like Coach Sasa here wants some control in his lineup, having the Phoebus, having this Eve, and now we're looking instantly the difference here. Control from Tianfeng Yaguai. Nightmare wants to dive. They want to go in. They want to fight. They got a Khalid. They got a Matilda. They got an Alpha. Hello? Fight?
It's all about playing fast, right? You want to control an area. Well, what if we extend that play area? What if we get to maneuver around and you can't really keep us with that real-world manipulation? It's a headache for Phoebus as well because you think Infernal Pursuit helps you catch up to people, not if they are just gliding around the map.
Long has to be careful of what hero he picks up. Right now, Tianfeng Yaguai, they want to match the speed. They pick up the Nolan. So this is also another thing that we have to put into consideration. CEO Amazing Hero got nerfed.
Yeah.
And I feel like the nerf is very important from 1,000 to 500 cap for that execution damage from his second skill. I really feel like it's a big deal. I want to talk about this Matilda, where any lineup with Matilda, both gold lane and EXP, you don't have a good time because the rotation from mid is much faster than what you guys can have, unless you guys have a Farsa, which we can see here is not the case. So Tianfeng Yaguai, they already have to pre-plan. Whatever hero they're gonna give to Long is gonna be able to essentially survive by himself.
At the same time, I mean, they're banning out mid laners as expected. Vexana banned out, the Cho banned out by the side of Tianfeng Yaguai. But another hero that Nightmare can consider could be Valentina, just because there is the real-world manipulation on the side of Tianfeng Yaguai, which you can steal. And Control Mage, imagine getting the RWM on the side of Nightmare Esports against this DFYG comp. It feels quite nice to be able to stall out the tempo of both the Phoebus and the Nolan. The Kadita bundle, this one I did not expect it at all.
No, I tried out Kadita. It takes some time to get used to the new speed of executing her skills, but the damage is legit husky. It's really strong, and it's one of those heroes that even if you don't kill the Eve because the Eve builds tanky or whatever, it's enough. It's enough to make sure that they don't stay in the fight for a very, very long time. So I respect the Eve ban here. For Nightmare, I agree with what you say about the Valentina, but I also have to say, I almost feel like no matter what they pick up as their mid here, they can't go wrong. They already have a very solid 3 heroes pickup.
Yeah, I think Aurora also is another option, right? Now that it is kind of let through, they even banned the high loss. So even if Tianfeng Yaguai wants to play fast with this Eve, Nolan, Phoebus, they can't do it. So the other option is to give that signature Bruno over to Long.
And again, we gotta see if Long can survive the ganks coming in from Nightmare.
I'll tell you though, if there's a chance he goes second or third item, Malefic Gun, and once he hits that, and they survive the first 8 minutes of the game, that's where it gets troublesome for Nightmare Esports, because Bruno crits are extremely devastating. When your roamer has low health pool like a Matilda, he just blows through your health bar in 3 shots.
You don't have to convince me, man. I agree with you, man. Especially Matilda, first item is going to be Flaccid Oasis. You don't really have a lot of HP. You're only hoping for your shields. And now the last 2 picks coming in from Nightmare. They still need a mid laner. They still need a gold laner. What is going to be the choice here for Nightmare? It looks like they're going to lock in the Beatrix as well as the Valentina. You called it, Husky.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Valentina, but the Beatrix also came into my mind. You want to be able to play fast, you want to be able to play early to mid, you want to match range. You have Valentina for the control, but you also have Beatrix, right? Renner, you have the Rockets as well, the Bandit's Rage. All of these are great because Dianfeng Yaoguai wants to play in a close quarter combat. They want to play in a controlled environment. In this case, roamer-wise, if you want to continue down this route, Tigreal kind of feels okay now that Cho and Hylos are out of the picture. If not, there's actually not much setup left though. Yeah.
There really is not much. Maybe something like a Kufra could possibly do something. But the Tigreal is best because you can handle the alpha, right?
Yeah. Power of light incarnate.
So they pick up the
Dado too, yeah.
Honestly, Kaja is the changes. Kaja's first skill can lower enemies' damage, and that's very, very impactful when everyone wants to deal damage. So honestly, this is a very good pickup. We just have to see how's the execution.
Yeah, you know what they say, if you want to take the Matilda Express, you can't do that if you're suppressed, right? No amount of Purify can help you out of that Divine Judgment. So I like this pick-off comp, at least the pick-off utility that Dianfeng Yaoguai has got them for themselves. Both teams have very different stories. DFYG wants to be the second Chinese team to qualify for Swiss stage, but for Nightmare Esports, it's been 3 years since they made it to main stage. This could be the beginning of that era once more.
Looking at both teams, all has talking to their coaches. They all understand the game plan. This is the opening match for the wild card. M6 here in Malaysia. Nightmare going up against Dianfeng Yaoguai. Who will win the first match? Who will have the advantage in their groups?
It's going to be exciting as we will jump onto the land of dawn right at this moment. Nightmare Esports on blue side, Dianfeng Yaoguai on red. Right off the bat, we see the jungle path, complete opposite, right? Too Easy Alexi starting on purple, Zed on orange.
Yeah, but they are starting on the same side of the map here. Oh, it looks like Matilda there is, I think he got the buff.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, because, it got me a heart attack.
No, because I saw Zed's level and it's like, wait, was it level 1? No, it's still level 2. So I legit thought he got the buff.
That would be a nightmare, let me tell you. But of course, we gotta remind people that the M6 Pass is now available from 18th of November to 29th of December. So complete active tasks, you got plenty of rewards that you can go for, including the Claude Battle emote, M6 Avatar, the Glory Avatar Border, Boxer Battle emote, and a lot more. You max it out, you get the Claude statue.
Oh yeah, and if you guys don't know how that looks like later on during the caster cam, you guys can see the table. But looking at the rotations here, it looks like everyone understands controlling the river is going to be the priority here. PCU as well is basically moving around with Jasmine. He's mirroring Jasmine, making sure that he sees where he's going.
I gotta say, he's doing a pretty good job at it, right? Jasmine forced to take that recall. That damage from Kaja is pretty deadly, and Zed, he's just gonna pass through that mid side to allow E1 to start moving around the map.
Is that an orange buff on PCU?
It is?
That's an orange buff,
He stole an orange buff. Oh my goodness.
Now, okay. Because I know, like I felt like one buff was stolen. I just didn't know who. I thought it was Jasmine, but okay. Apparently it was PCU.
I have a feeling he probably forced the retreat out at the purple buff. First turtle fight though. No, none of the Romans are level 4 yet, but you can see the damage from Dianfeng Yaoguai committing KVJ. The Inferno Pursuit takes first blood as the retribution comes through. Dianfeng Yaoguai finds 2 kills and a turtle.
This is the aggression that we want to see. We want to see Dianfeng Yaoguai move forward from their previous playstyle, and now they're looking very, very aggressive. Long
Edge is gonna flicker for it. Solo kill almost achieved. Cammy barely gets out as Soso arrives, steals the worldie, goes in Shadow Strike, finds the Terrify, commits the worldie, but Long, he's looking to fight back. The crit, Snipe committed. Cammy trades it back, but E1 finds the trade. And at the end of the day, Dianfeng Yaoguai still comes out on top.
Let me just say, Cammy took a very big risk there.
Yeah.
And he died, but he got a kill. So even I'm not sure whether it's worth it or not, but mentally, that's worth it. Killing with a snipe feels so good.
Yeah. Every basic attack from the Bruno, even in the early game, right? It's like the roll of the dice. Do I get a crit? That last hit after the flicker was not a critical. That would have been a solo kill for Long. So slightly unfortunate, but overall, PCO does have Divine Judgment. It's going to commit it onto Jasmine as Zed shows up, fractures him into pieces. Tianfeng Yao Guai with the 4th kill. But Nightmare Esports not done just yet. Spear of Alpha completely misses. Zed will be able to dash away.
2Z for Lexi so far, I've seen making a lot of micro mistakes. We saw that basically whiffed ult, but even the jungle camp out top, he didn't last hit it. The last hit actually went to PCU, and now Zed having the Blade of Hephaestus. If you thought he had a lot of damage before, now even the tanks is gonna feel it.
Yeah, almost a 2k gold lead for Tianfeng Yao Guai at under 4 minutes. For those who have used your guest coins for the M6 pass, you might want to hold your breath for a bit because DFYG looking solid in this early game. First item priority, Haas Claw for long completed just at that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and right now we can see Cammy desperately trying to get his first item as well, taking the mid lane. Right now Zed and Tweezy for Lexi. Looks like Zed is going to be the one to secure the orange buff. Tweezy for Lexi on the alpha right now is not feeling all too comfortable.
It's very devastating when you're up against the Nolan and the Nolan starts getting a hit, right? Then because you always reach your jungle camp first, always moves faster, thanks to just the difference in mobility. And with KelVJ in the front line, it's going to be hard. Jasmine finds the back line. KelVJ will just try to block them all out. RWM comes through. Zed does go down to 2-easy for Lexi, but KelVJ will respond with the Infernal Pursuit. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Turtle for Nightmare. Soso looking to get away, and both teams trade 1-for-1.
Soso was able to get the Divine Judgment, and I kind of feel like that really impacted the fight, making sure that not all the damage from Tianfeng Yao Guai actually moves forward. And 2-easy for Lexi, he actually got a solid ult over to Zed. That's a big game changer. The fact that they're able to take down the Nolan first, making it so that this Lord fight, this turtle fight is just a fight. You're not really contesting for the turtle anymore. And they still got the turtle.
Yeah. I mean, first 2 turtle fights have really came down to who can take down the enemy jungler first, right? You just get that free retribution. So both teams, they ended up trading even. Tianfeng Yao Guai still in the lead, but there was close to 1,000 gold swing in favor of Nightmare. And I think right now, the FYG, they gotta reconsider certain options, especially when Oppa is starting to move around the map.
Something that Nightmare has shown as well. Their dive Husky is very strong when the Khalid is there, right? His Raging Sandstorm, 2-easy for Lexi's dive as well. Soso can take the Divine Judgment. And now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, they gotta take this turret, but now they gotta leave because the engage from Nightmare is just there.
Yeah, the target is gonna be Long. It will be circling Ego, committing Raging Sandstorm, flicking away. Long will dodge it as Soso joins the fight. RWM from E1, controlling the backline of Nightmare Esports. They just cannot get out. Killing spree for E1. A solo kill happened off screen as Zed takes out 2-easy for Lexi. Tianfeng Yao Guai with 2 kills.
Something that was not planned there, Husky. Nightmare Esports, it looked like they were still discussing whether they want to engage or they want to back off. But now, looks like pressure by Tianfeng Yao Guai here in the mid.
Wow, RWM into the Bandit's Rage is so deadly. Zed knocked out by the circling Eagle and still gets out, even taking Cammy's life with him. Tianfeng Yao Guai is so good at these short skirmishes.
Oh yeah, very good. Like, they understand the meta.
Yeah.
It's all about burst. Take someone down, get out. Take someone down, get out. It's not about prolonged team fights anymore. You get what you want, reset, do it all over again.
When you're Nolan, low cooldown damage, you're always looking for these short bursts. And it's one of the few heroes that has that capacity when you compare it to other assassins. No one comes close to Nolan to having short cooldowns and consistent bursts every 5 to 10 seconds. Now Turtle in control by Chinese team. Tianfeng Yao Guai finds that suppression. Jasmine needs to get out. Worldy committed. It's gonna bounce around the camp. Turtle for the red side. And Tianfeng Yao Guai will not put pressure on that bot turret.
Oh yeah, and it looks like with the lead that they have, over 3,000 gold here, they might be able to secure this. And I want to talk about the systematic movements coming in from Tianfeng Yao Guai. They got top, they got mid, now they want bottom. They want all outer turrets first.
Bandit's Rage committed, completely goes wide. They do keep that structure alive, but I feel like if you're a Nightmare, you need to look for avenues elsewhere. They find the control onto Zed, who's looking to get away, but gets dunked on by the Raging Sandstorm. A good pickup. E1 gets pulled back, but unfortunately, no confirmation for Nightmare.
Speaking of Nightmare, this is a very bad situation for Cammy. 7 minutes in, almost 8 minutes. and only now getting the first item, the Blade of Despair. That's a very late first item time for any marksman. It's clear that Cammy did not have a good laning phase. 7 minutes in, first item. Usually for a B-Trace, you're looking at 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. Despite getting the solo kill, he ended up getting traded. Now Oppa will be pulled back. They will kidnap this Khalid. Gets pulled out by the Matilda. So a good escape from Nightmare Esports. They will get control of top tier 1. At least PCO has the flicker, but with him into Long. Long now has the flicker. A good raging sandstorm from Oppa to secure 2 kills for Nightmare. But KelVJ is in the backline. Oppa will be traded back. KelVJ flicker away. Darkwave pulls Cammy back in front of Pursuit. Over the wall. Too easy for Lexi. Gets Zed. KelVJ continues to fight but runs out of resources as Cammy picks up that one.
Despite Too Easy for Lexi having a bad time in the early game, but now he's really working as a peel. And it looks like Cammy might be having that as slow first item because building up to multiple items at once, because immediately after that, Cammy got the Malefic Gun. So honestly, it's still good timing here for Cammy. Yeah, looking at the items, it looks like he's building. First item took so long.
Next item to be Malefic Gun. A bit of a micro mistake from Tian Yaoguai. They got the fleeting time onto PCU right before the top fight, but he ended up bringing Jasmine into his own gold lane, resulting in a fight loss. But luckily, they have a decent lead still, right? Almost 2,000. They have control of the Lord. They just gotta remember, you have to go in and out fast.
You gotta look at PCU. Right now, Conceal. Will he get Jasmine?
Yeah, if you take out Jasmine, that's a good start. That completely stops Nightmare from having any authority in taking these long drawn-out fights. They will try to jump onto PCU though, but again, he has fleeting time, so the Divine Judgment has reduced cooldown. Lord is incredibly low, too easy for Lexi. Has a chance to go for the dice roll. They goes to RWM, trading both sides, but it's Zed that comes out on top. They take out the Alpha, and Dianfeng Yaoguai continues the dominance. Oppa goes down, 2 more kills and a Lord.
Zed is having an amazing game for himself, winning out that Retribution battle. It did seem like Dianfeng Yaoguai, this is on purpose. They wanted to fight. They didn't want the Lord first. They want to make sure that they have the numbers game unlocked. They want to make sure that they have more priority in terms of the number of players around the Lord, and then they executed on it. That was an amazing play coming in from Dianfeng Yaoguai.
I agree. Even the usage of the RWM, even though Nightmare Esports so stole it, but you see the placement, right? Dianfeng Yaoguai completely boxed off Too Easy Luxy from the rest of his team. He had to commit the Spirit of Alpha just to attempt to steal. So at the end of the day, I think the onus is always going to be on Nightmare to make that counter move, but you can't do it because there's a Kaja on the other side waiting to pull you into oblivion.
Yi1 having the highest damage here. Conceal play. It looks like they're not going to take it. They're just going to use the conceal to grab a free turn here. But yeah, Yi1 hasn't died yet. Highest damage in the game by far. The front lines from Nightmare is not having a good time. But if that's the only case, no problem. But the thing is, even the back lines is having problems.
Yeah. The biggest, and on top of that, when your roamer is the Matilda, you saw that one Void Crystal, right?
Yeah.
That one blast took away like, what, 15% of Jasmine's HP. You cannot kind of go for these trades anymore. Who's going to check the bush? You can't do it because there's PCU just waiting as the Kaja to pull you away. And every single kill and assist conversion, every single takedown becomes an advantage.
Look at itemization here. How is the Matilda supposed to actually tank 2 magic items here? Not defensive. And now PCU, he has the fleeting time. So whoever he picks off and gets another kill, he basically can have 2 Divine Judgments in one team fight. The Malefic Gun as well, like you said, Husky, has been built by Long. So you have the range, you have the damage, you have the penetration. This Bruno is online.
This Bruno has already reached that critical mass. And if you're Nightmare Esports, you're asking yourself right now, how do we get to the Bruno? We have to commit flickers for sure, but it guarantees nothing, right?
It's
like,
Opera and Jasmine, they got to make it happen.
Man, I agree.
No, here's the thing, Husky. It's not just Long. If they can get Long and Yi1, that's what they want.
It's asking too much though.
Hey, if you want to win, you got to make the impossible possible.
You're correct. Got to be greater than ever. It's one of the moments. Circling Eagle only onto PCU. That's really not the guy you want to commit on. They will still try. So, oh my god, that's 3 shots from Long. If only the first one was the crit, that would have been an instant kill.
Valentina's very small weakness is rage, man, because she's a mid-range hero. And most marksmen with Malefic Gun outranges her by so far. It's really hard for Valentina in this situation to really get something done.
PCU has no flicker. He sees the tapping almost post so Lord slain by Dianfeng Yaoguai. So second Lord for them, 13 minutes into the game. This is going to allow them to start breaking inhibitors. But I'm going to ask you, Lofel, if this game goes late, right? If we hit critical mass, both teams reaching that 50k net worth, is it still an even game, or do you feel like just because of the team comp of Dianfeng Yaoguai, they have that advantage?
Dianfeng Yaoguai has an advantage where they can always make a fight 4v5 because of the Kaja. Nightmare Esports, they have an advantage because their marksmen can deal AoE damage. So Nightmare Esports, they can definitely do it because Beatrix is one of the best scaling heroes in the game. The only problem is this Kaja always makes it unfair.
Yeah. They'll try and go on to Long, but you see that range from the Malefic Gun. Couple of hits is all it takes. No more Banner's Rage already. They try to clear the wave out, but that's 2 inhibitors down. Doesn't help when the Lord is crashing in. Dianfeng Yaoguai looking for a potential game 1, or at least that opportunity. RWM committed by E1. Tries to force away Nightmare Esports, but the team not really following up with it. All they care about is the structures. They get all 3 inhibs.
Right now, no more inhibitors for Nightmare Esports. And the thing that made them survive this long is the fact that PCU doesn't have a flicker. If he had a flicker, trust me, Husky, they would force it. They would force it.
I can see that happening. You did point out that, you know, for the coaching staff of Dianfeng Yaoguai, you got Sasa, who's looking at the fundamentals. You're seeing it really built up very well. There's a burst opportunity on the offer. They will not commit the Divine Judgment just yet, but here
Jasmine.
they go. Jasmine getting caught out of position, and Dianfeng Yaoguai opportunistic.
0, 2, and 10. The only thing is he uses flicker as well, so they can't force an engagement after this unless KLVJ actually wants the front line, wants to force a fight here.
There is no way, but it feels like they're going to try anyways. Too easy for Lexi, finds the Spear of Alpha, but the damage is just too much. They even missed the Nibiru's Passion from Cammy, and now Dianfeng Yaoguai will just tap the crystal. Game number 1 going over to DFYG.
Dianfeng Yaoguai starts off amazingly strong. Just from this one battle, Husky. Let me remind you, the last time the Chinese region was here, they couldn't win a single match in the M5 wildcard.
Yeah.
Starting M6 wildcard, very first game, they got their W.
I know it's early to say this, but it's a preview of how far the region has come, right? Last year we saw KBG, and imagine KBG was the team that beat Dianfeng Yaoguai twice in the playoffs, knocked them into the lower bracket, beat them in the finals again before the M6 Swiss stage and wildcard. So at the end of the day, if this is a preview, a taste of what the second seed of the Chinese region has to offer, I am looking forward to the rest of M6.
And again, we gotta talk about what really happened in that game, right? Where it's about understanding. Fundamentally, what did the patch note tell us? Everyone's HP pool has been reduced, so burst damage is very, very strong. You got the Bruno, you got the Nolan, and you got the Kaja. This is a recipe to make sure that the opposing side doesn't have a chance to deal with your damage. And the fact that they have an Eve, just in case if something goes wrong, amazing drafting coming in from Dianfeng Yaoguai.
Yeah, you got the Eve and the Phobias as kind of like the front lines, right? The phalanx of the team. And at the same time, you also have to look at the minor details that happen. PCU stealing that orange buff, absolute disaster for the Alpha in the early game.
Shows in this game, you just need one small mistake to really turn the tides of the game. Where we will be looking at the post-game stats after this, but Nightmare Esports, their draft was absolutely amazing as well. It's just that their win condition is much more niche. It's much more narrow. The fact that they need to win the laning phase in the early stages of the game, and they were able to do that, made it so that their draft was much more difficult to pilot.
I think the question always comes down to, I want to play fast, and how does the enemy stop me from playing fast, right? I feel like when you look at Matilda and Alpha, it sometimes feels a bit weird because Alpha doesn't necessarily have the most burst damage. It's not a Nolan that can one-shot you at level 3. Alpha needs some time and more setup. So if the Nolan gets a head start, you see that impact instantly. Zed was just outpacing too easy for Lexi at every turn.
Right now, I want to look at the items. This is where I want to take my time here because both Cammy as well as Long have really showcased that the Malefic Gun Husky is really starting to be a part of the conversation in the map here, where, like I said, range is also something that's very important in this current patch.
Yeah, we always have the golden rules of any mobile games where the further you are from your opponent, the better it is, the safer you are to do damage, right? The more damage you have, the easier it is to take down your opponents and end the fight. And the tankier you are, the harder, the easier it is for you to keep controlling your opponents. These rules now apply when you look at Malefic Gun, and it does make me wonder, are we going to finally start pivoting away from more late game focused heroes just because some of them don't really want the Malefic Gun?
I don't know, man. Looking at the way that Demfin Yaoguai plays, this is the first game. It's only 15 minutes. So I feel like going to the late game is pretty ambitious, personally for me. Because even the Roamer is building a fleeting time, which is not a staple tank item, right? More utility, more damage. And again, it really synergizes what we're talking about when we're talking about what the game really asks of us, which is more damage.
And you can even see that being reflected in the emblems and talents itself. Cammy went for tenacity as opposed to Long, who had the Master Assassin. Kind of gives us a good idea of how Long was able to almost solo kill Cammy in that top side, in that early game, right? And you combine that with isolated targets, you want this Matilda to dive this Bruno, it is never gonna happen.
Yeah, Jasmine as well. Honestly, not his fault. In terms of the item or the emblem setup, this is how you build your Matilda. But now we gotta look at the post-game stats here. Again, E1 having the most amount of damage, 95,000. But look at Nightmare. The most that they were able to do is around 40-ish thousand. Both Cammy as well as Soso unable to break 50k.
Yeah, it is really rough when your Valentina is literally the man that is dealing the most damage. But when you look at objective-wise, right, 2 out of 3 turtles for Dianfeng Yaoguai, both lords going to them. The buffs of 13 to 3, 12 to 4. How are you ever going to go into your jungle if you are too easy for Lexi?
Good eye, Husky. I kind of feel like if anyone wants to make an analysis, looking at the buff is actually the most important part. This shows pure jungle control by Dianfeng Yaoguai. So the draft is amazing.
Yeah.
But the way that they control the map has to be studied.
The power of the Nolan, right? Nolan it's himself is already great. If I move faster, I get to your camp first with Retribution. There's no way you can deal with it. You'll never get your buff in time, but it doesn't help when the rest of the team is just following him. Imagine you try to contest your jungle camp and there's a Kaja waiting in the bush.
Yeah, the fact that Kaja slows you down as well makes it so that even if the Nolan is yards away, all of a sudden he's there. Just because the slow from Kaja really helps out a lot, making it so that Nolan easier for him to get into the fight. Now we got to transition into game number 2 because again, the draft from Nightmare is very solid. The only thing is the win condition is very niche and looks like against Dianfeng Yaoguai is difficult to execute. Or Nightmare can just go back to the same strat. Except this time maybe the execution is a little bit different.
I think you also have to make some adjustments to the draft, right, on what you ban out. I think the Kaja now becomes a bit of a problem now that Dianfeng Yaoguai has game 1. But also that Fulvis into Khalid, I was expecting Oppa to move around a lot more often, but that didn't happen. We only saw him on the map post level 4, and by the time they've already started getting snowballed on. So I think some early game micro adjustment needs to be made, but MVP is E1 on the what can I say, right? It's just a premier EVE game.
What we can say is the amount of control that he really dealt. Like, he really showcased his job because he was able to deal a lot of damage, especially to the front lines. And this is what we really want to see. And I feel like Yi1 enables the team. The Kaja wants to catch someone and the Nolan wants to deal out the damage, but you're very much vulnerable whenever you do that. So having a control mage that does a lot of damage like Eve really activates your team where it looks like you're vulnerable to be caught. You're vulnerable to making mistakes. But Yuan is like, I got your back. You can do whatever you want. Any mistake will look like an opportunity.
Yeah. And I think when we look at the MVP highlights coming up, we would see kind of the dynamics between E1 and PSU, where every single time he gets dived, there is going to be a Divine Judgment waiting to be unleashed if it hasn't been used just yet. And if it has been used, you got Kel VJ just blocking off any sort of dive. It doesn't feel good if you're so trying to steal the RWM, because realistically, sure, you have the same Yves ultimate, but the effect is so much different because your team wants to go in, but they cannot because they get boxed. Real world manipulation.
Something kind of weird as well, I see multiple times. Yuan even pseudo body blocks for Zed. Like the previous fight around mid, Zed was so low, and Yuan was actually intercepting the path between Nightmare Esports and Zed. So that he was like, yo, if someone's gonna die, it's not gonna be Zed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be controlling you guys. I might die, but as long as he gets away, we're all good.
That's a good teammate right there.
That's a good teammate.
I wouldn't do that. If you go down, that's your problem. Just play better, right?
That's the kind of thing that someone says when they go to 5 hours of rank and only winning 4 stars.
Let me tell you, it was a quite an experience. I enjoyed every single game. Obviously, for those who got the honor to witness my Lancelot gameplay, please forget about it because I had nightmares about my own gameplay.
Hey.
I can't play Lancelot to save my life.
Hey. You know how to make that better?
How?
Say hello. Hello, Panda! Fill your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. This is not going to stay long on the desk. Let me just tell you that. Right now, I'm keeping discipline, but...
I'm getting the munchies a little bit.
Just saying, this ain't going to be here for the rest of the day.
Probably,
by the end of the day, it's gone.
It's gonna be gone.
It's gonna be gone.
It's gonna be gone. I had lunch, but now I get the munchies. Can I have one? Maybe not now. Maybe not now. I don't think I can. It's quite far away. LaFell, please. I'll ask later. Maybe you'll change your mind.
Does it look weird? No, it looks completely natural.
No, it looks pretty obvious.
No.
Yeah.
Hey. Eyes up here.
You know.
Eyes up here, Husky.
It looks like a rig packet though.
Oh,
it looks like a rig packet. Ah, yes. Thank you. Make it fair for us. You know what? Put it in the middle.
All right. You know what? Fine.
Now this is fair. Thank you very much. I have just
behind
tricked you.
Kadilla.
This is mine now.
Game number 2. This Nightmare goes same game plan, trying to win the early game.
If they're on red side,
then they have to ban out the Jushins, the Fannies and such, yeah.
But they might get the Cho first phase, which is a big boon for them. They love that hero a lot. I feel like comparing Matilda and Cho, I will go Cho any day.
I feel like specifically for their playstyle, I would agree. Right? Because I feel like Matilda and Cho, they kind of do the same thing differently. Because a Matilda is all about someone else goes in front and then you pull them back. But the Cho, I start things out first and then you guys continue to deal the damage. So it's very different sequence between both Matilda as well as a Cho, where Matilda is more methodical, where a Cho is more aggressive, more instinct-based.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to the setup, right? When you look at Matilda, circling Eagle, advantage, you could hit more than one target. Disadvantage, takes a lot more to set up, but where the Dragon, you get to not only isolate targets, but you get to follow them to where you send them to, right? So it gives you a bit of a safety net overall. I think in this case, if you're looking at pickups, Cho feels better.
Yeah, but right now we have a WhatsApp here from Cami. We asked, what do you think is the difference between Filipino and Laotian coaches? He said Filipino coaches are more professional. Laotian coaches were not before. They try to help on what they can, but the players know the game better. Exxon has helped us in our micro and macro gameplay and also the timing, especially in lane.
I think the most important thing about this meta is I like the fact that timing is brought up, because we've seen time and time again that early game matters so much, right? Whoever gets the first move, whoever gets the first objective, you feel like it's a mountain that is so hard to climb once the enemy gets a hit.
Yeah, and now we're about to begin the second drafting phase here in the wildcards. Nightmare going up against Tianfen Yaoguai, where so far, folks, if you guys just tune in, Dianfen Yaguai has won game number 1 against Nightmare. Now Nightmare has to win this one in order for them to even out the odds, but it looks like Dianfen Yaguai is second pick and Nightmare is still first pick.
That does change it up a little bit, right? Like, Cho is still good, but that means that you gotta pick it second to third. We haven't seen Dianfen Yaguai show that Cho in any manner. Obviously, the playstyle between the roamers are completely different in game number 1. I expect it to be as such. Maybe PC just don't feel as comfortable. So that's a minor advantage for Nightmare Esports.
Something that Nightmare can consider. Going up against a pick-off comp, something like a Kaja, either have a very tanky front line, something like a Hylos can do wonders. And if you don't want that and you want to counter-engage, then you can start considering picks like the Edith.
That too, I definitely agree with those picks. Not only you have front line, but at the same time you provide a lot more control in these team fights. So the bans actually are not different at all, except for the Eve ban. Yeah. So they traded the Loyi for the Eve.
Yeah, I kind of feel like here the Khalid actually was still okay. Let's see here. Something that they can consider is that maybe don't pick up the Alpha because there's a chance that the Nolan can be picked up. Not saying that the Alpha is a bad pick, but perhaps Too Easy for Lexi is more of an assassin guy rather than a fighter guy.
Yeah, I think if you want to play faster, you have to start looking at Nolan. You have to start looking at Suyo in this case. They do take the Khalid first. I can get by with that. So I'm expecting a Phobius pick once more for KelVJ. He has done wonders in game 1. In a way, I think Khalid, because you have the advantage to move early, it has to be a lot more prevalent for Oppa in that first few minutes, which was not present in game 1. But if you adjust that, I think it would be more manageable up against the Phobius if it gets picked.
Yeah, honestly, like you pick up a very good point. The fact that we don't see the Khalid a lot does show that KelVJ not just win his lane, but he won it so hard.
Something went wrong, you know?
That the Khalid can't roam. So actually, you brought up a very good point in the previous conversation where KelVJ, we don't see him a lot on camera as well, but it looks like he really controlled Oppers to the point where Dianfen Yaguai has 2 heroes that makes it a 4v5 or 3v5.
Yes. Yeah, Phobius comes back. Vexana gets picked up as well. I do like this change. Now that the Yeef is gone, you still have Vexana, which is sort of a control mage in her own way. That hero was banned out in game number 1 by Dianfen Yaguai themselves. So I do like this, right? Great early to mid-game objective contest would be such a nightmare. Imagine playing 4v5, but what if it's a 6v5 right now because of that Eternal Guard?
I would say pick up the Nolan here if Too Easy for Lexi is comfortable of using it going up against Dianfen Yaguai, because Zed has shown that he is incredible on that Nolan, and if not, maybe pick up the Suyo. Show us what you got.
I think the only caveat with the Nolan is that you're playing into Vexana and Phobius, right? You have to be pixel perfect with your movements. You gotta be able to track all these abilities. You get caught by a Dark Wave, you get caught by just even the Phobius passive is lights out. So they go for the safer pick. We talk about the Cho coming for Jasmine. I do like this pick a lot more compared to the Matilda.
Yeah, and later on, Dianfen Yaguai, after showing more of the draft, maybe pick up something with a little bit more range for the mid lane, because as strong as the Valentina is picking up that Eternal Guard, maybe something that can able to deal with Lung might be much better. Now Suyo is getting picked up, so they're looking at this Cho and they're looking at this Alpha as like, Nolan's not bad, but Suyo's probably better.
Iframes, right? Iframes make all the difference, and technically you are slightly more beefy in the Immortal form. You got crowd control immunity with your your Blade Surge and your Quell the Evil in the Immortal form, of course. So I like the change from Dianfen Yaguai. They definitely put a lot of thought into how to deal with that Cho.
Interesting. Dianfen Yaguai has picked up all the heroes that has been nerfed. But they're strong though, they're strong though.
Hey, I mean, if I win with these heroes, right, what else is stopping me?
If they win with these heroes, then Munda's like, okay, I guess it wasn't enough.
I mean, they did come up with the patch based off of like our public games, right? So I think, you know, that's the difference, right? You buff Fanny because she doesn't have a high enough win rate in pub games. You look at pro games, my goodness, Fanny is perma-ban even when she's nerfed. So it really shows the big difference, the big contrast. I mean, in the pro environment, we got the...
Yeah, let me just say, when I saw the Fanny got buffed, I laughed so hard that my neighbor complained, and then when I told my neighbor what happened, and then my neighbor laughed too.
Yeah, I saw the Fanny buff, and I asked my family, like, what do you think of this? My family was like, doesn't look good, and I'm like, you're correct.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good at all.
I asked my mom, and she's like, no.
It's a bad, well, it's not a bad choice, but it's interesting. Well, at least we won't be able to see her often anyway, so I mean, in pro games it doesn't really matter, but in pubs, yeah, now that's a premier banned hero. I do like this Paramis ban though. It's very different from what, you know, Tianfeng Yaoguai have considered. They even banned a Valentina.
Okay, so both these mages are mid-range heroes, which is very interesting. So, I wonder if Long still wants the Bruno here, which according to data, it really should be.
Yeah.
So does Nightmare actually respects that and then ban out the Bruno?
I feel like you can consider, but it doesn't feel good enough.
Yeah.
Right? The Bruno can still take Purify, right? There's a Cho, sure, I can just take Purify and I can negate the kick.
It doesn't feel good, but yeah, you can.
It doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel as good now that there's still like die potential, but it is a possibility. So they banned the Tigreal, which is a problem when you're running a Cho. You don't want to get sucked in by Implosion. Bruno, I feel like they could even leave Bruno for last. Oh, well, at least the Marksman for last, because you're on red side.
Yeah, for sure. But an argument can be made. You want to see the entire draft before choosing your roamer.
Kaja still doesn't feel that bad, right? If there's a Cho, sure, I can just pull you. Yep, Bruno comes back up, no surprise. So that's 4 nerf heroes. Bruno, was Bruno nerfed?
No,
okay, Bruno is not nerfed, but
hasn't
3
been
out of
changed.
4 of them has been nerfed.
The Beatrix, I feel like, was fine, but I just don't know if it's Cammy's type of hero, because Cammy so far uses a lot of magic-based heroes. Has been using the Natan a lot, has been using the Harriv and such. So his Beatrix is okay, but maybe if you still want that late game, maybe consider the Natan, something that you're a little bit more comfortable with.
It's a topic that we kind of brought up, we touched on just a bit in the pre-game, right? Like, does late game hero feel as good now that games end average faster? I know his preference is more towards mage and late game scaling heroes. Beatrix feels like a good balance in between, right? Early to mid doesn't feel bad, late game, absolute monster. It should be an Aurora pick for Nightmare, there's not really much choice left. Now, the Kaja doesn't look too bad, honestly, even though there are Aurora and Cho.
I mean, here's the thing. The rules of using a cash composition is who gets there first. If the Cho kicks me, good game, I lose. If I catch Cho first, good game, I win. Do they want to play that game? If they don't want to play that game, they can go for something simple like a high loss. I was talking about the Edith. The Edith still works fine here. There's a lot of options for sure.
Actually, I'm digging the high loss, right? You have a guaranteed stun with the Law and Order. It's great against the 3 front lines of Nightmare Esports. It enables the Phovis so much more as well. Do they want to play that ego game? Let's see. For PCU. Yep. Wow, good call.
Yeah. High loss been picked up here so far for both teams. A very solid composition here, not seeing a lot of mistakes. It really is just about the execution, where Nightmare, this time with the Cho, they can start forcing a few more fights.
I'm not crazy, right? All 5 heroes.
You're not crazy.
I remember that something was up with Bruno, but I just can't put my finger on it. So all 5 of them were nerfed. Hey, yo.
Even if it's nerf, it's super strong. Technically Husky. We can say everyone got nerfed because of the HP decrease.
Yeah, except for Marksman though. Marksman has always been that solid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, nerf is just a perspective. I mean, for high loss, it was banned in game 1.
It's all about my.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
You could say like, the weaker you make my hero, the stronger I become. And now, speaking of becoming stronger, game number 2 between Nightmare against Tianfeng Yaoguai right now. Match point for DFYG. Can Nightmare equalize? Can they win this one? And then push us to game number 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
I feel like we are already at the cusp of a fraction of history being made for the Chinese region, just because Tianfeng Yaoguai might just get the first series win for the region overall on the international stage. We've seen game wins from KBG, but never a series, and in a 2-0 fashion against a team like Nightmare that's so decorated. That already feels like a big improvement from last time.
Yeah, now we can see KLVJ. This time we're actually looking at the laning phase, and he definitely has a better trade going up against the Khalid. The only thing is that the Khalid can heal up, so it's not that punishing.
Also looking at how much impact Jasmine has, right? Like, you're getting control so much, and it's so hard to walk up. If PCU had that Law and Order at level 2, that would potentially be a dead show. Forced to recall this early doesn't feel good at all.
Something to look at, actually. Nightmare Esports, 4 out of 5 members actually have Thrill in their emblem setup. So it does look like they want to be more aggressive in the early game. They want to make sure that they have a lot of base damage.
They know what to say. Damage is king, right? That extra 18 adaptive damage at level 1. Oh, sweet, sweet numbers.
Yeah, and again, KLVJ, look at how he's moving around Opper. He's cutting the path. He knows where Opper is going to move, and he's like, I'm going to make sure I'm here first. Can't move forward. KLVJ is doing an amazing job as an EXP laner to make sure that one of the benefits of a Khalid is not being used.
You go up against the Kings, you best not miss KLVJ. Like you said, literally a brick wall. Like, it's very rare that you see Khalid getting kind of stumped in this position. The Phobius gets to move first. That does not feel good.
Oh, yeah. Different rotation here. Looks like the roamer as well as the EXP actually absorbs the mid lane. So does this mean that E1 wants that EXP?
KLVJ is going to be 4 red 3, 5 goes, too easy for Lexi. Will find the turtle. Avengers will not help KLVJ. First blood for Nightmare.
I don't know whether it was intended or not, but Yi1 wasn't level 4, which I feel like the EXP lane was open for him to absorb that minion wave. And again, I don't know if that's part of the plan, but I would imagine that they wanted Yi1 to get that level 4 first in the EXP and then join the fight around Turtle.
I agree. I think having the Eternal Guard is so much more valuable than maybe PCU getting that level 4 with the Glorious Pathway. It doesn't change much and doesn't help when Jasmine basically zone out the Vexana from the fight. So now they get to kind of put that pressure on the top side. Get to freeze the turret a little bit. Long still taking that fight. Jasmine spotted out by PCU. Mid side, Yi1 getting gone on Eternal Guard drop. Jasmine even flickers but couldn't find the kick as Yi1 traced his.
Definitely a big change here where Nightmare Esports has more control around the map. They have more tempo, and the change of having this Cho really makes it very, very impressive. And again, something that we might be able to study after this is the emblem setup. Everyone, I believe except Soso, has that thrill. So Cammy has early damage, Jasmine has early damage, Too Easy for Lexi has early damage, Opper as well has early damage, even though he's not able to utilize it going up against KLVJ. But so far, the strat looks good.
Yeah. And thankfully with Jasmine and Soso, they get to kind of negate the disadvantage that that Oppa has to kind of suffer in that early game, right? They're continuing to put pressure onto Long. It's not like PCU is on a Kaja, right? So now diving feels a bit better. And here comes 4-man dive, Raging Sandstorm flicker into a kick. Purify gets used by Long, but the damage is just too much. Jasmine finds the takedown.
Yeah, not much that PCU can really do. Nightmare already starting off very, very good. The fact that Cammy is able to clear the wave that fast, now Cammy can join the turtle fight. So Dianfen Yaguai, no matter what, is going to be a 5-man fight from Nightmare. Nightmare should be the ones to really control this this neutral objective. And now even Too Easy for Lexi has the War Axe.
And you see the difference between the Suyo and the Nolan, right? The burst from Suyo just not as much early on. They find the Terrify, KLVJ to the back, Retribution War. Again, not even close. Too Easy for Lexi finds the objective. Zed gets out, but Selkate goes down again.
Good idea coming in from KLVJ, but Jasmine, he went to the backline making sure that no follow-up is going to be there.
Yeah.
We see the idea here from KLVJ is like, okay, we might not be able to get this turtle, but maybe we can get a kill.
Without the Eve, it is very different, right? Vexana, you use that Terrify or Eternal Guard, that utility goes right out the window. You have such a long cooldown in these early stage. So the control area of control for Dianfen Yaguai definitely not as much as game 1.
Yeah, and I like what you brought up. Not having the Eve here, that also might be the big difference maker for Dianfen Yaguai. Vexana is good, but it's definitely not a replacement for an Eve.
Yeah, it's kind of like a budget Eve. I would even say Aurora kind of feels slightly better in certain regards, right? If you have a Cho that's running at you, I definitely feel like Aurora makes a bit more difference. They drop the Eternal Guard onto Jasmine, who is just soaking it up. KLVJ blocking out Yi1. He doesn't have... Oh, he has to use Flicker, actually, to get out of that. That would have been pretty deadly. Commit the full combo onto KLVJ. Not getting much. Jasmine goes in, looks for the knockup. Jikundo gets it. KLVJ re-engages PCU Law and Order. The verdict being Jasmine's demise. KLVJ pulls vengeance, but the damage from Cammy gives him a double kill.
Yeah, and this is where we see the priority lies with Cammy. Cammy was all alone in the bottom lane, Husky. He could have stayed there. He could have for sure grabbed that objective. But this is the teamwork of Nightmare Esports. He rotated mid, get those kills, and able to get the mid lane. And now he might even get this bottom lane as well.
It feels so much better. It feels so good when your roamer is able to set up and tank damage, not like a Matilda that just gets blown up in an instant. Too easy for Lexi. He's one level ahead. Oppa now gets the pressure along. Obviously not much, right? This Bruno still hurts like a truck. Has to be very careful with how he moves. And with this Bruno out of commission for now, Nightmare Esports gets to move around a lot more.
By the way, can I just shout out the... Right now we have the trophy in the Land of Dawn.
Oh yeah.
Right, when Bruno was fighting against Opper, I saw that at the side. Oh, hold on. PCU taking a lot of damage.
It's a good Law and Order to stop the kick. Jasmine out of position. This KLVJ takes him out. Opper from the corner. Yeah, Long is almost walked out to it. Opper will just go on to him. Long will fight back, uses the Wordy, but keeps his Purify. So it's not that bad for Dianfeng Yaoguai.
Looks like the idea for both EXP laners, KLVJ as well as Opper, is just like man-to-man defense. Don't let whoever you're assigned to move around the map. KLVJ stopped Opper, and this time Opper is going to stop Long. He's going to make sure that Opper will die, but Long is nowhere near the fight.
I would argue stopping the show is so much important. Too easy for Lexi gets the third turtle again. And KLVJ, he's so deep in the Revitalize, not in range to save him. So Cammy on the killing spree.
All the while, Opper was on to Yi1. Yi1 was not a part of that fight just because Opper was able to find him in the backline and then push him away. And Yi1, his playstyle is very, very safe. He's going to make sure that he doesn't die. And Opper exploited that.
I think that the downside right now, or at least how Dianfeng Yaoguai has been playing, there's no one to peel for Yi1. It's not like game 1 where you have a Kaja, we have a Phoveus that can focus on the back. They get a 3-man knockout with Eternal Guard. That is huge. But where's the damage? Jasmine finds the kick into the wall though, so got a flicker to get away. A disengage coming out from Nightmare on the top side. But going back to what I was saying, your roamer, the high loss, he's so focused on trying to dive with KLVJ that E1 has to fend for himself, and it's never gonna feel good.
Right now, Zed going up against Opper. Opper taking quite a bit of damage, but again, Opper is building defense, so this should not be a problem for him. Looking at the itemization here, Opper, even though only has the Thunder Belt, by this time he should be able to have maybe 7 or 8 stacks. So he has quite a bit of defense here. Other itemizations as well, we can already see that Cammy, 8 minutes in, already having 2 items, the Blade of Despair as well as the Malefic Gun, compared to the Bruno also having 2 items, the Hospital as well as the Berserker Fury. The damage is there, the range is not there for the Bruno just yet.
Part of me feels like Dianfeng Yaoguai might need to change the approach to the fight a little bit. Instead of trying to dive the backline and lock them out, you might want to consider peeling for both Long and Yi1. Like, if you stop Jasmine, there is going to be Opper, right? So there's more than one target that is going to constantly threaten this Vexan that's so important to your team fight. They're going to jump onto So. Jasmine from the back. PC will eat all of it up. KLVJ finds the mid laner, but unfortunately, no kills just yet. Long onto Jasmine, who will use the shot away. KLVJ finds the kill onto So. Long now threatened, but PC will just use his body to block it up. Jasmine tries to go for the kick onto Yi1, but Long is saved, and this time, KLVJ is able to stall out the fight.
Dude, it was good by Yi1 as well. As long, did you see how they managed all this dive coming in from Nightmare?
Yeah.
Jasmine tried to kick them.
That's exactly what you need to do, right? Peel for the backline, stop the dive. The difference is there. Flicker into Raging Sandstorm. Long is now the target. Tries to heal up with the Heart's Claw. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. And they take this Lord though. Too easy for Lexi. He has Cammy with him, but he's so low. An attempted steal, not done. Zed will not win that Nightmare with Lord.
Cammy this time is having a much better game. 4-0-3. Damage dealt. Yi1 still at the top. Surprisingly, 33,000 damage dealt. Even though Yi1, more often than not, gets zoned out quite far away from the team fight. So Yi1, if he has a good setup.
Oh yeah.
If Yi1 and Long is not touched, it's going to be good for Dianfeng Yaoguai. Right now, let's look at the instant replay here, even though it looks like a fight is about to start. But look at Yi1. He saw that Jasmine wanted to go for him, so he was able to control him first. And that's the big difference. If Jasmine instantly gets the Vexana, probably a different fight.
I would say the focus right now is who can peel for the backline better, right? Like that fight, no one was peeling KLVJ off off the rest of Nightmare's backline. That's why he's just jumping around with the Infernal Pursuit. Jasmine, flicker kick onto P-Steel. They just burst him. This high loss not part of the fight anymore. The Lord still coming in from the bot side. Tianfeng Yao Guai will have to wait for 20 seconds.
Feels good. Feels good for Nightmare there, where when you get a high loss and you can burst him down that fast, it gives you this confidence that you can fight against anyone. But at this point, Nightmare, they probably just want that holy defense, and they got it, and now they should retreat.
So the good news for Tianfeng Yao Guai is that they keep inhibitors alive. They are almost 7k behind. Another thing is, Long, he needs that Malefic Gun as soon as possible. We see the difference that it doesn't feel good, like you pointed out, if you take Purify on Bruno, but it's a necessity in this game. But without the Flicker, oh boy, any Raging Sandstorm Flicker from Oppa is gonna clip him. And he needs that Malefic Gun. He needs it so fast, but he's so far from it. Oh, wow, he just got it. Wow. Not as far as I thought.
Right now, the Wind of Nature coming in from Cammy is going to make it much more difficult for Zed and Long to actually get that kill. So this is a very big difference.
Yeah.
Over 2,000 difference between Cammy and Long. Even if Long gets free hit over to Cammy, which, judging by the range of the Beatrix, will be very rare to happen, he has to be careful. If he just tunnel visions and just basic attacks all the way and not notice that Wind of Nature, that could be the game-ending fight for Tianfeng Yao Guai.
How fast can you force it out is also a question. It spells a bit of problem for Cal VJ because you dive onto Cammy, but we saw the impact of Nightmare Esports burst damage, right? You get caught once and you just disappear thanks to Banner's Rage. You even get the Demon Hunter Sword, so good luck being a tank if you are Tianfeng Yao Guai.
Right now, I'm just looking at how they're going to win this one. But Nightmare so far, Husky has been playing very clean. Almost 7,000 gold advantage. Cammy hasn't died at all. And too easy for Lexi this time. He's able to start the fight, which is amazing. But able to peel for his backline as well. This is a different Nightmare Esports from game number 1.
Yeah, but you don't have to constantly be the first one to go in. It always feels good. Jasmine wants to look for the kick, couldn't find it, but it's good enough for the team to get the Lord. And now Nightmare Esports have an angle to go in. E1, he is so split up. Flickers away to get to safety. The freeze from So takes out E1. And Tianfeng Yao Guai on the run. Kel VJ with the vengeance to the back. Can't even get Jasmine. That's unstoppable for too easy for Lexi. 3 kills for Nightmare.
Yeah, right now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, it's hard to say this, but they already got to think about game number 3 because Nightmare Esports is almost 10,000 gold ahead. And against a Beatrix, one of the best scalers in the game, this is not what you want to see. And now it looks like they want to go in mid.
Maybe one last chance for Tianfeng Yao Guai, but can they hold on for 5 seconds? So P-Steel will use the Glorious Power to slow down the minion wave and keep himself alive. But Cammy almost finding it. Jasmine just flickers for it. Get rid of the frontline fight. Kick on the E1. Jasmine sets it up. And Long will have to back off. 2 inhibitors down, but bottom one will fall thanks to the Lord. The Nightmare Esports show their true form awaken after game number 1. Tianfeng Yao Guai will have a final defense, but it is futile as Laos will continue this run in the 0-3. We find the equalizer.
The moment the kick connects on the Vexana Husky, that's game over. Your wave clearer is done. It's out of the picture. They can end the game, and that's what they did. This time, they have a much more confident draft.
Yeah, we saw just the most minuscule of differences. Cho instead of Matilda onto Jasmine, the signature pick, but also the shift in ban. First game, Nightmare banned Lo Yi. Yi went through and it was a nightmare for them, but now they ban Yi first phase. That Vexana just doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, right now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, they really got to figure this out because this is the very first game of the Wildcard Husky, and we're going to all 3 games. And I would say both games were very dominant, which really shapes out our meta right now. Whoever gets that snowball going, hard for you to stop them. Really hard for you to stop them.
Yeah, incredibly tough. I came here today.
I came as well. Yeah.
So someone asked me like what are my expectations, and I said that I want all 3 games, and for 2 different reasons. First of all, we don't get to see these teams often, so I want them to have the full experience, and also for everyone else out there. But at the same time, I feel like because you only play a single round robin, you gotta be able to push yourself to the limit and your opponents. And for a part of me, I'm looking at Denfeng Yaoguai. Will the Chinese region fall short again of a series win now that Nightmare Esports have found the momentum?
Something that I do have to say, Husky, as well, is that when you look at Nightmare, Kemi had an amazing game, but no one from Nightmare really stood out that much. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. That shows how they play as a team, make sure that everyone does their job well to the point where it doesn't look like, oh, this single person carried everything. No, we don't see that, right? Yeah. Opera did his job by having all this crazy engage, and then once he starts to engage, Soul traps everyone in ice, and then everyone else just deals damage.
Yeah, and of course, you still have to kind of give credit to how Jasmine is able to set it up. I think the crucial point as we look at the item builds is how that early game panned out for Nightmare Esports, where Jasmine and Oppa work so well to keep Yi1 away. You look at the net worth difference between the mid laners. It is unfair. It's so unfair.
Yeah, very unfair. And again, because Yi1 is always zoned out away, either by Oppa or Jasmine.
Oh yeah.
And I kind of feel like that's the big adjustment from game number 1 to game number 2. The fights will be very difficult if their mid laner is there. So, hey, what if we just push her away?
Yeah, we limit her hero pool. We make sure that she doesn't have full control, and we play with her cooldowns, right? Every single time, if you don't have the Eternal Guard, if you don't have your Terrify, it's go time. There's nothing a Vexana can do, even with a Flicker.
I feel like Denfeng Yaoguai, they don't really have to change the hero.
I don't think so too.
Just change how you play, because you can see that Nightmare is going for Yi1. So how about just go for a draft where all of you are kiting together instead of one person KLVJ always being in the front and then everyone else in the back line. Like, I feel like having this harmony in the team where saying, like, if one of us kites, all of us is kiting. If one of us is diving, everyone is diving.
Absolutely. I think we kind of touched on this a little bit in that mid-fight where Denfeng Yaoguai found a small win because E1 and Long were able to peel away from both the Khalid and the Cho. The main difference was that they just peeled better, right? That's the front to back we were expecting. KLVJ was uncontested, and that's why he was able to stop Cammy from contributing to the fight. Denfeng Yaoguai needed to do that a bit more in game 2, but unfortunately they were too far behind to keep doing it.
Right now we're going to look at the emblem here and look at what Nightmare is doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 trills and 1 rupture. Where when we're looking at Denfeng Yaoguai, you know, a split of everything, but their emblem makes sense. It's just that we're starting to see a trend here. Nightmare, they want straight up stats, and they want stats on damage, not on defense.
And at the same time, it also explains why Nightmare Esports were moving around so often and so fast on the map. 3 Wilderness Blessing on the important targets, right? We talk about the mid trio. In this case, it's without too easy for Lexi. They were able to bring Oppa along, even though it took him longer to get out of the lane.
Yeah. So, is it fair to say, so far we see win or lose is coming from the mid duo? Because in this game, in game number 1, Yi1 looked great, Soul as well as Jasmine not so much. The Matilda didn't work well for game number 1. In game number 2, the Vexana didn't look all that well. So it looks like at least I honestly believe for every single match moving forward all the way to the grand finals is gonna be the same story. But at least for this season, for this match, mid duo is so important.
I agree. If you can involve your jungler or sometimes your XP laner, more XP laner like Hilda, Khalid, then it always will feel good. I mean, it's a 13k, almost a 13k gold lead. In terms of buff contest, it's even in this game, but up against Asuyo, which props to Zed for not going down for like the majority of the game until that late game rolled around. He's trying his best, but you just don't have the same impact in terms of burst, right? You don't go as fast as the Nolan.
Yeah, I just feel like the Chinese region, they just have to start being a little bit more disciplined around their fight, because they've been split up multiple times. Either Yi1 is split up, KLVJ is split up, makes it so that the front line and the back line are on different planets. And I don't want to see that. I feel like in the wildcard stage, if you want to be the champions here, if you want to go to M6, the fundamental of team fight has to be solid.
And that's something I feel like certain teams fall into. It's like a booby trap, right? When you have a Phoebus on your team, the Phoebus is all about go, go, go. The moment I press Infernal Pursuit, I am deep. My head is deep in the water. I have to full commit. Yeah. I take either Vengeance or sometimes Revitalize. It gives you that false sense of I gotta keep fighting, And we saw that in game 2, where KelVJ, he's deep in, he's so committed that there's no one to help him. And that kind of allowed Cammy to just freely farm up as the Beatrix.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was even able to build a Demon Hunter sword just in case if his burst damage is not enough. There's going to be some HP percent damage. So overall, Cammy had an amazing game this time. This time, he didn't lose out against Bruno, and we were talking about the emblem where in game number 1, he went for Tenacity. Yep. This time he went for Weapon Master. It's just like, you know what, if you want to fight damage, I have damage.
Yeah, and on top of that, I call my team, right? My team kept coming to the top side. I take you down once, I take that tier 1, it is over. Now you constantly need someone to protect the Bruno because Jasmine is being kind of a mosquito. Cammy is free farming.
Yeah, let's look at the highlights here from Cammy and looking at what he has been doing all throughout the game. And this is the moment where bottom lane, he went all the way to mid, able to secure the kills and then secure the objective as well. This shows his macro understanding. He had a free turret, but he wants some kills as well.
So patient as well. I mean, the rest of Nightmare was so patient with how they played that game, and you can even see in all these small moments where Cammy was involved in the fights. This one is probably the most even one where Tianfeng Yaoguai was able to kind of peel away the divers and allow KelVJ to do his job. But aside from that, Cammy was essentially untouched, right? Like KelVJ showed up, great, I have an Alpha to kill for me, I have Aurora to freeze him in place, and I just need to banish Rach's face.
Yeah, so really in terms of what they've been doing is that Tianfeng Yaoguai, they just have to go back to basic. Make sure that they don't get punished, and then they're gonna be good. Yuan is an amazing player. Allow him to be an amazing player. Don't allow him to be zoned out by both Opper as well as Jasmine, because that's one of your losing conditions. The fact that he is not able to join the fight, that's a L, not a W.
That's a big L. And now that we've kind of talked about so much and how base HP are reduced for most heroes except for marksmen, which means mages are so much more effective early on, so you want E1 to be in the fight, not out of it. I think they just need to look back at game 1 and realize that the whole time when E1 was able to participate, that's how they got the lead.
Yeah, so something that they have to consider is, again, about the bans. They chose to be on second pick, correct? I mean, that's what we assume.
Yeah. I think Nightmare chose
Nightmare chose first pick,
they chose first pick,
Either way, it's like, Vexana is a strong pick. I'm not so sure if they have other picks that they want to consider going up against Nightmare, because something that I tried myself, Farsa seems very, very strong, but I don't know if that's part of their hero pool.
I kind of feel like it has to be. I think if you're a mid laner right now, you have to at least have the basics on learning the control mages like Yve, Aurora, Vexana. It's a must. Anything beyond that, Valentina, right? Valentina is probably the step up. You probably look at Farsa. I'm not sure about Xavier though. I've been quite a big fan of the Xavier in this patch, but I'm not sure how it would fare on the international stage.
I would say it's gonna have the same problems where he basically gets zoned away. But to be fair, I kind of feel like that's the same issue if you use any kind of mid laner. It's really on your roamer, where I feel like honestly the high loss can peel for you. It doesn't peel in the same way as all of these crazy crowd control heroes, but it's all just about slowing them down, you know, the on-hit stun. So I kind of feel like PCU, he wanted to go in front where he really should be kiting back with his team.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also, we kind of saw a glimpse of these two teams. A part of me feels that their focus is a lot on not just getting the jungler ahead, but the gold laner, right? Like in game 1, Tianfeng Yaoguai has been focusing a lot on getting Long ahead, or Long on the Bruno, get him into fights as early as possible. Game 2, that was Nightmare Esports allowing Cammy's Beatrix to literally get an insurmountable lead. So coming into game 3, if that is still going to be the case, maybe Tianfeng Yaoguai has to reconsider how they played it early to mid, bring that snowball and spill it to the gold lane.
And now let's look at KelVJ here, his previous achievements. When he was with Sunsparks, fifth place in M1, 56th place in M1, and then became MPL Philippines Season 4 and Season 5 champion. When he was in Execration, won MSC in 2021, and with Tianfeng Yaoguai being the first in the Chinese qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, right, 6-year veteran has found success through multiple regions, and you know, playing in the Chinese region, it's slightly different, right? Because it's a fresher region overall, but when you have someone that kind of knows the game from its early days until now, it does help the dynamic. And even better yet, you have a coaching staff that can kind of pass on the message, right? You kind of break that language barrier, which is a big plus for Dianfeng Yao Guai. Now is to convert that, because we've seen Kel VJ, he has won his lane in a matchup that you expect the enemy XP laner to move early. He's been able to lock him in place. Now the question is, will Dianfeng Yao Guai try to leverage that to spill that lead into Kel VJ, or they could do the alternative and take Kel VJ's oppression and spill it elsewhere?
So right now we gotta go into the draft here, and I really feel like I want to focus on Roam as well as mid, because this really so far has been the showcase here. Nightmare has the momentum.
Oh yeah.
Dianfeng Yao Guai, they need the expertise of both Lunges as well as Sasa to calm them down, remember your fundamentals, and keep your head in the game. They cannot take that loss and, you know, like get distracted. But now Dianfeng Yao Guai, they're the ones in the first pick, and they're betting out their own heroes. Well, except for the Alpha.
Huh, this is interesting. Though this could be a way to set themselves up for success as well, because to limit the pool that Nightmare can go for. Right now you could take Khalid, you could take Gatot Kacha if you want to. And you could take the Hilda as well, which was a pick that we've been waiting to see. Banned in game 1, let through in game 2, but no one picked it up. So now you want to oppress the enemy jungler, you have a perfect pick for that.
And now we have a fun fact. Dianfeng Yao Guai's Vexana pick last game is the hero's first appearance in history of the M series. And Nightmare's Aurora pick last game is the hero's first appearance in the history of the M series as well. This has shown how different this season of the M series compared to the previous one. But again, jumping back in here, it is the Hilda, which has been buffed. And again, pick or ban, man, pick or ban. This Hilda is... Everyone's HP got nerfed, sure, but Hilda feels tanky as hell.
I mean, if any hero that has an execute ability always feels good, you know? So the Harry gets picked up for Cammy, the Gatot Kacha as well. Great flex on the side of Nightmare. And if you are playing into a Hilda, you really don't care about the Hilda. I'm a Gatot Kacha, what can you do against me, right?
Yeah, but now it does look like Nightmares, they're playing more on the... I would say comfort, because Cammy loves magic damage goal laners, and he's going, well, where else is this Harv gonna go, right? So goal lane Harv here alongside with the Gatot Kacha, and this time DFYG, they pick up the Cho and the Suyo.
I was thinking whether you want the Nolan or Suyo. I think Suyo is still a decent choice. Again, it's not really on a Zed in the previous game, right? He's just not enabled, but him as an individual has been really solid, matching up with Too Easy for Lexi. There is one pick I'm looking at for Dianfeng Yao Guai. It's not the Bruno. I'm looking at the Beatrix right now. Whether that one gets banned by Nightmare in the phase 2.
I'm looking at Hayabusa. Hayabusa has been like true.
Oh yeah, that too.
This could, I mean, the Hilda though.
Yeah, Hilda chose Suyo. Like, do we care about the Hayabusa? That's the thing.
Yeah, like Haya is such an amazing pick, but Hilda just shuts that down. I wonder if they want to take the risk. I really do. It looks like they are. They're like, you know what, Hilda Schmilda,
I mean,
we'll deal with it.
I hear Japanese voice line. It could either be Aurora or Hayabusa, but Aurora is not a male, so Hayabusa it is. But into his Cho and Hilda, this could get dicey. I say this.
That's the mindset, Husky. That's the confidence.
It is.
The other members of the team is like, are you sure he's going up against Hilda? And then he is just like, so what?
Hilda and Cho.
So what?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out. They banned Aloy again. I do like it.
I wonder if they want to ban out. I don't know. I kind of feel like most of the mid laners that Dianfeng Yao Guai can have, I feel like Nightmare can deal with it. I'm more thinking about Nightmare, because whatever mid laner that they want, it needs to be so strong in the early game to the point where he can't pose a threat against a Hilda and a Cho.
So, sounds like Aurora or Vex.
Honestly, even Valentina is fine. Honestly, even Valentina is fine.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if they'll ban that out. I mean, they did ban the Tigreal out.
So they're really thinking that this Gatot Kacha is going EXP, which I can see that happening, even though looking at a lot of matches after the patch, a lot more teams are moving the Gatot Kacha over to the Roam.
I agree. But I feel like if you want to just man-to-man a Hilda, that Gato Kacha probably is a better choice compared to Khalid, which is still left open. I mean, Nightmare, they have some options for sure.
Right now, if they want to ban out another mid laner, probably something much more oppressive. They could ban out the Vexana and then pick up the Aurora for themselves, so there's not a lot of control mages left. Like, if you want to go control, you might have to really dig deep. Cyclops, I don't know.
With a Hayabusa around, I'm not that sure. They did ban the Farmers though, which is great against what Nightmare has. They have short burst damage, so if I eat it out with the Nether Realm, then there's really nothing much that Nightmare will have left.
Sand rises.
So they do ban a Khalid. It gives a great matchup to the Hilda, right? Now this Gut Thought might actually be forced to go XP.
I mean, here's the thing. You could even go back to old traditional, picking up the Terizla, because I feel like it's still a fine matchup here. Whoa, whoa.
Wait, do you just go Valentina if you're Dianfeng Yao Guai?
Doesn't matter, because if this is mid Angela, I'm not so sure, because there are games where I see mid Angela has a very strong early game. There are games where it's not really strong early game. This Angela pickup makes me a little bit more worried about the Hayabusa. This is a curveball. This is a wild card for me.
It's a double flex, right? Angela, Gatot Kacha, both up in the air. I still think you could go for Beatrix still. Beatrix, yeah, I think Beatrix, you want to get an early advantage over Lunox. There's also Lunox, right? It's still available into Harith. Wow, they go for Moskov instead.
Well, the Moskov is very good at peeling. And this time, they have the CC, so this Gato Kacha is going roam, so this Angela is going mid. Gato Kacha roam actually makes me feel a little bit comfortable with the Hayabusa, so it looks like when it comes to the mid lane, it's all about control. Damage, they have damage, but it's not the biggest amount of burst damage. They just have a lot of control here, Husky.
You want to talk about Snowball, I think Nightmare has drafted a composition that allows them to just not only create a snowball, but a avalanche if they get ahead. Harith, Angela, Hayabusa. My goodness, it's about to get incredibly messy in that first few minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at this draft. So far, Dianfeng Yao Guai has a very solid draft. Nightmare Esports, very strong, but it really does rely on their mid trio. As we're jumping in to the final game of match number 1, Dianfeng Yao Guai going up against Nightmare. Whoever wins this one has a big advantage in their group as we're jumping into the Land of Dawn.
And this is the first time, probably the last time in the series where we see both teams switch sides. Dianfeng Yao Guai finds themselves on blue and Nightmare on that red side. Of course, again, parallel jungling, you know, Suyo on purple, Hayabusa on orange. I want to look at this early mid control though. Cho and Aurora wave clear is just insane.
Yep. Looks like Nightmare, they're going to stick close to their own jungle just to make sure if any funny business is going on. However, it does look like Opper is able to have eyes onto KLVJ. In terms of the trade, it looks pretty good for now. Opera should have an okay time going up against this Hilda, but now the Hilda is starting to rotate.
And that's a very early commitment. Now we flicker out for E1. Here comes the stun. Purify out for Soulstones. Gonna chop him in half. KLVJ with the cleave. First blood for Dianfeng Yao Guai.
Yeah, this is why I worry just a little bit with the draft coming in from Nightmare, because their mid duo is quite squishy. The Gatot is good. Yeah. It's just the Angela. The Angela for me is a curveball.
Talk about moving first, right? Without Khalid, Hilda is always going to move first. Taunt onto Zed. He is level 4. Quell the Evil, Revitalize. KLVJ escorts the Cell K out.
Yeah, right now looking at the goal lane as well, it does look like Cammy is having a better time going up against Long. However, with that being said, Long hasn't really traded a lot of HP, so it could just be manipulation of the wave that Cammy has advantage over Long, and Long doesn't care about being a little bit closer towards his herd. Yep, looks like Cammy's trying to freeze in the mid, but Long is not letting that happen.
Yeah. And to be very fair, even though if you have a big wave crashing, it's a Moskov, right? Like his wave clear is pretty dang good, even in the early game.
Yeah, and so right now, Opper is level 4.
Wait,
KLVJ, I think he took
mid-wave, right?
I think he took mid-wave, yeah.
I think so too. And it's going to be a bit of a problem. He can tie up PCU and a +1. So this might not be a good contest. Nightmare, they want that higher booster to his fall. Twisty for Lexi is only level, just hit level 4? Something must have happened. He got slowed down.
I mean, I don't know. I already said my piece, but now the fight around Turtle, Denfeng Yaguai definitely has the advantage here. Looks like the Hayabusa doesn't even want to contest, this is bad for Denfeng Yaguai because they're taking the Turtle real slow, and this allows the Hayabusa to farm up a little bit faster. Denfeng Yaguai, they were waiting for the Hayabusa to contest, but the Haya is just like, bro, what are you doing? I'm not even coming anywhere close to you.
But to be fair, if you are Denfeng Yaguai, you are happy with that result, right? Because Too Easy for Lexi is already slow on that level 4. So sure, you get to farm, but Zed is still one level ahead. So for him, it's feeling really comfortable. KelVJ is a sandbagging offer. Like, what can you do as a CC, honestly?
Nightmare has an option where they can start to snowball in the gold lead. The fact that the Angela can go inside of the Harif and then just force a fight, that's going to be very, very big. Are they going to do that, though? Because looking at the rotation, it looks like they want to do that.
Yeah, PC will spot this out. So he's going to take the brunt damage. Flickers brings Too Easy for Lexi to long fall out and just stun up Too Easy for Lexi. 200 IQ play right there from PCU. And they might just go for more, and then stun on the Cammy. Then Angela is going to run out. Cammy forced to hop out of the wall, and now Jasmine is alone. Here comes KelVJ to slice them in half. And Cammy is down. Jasmine misses the AOG. Denfeng Yaguai comes out on top.
Let me just say, if what they did on purpose, like if they did that on purpose, that's cool.
Dude, I would think that's a big brain play right there. That looks so cool. Holy cow.
Yeah, now PCU finds Opper. Opper looks like will be able to survive, which, by the way, he does have the war cry, so probably do a little bit more damage here. Nightmare Esports, they had an idea, the execution was just not there. Looks like the damage coming in from Cammy in the early game is okay, but probably okay against one person. Going up against 3-4 members, not gonna be a good deal.
Oh, he did win that lane and forced the flicker from long, which is good. I was about to say that you give that Moscow 2 assists in the early game and you take down the enemy Harif, that feels too much of a bonus. But at least the recall comes through, but once more Moscow cleared the wave, so there really isn't much extra pressure that Cammy can apply.
Nightmare, they gotta figure out a way. They gotta figure out how to slow down the game. Slow it enough to Too Easy for Lexi able to keep up, and then hopefully get some kills.
I mean, KelVJ, he's just cleaving this Angela in half. Jasmine uses Revitalize. AOG, he escapes. So this fight is already done. They find a kick on the Hayabusa. Even a ninja with shadows cannot escape that long. Try to man-fight Cammy, almost wins that. But Denfeng Yaguai finds 3 kills. They found Jasmine too.
It's not a good feeling here. It's not. And right now, Opera as well almost got taken down, Husky.
Wow.
Look at this Hayabusa 0-2-1. He needs a better early game. He's not getting it. And I gotta say, the mid duo right now, they're struggling, Husky. They're really struggling.
It always goes back to that conversation we always bring up when we see an Angela mid. You give a playmaker Angela, you're relying so much on their silence, but look at KelVJ. He's jumping in. Jasmine gets kicked away by P-Still. KelVJ, Revitalize will expire, now being tied out. Too Easy for Lexi will find a shutdown. Denfeng Yaguai overextended, but the freeze from E1 saves P-Still. So Nightmare finds a trade.
Now let me just say, despite us talking about drive, let's talk about the goods here, right? Nightmare, they scale so well. Having an Angela on your side of the map makes it so that you are tanky as hell, even though you're built for damage. So both the CC, both the Harif as well, they can actually dive in and they can do a lot of work because the CC is more about consistent damage. It's not big bursts of damage, it's just like scaling a little bit with the yo-yo, getting that War X stack, and then eventually cleaning up house. And then the Hayabusa, once he's got his items as well, even going up against 5 men, his Ogi Shadow Kill is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, bit of a problem for Cammy now that the tier 1 has gone down. The map shrinking for Nightmare Esports. To their credit, Denfeng Yaguai isn't too far ahead, right? It's 2.2k, 2.4k gold lead, very, very manageable. But the problem is slowing that game down. We haven't really seen much of it from Nightmare. They punished KelVJ once because he overextended without Revitalize, but Lexi, where you gonna go? Ogi Shadow Kill. But where's the escape route? There's none! They bring Soso in, so Soso also goes down! Killing spree for Zed!
And right now, Denfeng Yaguai, they had 2k, now they have 3k, and now they're staring down at all the neutral objectives. The map is theirs. They can do whatever they want at this point. Now Opera is 1v1ing against Zed, and honestly, Zed is winning that trade.
How do you run? Because Cammy doesn't want to be a part of that. He recall and Opera, you are on your own. Taste the X of KelVJ. The king comes to pay a visit. I'll say the beast from the east, the true Chinese mythical creatures have been awakened, LaFell.
Dude, KLVJ, I don't think he's small K right now. He's big K.
Yeah, he's big king.
He's big K.
Big king.
Big King. Don't let go of this Hilda. This Hilda is doing work right now. 5-1 and 3, still having that revitalize. So even if Too Easy for Lexi finds a good catch onto anyone, hey, all of a sudden the Hilda is gonna be there. Oh, it's a good thing he didn't get caught.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing for now. When is he getting help? I guess never, not even with the hard guard. You know, there's a Chinese saying that everything beneath the heaven belongs to you. In this case, it belongs to KLVJ. 天下独他为尊. This one, 小王子 has been awakened. You see, 巅峰妖怪. Now, 6.2k goal lead.
Yep.
How do you stop that, man?
First, I gotta translate that in my head, but for now, Nightmare, this is one of the weaknesses of a CC. The CC is an amazing hero, but the core weakness of a CC is that the wave clear. You don't clear the wave very fast, and now Cammy gets caught!
Let's purify out. Is he dashing forward to fight that? Are you insane? So Cammy is now gone. They take the top tier 2 revitalize from KLVJ, keeps everyone alive. Upper also falls. And Dianfeng Yao Guai knocking on the doors of Nightmare at 8.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and now PCU as well. Just be like, I'm here in your base. What are you gonna do about it? 7.4k gold ahead. Nightmare, again, like I said, figure out one way. Slow down the game. Slow it down enough so that Cammy can keep up. Lexi can keep up because 1-4 and 1 Hayabusa, there's not much that he can do. But with time, with items, I promise he can do something.
It feels...
And first 3 item picked up.
Wow, under 9 minutes. That timing for long. It all started with one bot lane fight. I mean, it's a lot more doable when Dianfeng Yao Guai is only 2k ahead, but now they have quadrupled that lead. I don't know how Nightmare Esports is going to deal with this.
Oh yeah, right now, Nightmare.
This is pre-Lord, by the way. All tier 2s have gone down pre-Lord.
Wow. That did not cross my mind, let me tell you that.
This is a 1 year gap between, like, you know, in between M5, right? So, wow, so much has changed.
Oh, so much has changed. This time the Chinese region are here. They stepped up and they are playing out of their minds, let me tell you that. And now it looks like they're gonna get a free Lord. Too easy for Lexi, he's just gonna get the free bottom tier, but again, they just need something. Anything that they can get, they'll be thankful for it.
Is this considered like an upset of some sort? Did you come into this, you know, expecting Nightmare to come out the victors?
The things that I've heard from Dianfeng Yao Guai gave me hope to the point where I did not come in here with any expectations of saying either A or B is going to win this matchup, because I heard good things and I like that my sources has not lied to me, Husky. Like, what they've told me looks legit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I agree with that. And at the same time, it's good to have the opening series of the wildcards to be somewhat of a spectacle, right? It could be unexpected to a lot of people who might not have followed Dianfeng Yao Guai's journey from XYG until now. But here we see, let's see the first Lord. PCO definitely fishing for something, but has to find that timing. If they can break even one inhibitor with this first Lord, is already a big advantage, and they're on route to do that. Too easy for Lexi just got BOD, but there's no way in. Look at the second one. Oh my god, Jasmine, he is so low. Long is doing what? PCO finds the kick onto Lexi of all people. I think Dianfeng Yao Guai might have just done it. Jasmine goes in for the AOG, but the revitalized KLVJ doesn't even go down. You will not take Xiao down. Dianfeng Yao Guai rises to the occasion. Game 1 of this first wildcard best of 3 goes over to the Chinese region.
With 11,000 goal lead here, Husky. Imagine that. Game number 2.
Wow.
They did it. They are here to show up. They are saying that they are one of the teams that can secure the final M6 ticket.
There's a chance, there's a glimmer of hope. We did say that coming into this international event, this M series, we've seen the Chinese region win games but not series. Well, Dianfeng Yao Guai just changed that patient history, taking a series off of the opponents in an international game. What a showing.
Definitely not the last time that we're going to see Nightmare Esports. They have a lot more opportunities here, Husky, to actually win out in their group. But they got to look back into their games. They got to figure it out because, again, behind the scenes, we talked about it with players. The draft is so important. And this is what makes Wildcard amazing, man. people will come up with unconventional drafts, and it's all about can they execute it or not.
The Hilda, man. I mean,
Oh, the Hilda,
that Hilda was
S tier.
how they do it there, right? And I just the brilliance in the drafting phase. They not only pick Hilda, we talk about them banning their own heroes, right? They banned Phoveus.
They banned the
They
E.
banned Eve. They
And
banned the
Alpha.
Khalid also, right? They
Yeah.
realized that okay, Khalid can move fast, but what if we ban it? Who can match the Hilda? No one. The Hilda is solo killing the Angela in that mid game.
Dude, let me tell you, if they had the Alpha, they had a chance because Alpha does true damage.
That too.
Hilda was used against heroes like the Hayabusa to make sure that he doesn't get his farm. And let me ask you, did he get his farm?
No, I mean,
There you
he
go.
picked the Hayabusa into a Hilda, right? That's also something that I think Nightmare Esports would look back at and kind of think to themselves, okay, we definitely had an idea, but the circumstances were just too hard.
No, like we really got to look at the scale of how this ended up because think about this. Tianfen Yaguai going up against Nightmare Esports. At the end of the game, they had over 11,000 gold difference. That's a big difference. That's a big gap. That shows their draft executed amazingly in the early and mid game to the point where there's really nothing that Nightmare can do with the draft that they have. They don't even have a lot of wave clear to handle the push.
Yeah, this is like the fastest game so far in the Worldcast. Of course, it's just the first series.
It's just the first series.
Just the first series, right? But it is a pretty fast game. It's like a pretty decent record that could hold on for quite a while. All altitude turrets down before the first Lord, and it ended with the first Lord.
Yeah, so right now let's look at the itemization for both teams here. And okay, let me just, I feel like for a lot of people that play the game religiously, they can start to see why it's difficult for the draft coming in from Nightmare with having the Angela as the mid laner. It makes it so that your wave clear is a little bit slow, your rotation's a little bit slow, and you can control the opponents if they're staying in lane. The moment where they send multiple people to go inside of your jungle, you don't have a lot of ways to deal with them, especially against a Hilda. What are you really going to do against the Hilda?
Yeah, even when you look at the smallest of fights, right? Like Tianfen Yaoguai in that early game, you just neglect the net worth difference because it is not even close. The way that these fights were set up, Nightmare Esports had an idea. We have an Hayabusa, we have an Angela, we need to play fast, right? Flash of the Oasis, fleeting time. First fight bot lane went horribly. The Hayabusa went down, and the thing is, he never recovered. And even before that, remember, Too Easy for Lexi didn't contest the turtle because he was far behind in
Yeah.
XP. It's a culmination of just the early advantage that Tianfen Yaoguai got.
Let me just say, look at this Hilda, man. 7-1 and 8. Rarely do you see your EXP laner being a part of the fight that much. 7, 8, 15. 15 out of the 16 kills
He's
is
a part
all
of
on
it.
Kill VJ.
The only one he was not a part of was because he overextended and went down, but you know, it's forgivable. The fact that he shows up.
Wait, something different here. Pichu didn't have Thrill on his Cho.
It is tanky, right? It's firmness.
Yeah.
I soak up the damage, I do a setup. I want to match up with Gato Kashyap, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, and Long as well, having Thrill for the Moscow, where we usually see either the attack speed or the crit, so, you know,
That's too.
something different as well.
I guess you can make up for it with your items anyways, but this time, look at objective takes. Just, 8-1 turrets. What can you really do?
Yeah.
It's a 12k gold lead in 11 minutes, Lavelle. That's more than 1,000 per minute.
And we can definitely see that Tianfen Yaoguai is more biased towards one side of the map. Because look at the orange buff and purple buff take. 8 purple buff for their side, and then only 4 for theirs. And a lot of the, how do I say this? A lot of aura purple buff stole in here. So they understand that this Hayabusa without the purple buff, he really can't do much. You can take orange buff, whatever. Even they ignore their own orange buff. They just really want to make sure that they control the purple.
That, and also when you have a Hilda who is not just winning her lane, she's spilling her lead to other lanes, you can just tell your team, you know what, Hilda, come with us. We're going to help out our Moscow. Let's give Long the best game of his life. And the rest is history. I mean, Tianfen Yaoguai, they just got all the fundamentals right. And maybe, you know, all the back-end scolding from Sasa has paid off. Who knows, right? And he can be quite a strict, but also very strategic person.
I mean, here's the thing. Whatever he said, it worked out. Because
Yeah.
we see a different Tianfen Yaoguai here. And good thing, bad thing. Now everyone knows that DFYG is a team that you got to be careful of. So now they got a target on their back. Again, good thing, bad thing. But now we got to look at the MVP for this game. The Hilda is a good shot, but we'll see who is the final. Yeah, it's KLVJ on this Hilda. Although I don't think you need to be an analyst to tell anyone, you know what, maybe don't let the Hilda through. Maybe ban it out.
Or maybe when you see the Hilda, don't pick Hayabusa into the Hilda. Maybe there's a Hayabusa and Angela into a Hilda. Maybe that could also be something, point of consideration, right? Just a food for thought. Wait, is this fair to say that this game really came down to kind of like the draft difference?
Yes, 100%.
Right, like game 1 and 2 was even, but this one, a very stark difference.
It's even to the point where I wouldn't mind if they pick up something like a Bane, even a Fredrin. Imagine a Fredrin back in the meta, right? Like that could possibly work out, because I saw a mile away that the moment Opper and KLVJ were skirmishing in their own lane, KLVJ wanted to get away. He's like, yo, minions are great, but you know what's also great? Going to the mid lane.
You know what's great? When I can keep bullying the Angela. Hey, you want to hard guard your Hayabusa? What if I just take you out before the hard guard? What if I constantly be a Bane to the enemy? And look, I mean, KLVJ, he's showing up on the bot side of the map, and he's not even worried about his own turret.
6 years of experience, man.
Yeah, 6 years of experience, and you give him something that is so oppressive. Oh man, look at this, doesn't even go down, right? Like, if he still survives, KLVJ, he's just running straight into their faces. Truly, Selke, truly the king.
I like to see as well that Lung is not just Bruno all the way. He's a Moscow. But now, we got to look at the standings here. We're looking at Group A here, for folks, where Dianfeng Yaoguai has 1 point, Nightmare Esports has 0 points. So, if Dianfeng Yaoguai is able to win more games, they're looking good. Nightmare Esports, if they lose one more game, Husky, just one more game, the chances of them making out of Group A is incredibly slim.
It might just go to virtually 0, right? Like, it's tough. Obviously, when you look at Group A, Ulhanar is still the team to beat. Now, Dianfeng Yaoguai, with this showing, I think a lot of people will be looking forward to how they fare against the Turkish Fallen Kings. But for now, they get to celebrate this opening series. I think for the Chinese region as a whole, it's already a big plus.
Oh yeah. And this shows that they've really prepared.
They have.
Maybe Sasa and Lunga is going back to Malaysia. They got a buff.
I mean, Sasa did. He again, multi-tier region winner.
Something to say as well. They've been boot camping here for a while.
They have. Yeah, they actually have been.
So boot camping in Malaysia and then not traveling anywhere else after that. Good idea from them. The moment their qualifier ended, they went straight here and got all those scrims in. Really helped them out because their draft are looking good. Their gameplay is looking amazing. And the rotations, the timings is on point.
Especially when we are also a region that loves to fight.
Oh yeah.
We have a meta that incentivizes fighting. You can't get any better than that. So, you know, I think Dianfeng Yaoguai has really set the bar. I personally, you know, looking back at that best of 3, I'm just thinking to myself, if this is a taste of what M6 has to bring, even from wildcards alone, oh boy, I think we got quite a journey ahead of us, Rafael.
Now I want to talk about the match coming up. It is going to be Legion Esports going up against Incilio. Incilio is also one of the teams where a lot of eyes are on them. They're one of the teams that can actually handle against Team Spirit. So again, Dianfeng Yaoguai, it might be a surprise to a lot of people. But this match as well, if Legion Esports can take down Incilio, it could also be a surprising factor where a lot of people are looking at Wildcard and be like, okay, you know what? RIP guest coins, because the teams, I love that they're showing up.
Yeah, I mean, again, hold on to your guest coins because it might get pretty ugly just in the wildcard stage alone. Remember, Legion Esports was the team that took down Nightmare in the MCCM, right?
Yes.
In the Mekong Challenge Cup, qualifying into this. So imagine if they take out Incilio, 2nd seed from EECA. How crazy would that be?
Again, I look at a lot of predictions online, and a lot of people are talking a lot about Incilio, because Incilio is all about that control playstyle, especially when you compare it to Team Spirit, where they're a little bit more like the Asian teams where they really like to fight. So I really want to see how Legion Esports, being a very aggressive team themselves, will Insilio will be having a better time or a rougher time against them? You guys can see here coming up next, it is going to be Legion Esports coming in from Vietnam going up against Insilio from EECA.
I think it's a good storyline for both, right? A full Vietnamese team taking out Insilio, or maybe Insilio's controls playstyle still has a place in its current meta. You combat the team spirit who likes to go fast, Kid Bomba likes to start fights. Insilio, they want to take their time. They want to have the perfect, 100% win chance, and now you're seeing them up against Legion Esports, who also loves to play fast. It's the unstoppable force against the immovable object.
Yeah, we've seen so far in terms of how the meta has been shaping up, it is going as expected. Hilda is amazingly strong. A lot of the heroes, even though they got nerfed, still looking very strong. Suyo is still pickable. The Cho looks absolutely amazing. The Eve looks like it's going to be pick or ban because the control is good, but the damage as well. A control mage that does a lot of damage, something you got to keep into consideration.
I think the ban phase is going to be quite a challenge, right? Even still on red side, you still have to ban out certain heroes like Jusin and Chip. There's no escaping that.
Yeah, with that being said, hope you guys at home are ready because we're going for a short break. After this, it is going to be Legion Esports going up against Cecilio. My name is Afel, this is Husky, and we'll catch you guys on the next match after this.
모바일 레전드 M6 스위스워치
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys missed it, we're going to have a quick recap here where we just finished the first game of the wild card here at M6, where Demphon Yaguai was able to defeat Nightmare Esports, but it was not an easy match where he went all 3 games. First game went over to Demphon Yaguai, and in the last game went to them as well. Nightmare Esports, it looked like they have to figure out something different for the other matches here at the wildcard. Welcome back. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Husky, and now we're about to start the match between Legion Esports going up against Incilio.
It's going to be interesting because a lot of eyes are going to be on Legion Esports. Again, full Vietnamese team. We don't get to see that often on the international stage.
Yeah.
Last year they had an import, but this year they decided to go full on local. But Incilio, very different play style that feels like it has a very weird spot in this meta. I'm looking forward to see the different personalities clash.
Yeah, for sure. And we see a little bit about the meta here, but I feel like going up against Incilio, going up against Legion Esports, something that additionally you have to worry about is the Joy. Joy is one of those heroes that is amazing right now, Husky. We haven't seen it in the first match of the day, but the second match, we might see it because Joe loves those assassins. He knows how to play the Fenny well, and he knows how to play that Joy as well. Which
is an interesting point, right? Because it's one of those few heroes that has really slipped out of a lot of people's minds ever since the nerf that hit her multiple patches ago. They removed the crowd control immunity, they only gave a slow immunity, and it just doesn't feel good when you fall behind. But right now, the fact that you can hit your beats faster and you still do insane damage into the late game, I am excited to see if people will pick up that hero.
Oh yeah, for sure. The only hero that I see was able to actually handle that burst is a team that has a Florian, where apparently the Florian seal is strong enough to deal with the electrifying beats. But the thing is, the Florian needs 2 to 3 items, and sometimes the game doesn't drag that long.
Which is interesting because if Incilio wants to play a more controlled game, the Florian does feel like a pick that could go that route. I mean, compared it to a Estes or a Diggy, which kind of was a Sabu special from Team Spirit. Yeah. So I think that is something to look out for. I'm not sure how well it'll fit into this meta. But I think even for a team like Incilio, you don't want to go that slow.
Oh yeah, for sure. Legion Esports, they can play very, very fast. We're going to talk a little bit more about them when we have full visuals as well. But a lot of adjustments that Legion Esports has done for their own lineup to make sure that their lineup is as strong as possible. And now for you guys at home, discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. Again, thank you very much to Kadia Gaming for supporting Wildcard as well as M6. This game, Legion Esports, is all about moving fast. Maybe Incilio has adjusted. Maybe now they're a much faster team as well.
I think that's something that I personally am looking forward to, because all we've heard, or most of the things we heard about Incilio, is that they like to be controlled. They like to play it slow and methodical, but in a landscape that demands you to be fast, that demands you to be decisive. Either Incilio keeps up, or they figure out a formula to really stall things out.
Yeah, and again, we've seen teams trying out that Fredrin in the jungle, although I kind of feel like it's the last option. Where there's really nothing else, then we will probably start seeing those picks. But again, this is the wild card, folks. Anything can happen, but losing in wild cards here really makes it more and more difficult for any teams to get that final M6 ticket. Because let me just let you guys know, the only way if you lost one game for you to make it through the next round is that you hope everyone lose one game except for one person losing all 3 games. But now let's look at the standings here, just to solidify of what is the moving for wildcards. We saw in Group A, Demphon Yaguai is at number 1 with 1 point. Nightmare Esports, 0 points after 1 game. And now we're looking at Group B. And it's Incilio going up against Legion Esports. Whoever wins this one will basically be in the same standing as Demphon Yaguai.
Yeah, and I think the only difference would be the match win-losses, right? Either you get a 2-0, then that would put you in a slightly better standing. You also did point it out at the start of the show that Group B feels harder to predict simply because we got RQ Akira, we got Legion, I mean, even Incilio is kind of part of the conversation, right? Even we talk about the downloaders, the Mongols are also in that group. It feels kind of like a toss-up overall. I would say for Legion Esports, if they can kind of show us that ferocity that they've shown us back in MCCM, there's a very good chance that we might see that 2-0 happening.
I mean, Demphon Yaguai, they changed a lot. So it comes to show that all the other teams, they can make changes as well. We saw that the Kaja pick worked really well. Perhaps other teams have very different picks as well. Maybe something like the Kadita, maybe something like the Farsa. In terms of the goal lane, we haven't seen the Clint so far, but Clint does feel good with the changes in his patch. He feels more fluid, so it's much easier for you to execute your skills.
Yeah, even one of our fellow colleagues, like Gideon, has tried out Malefic Gun on Clint, right? You give that extra range, and that kind of feels like a decent alternative, but I do want to see Clint as an answer to something like a Beatrix that likes to poke, maybe something like a Bruno that, you know, you have some decent range from that mid to late game. Maybe Legion Esports can bring that up.
No, I mean, like, even Natan is still good. We just haven't seen it so far, right? We've seen Moscow, we've seen Bruno, we've seen Harif as well, Beatrix, but I feel like this is more on the player special. We haven't seen the Natan so far, but what we've seen previously, the Natan is great. Natan is very, very strong. But now let's talk about both these teams more in depth, or I would say more focused, where you're looking here, the relationships between all of the teams here in the M6 wildcard. We're looking at the overview, but now we want to focus in. We're going to look at one of the teams and really dissect what is the key difference here. We're going to look at Legion Esports first, where when looking at Legion, we got to talk about Joe, the Joe God.
Yep, the Joe God, the guy in the jungle, right? King of the jungle, some might call him. And he is going to be the main focus for Legion Esports coming into this. He's going to be the tip of the spear. But at the same time, we also got Nart and veteran since M4 with MDH Esports. The experience is also going to matter a lot.
You know what? Honestly has been through a lot.
There's 6 hairs.
Sorry. He played as EXP, he played as gold, and now he's mid. He's one of those guys that is one of the last persons you ask last in rank, and he just has to adjust for your team. He like, reminds me a bit of Chiku.
That is true. I was about to say he's sort of collecting like the Infinity Stones, right? He has 3 out of the 5. He's like the Airbender, but in this case he's playing different roles.
Roll bender.
He's the role bender.
That sounds
okay. That doesn't sound as good.
No.
I'll stick with the Infinity Gauntlet. That sounds better.
Yeah. Stones are good.
Stones are good.
Don't get stones. If you want to go pee, go pee.
Okay. Yes. Stay healthy.
Stay healthy. Now we gotta look at Incilio here. Yusdina as well as Don't. People are saying that they might be the dark horses because coming in from the EECA region, their region as a whole has demanded respect. Because so far, the way that they played, it does look like they're able to catch up with a lot of the Southeast Asia teams.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also the M5 performance, right, by former Team Spirit. Back then known as Dale's Vote. They made it such a deep run, right, off the back of like Sabo, Carby, Kid Bomba, Magistor, Sunset Liver, like the 5 main players last year that not only took out teams from like Malaysia, but they've also give like Blacks International a run for their money. If anything, it has definitely skyrocketed the evolution of the EECA region, and I think that also brings anticipation to Incilio coming into this best of 3.
One of the key threats we saw just now was Don't, and one of the reasons why he's a key threat is drafting against him is very difficult. We see Marksman in the goal lane, sure, that's great. Sometimes we see mages, great as well. He can also bring in fighters, and what's to say that he can't use assassins or tanks. So far, Don't's hero pool is something that drafters really have to be careful of, because you're guessing that, I'm picking this hero, he's probably going to counter with this, but then a wild card. He just brings in something else.
And that's what the literal definition of wild card, right? Like the ace in the hole of Don't. If he can bring out these surprises to constantly keep his opponents on their tails, on their toes, maybe this is kind of the formula in this meta where it demands such a fast gameplay. Flexibility could make all the difference.
Hayabusa goal lead.
Throwback to M1. Throwback to 5 years ago.
For those, it wasn't actually M1. I think it was M3 or M4. Chico used it.
That's a 3 years ago.
M4. For those that know, no. It's a Malaysian meme, but at the same time, I feel like this is one of those things that everywhere across the world we all enjoy. But hey, Hayabusa goal lead in my head, it works. It works. In my head, it works.
Like it feels like it should
work.
But I mean, looking at the landscape of goal lane, it kind of like, man, it doesn't feel good if the Roma shows up, right? Like
Benedetta goal lane.
I feel like that one probably feels a bit better because the goal laners are ranged, right? Like as a Hayabusa, you walk up and you get like pommel. It doesn't feel good.
Now we're looking at breaking barriers with an all-local lineup. We were able to get a quote coming in from Joe. Hehe has experience. Yeah. Hehe has experience as a mid laner, so he stepped in to replace Shocker. Meanwhile, our substitute player Meow joined the main roster. This change has removed language barriers and improved our in-game communication. Let me just say, saying hehe into has a bit of a tongue twister for me apparently.
Hehe has. It's okay.
It's like a different way to laugh.
It.
Hehe ha.
Okay, now I'm just getting baited in.
Yeah.
Though I would say that for Mel, he also has a very interesting background, right? He's always been the sixth player for quite some time with the team, right? He's been with them when they were on the world stage and in previous M series. Now being able to start in this lineup, this probably is going to be one of his most important, most crucial a tournament, I think, as a player.
I mean, this is what you tell to your sub players, you know, it's like, if you want to stay here, just win. No pressure.
I suppose that's what everyone
And Celio, one of the
hears.
best in the world, just win. I mean, like, don't think about it. Just win.
You could say the same about, I mean, FLG, you want to complete a golden run, just win, right?
Yeah, just win.
I mean, M6 not that hard. It's in Malaysia.
If you have the thought of losing in your head, you don't deserve to win.
Ah, yes. From one of our favorite animes, you know, they say that if you imagine yourself losing, you would never win.
Yep. Although if I'm going up against Kenpachi, I don't know how I would win too.
By having some really...
If that's a spoiler, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But it's been years now. You guys should keep up.
It's a good anime. Watch it. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, watch it. 3 minutes in, we're about to jump into the draft here. We talked about the joy, but don't in terms of the hero pool. I feel like having something like availability of using the Lunox opens up the draft. Because if you have a gold laner that doesn't really depend on any ganks, it opens up so that your jungler can do the work. But now let's introduce Legion Esports, Daylight, Nard, Hehe, Joe, as well as Meow. I'm stopping at 2.
You're stopping at 2, but the better he performs, the more hey he gets.
Exactly,
right? You
exactly.
gotta earn that hey. I would say we say the key threats from Incilio is don't, but Daylight also put up quite a show during the MCCM finals where he had an amazing time as a gold laner. Again, this is all pre-current patch, right? So if that's what we kind of saw during the Mekong Challenge Cup, I think it's easily transferable to the current patch. But again, they're up against a very controlled Incilio. You know, we got Don't, we got Lovely, the Reaper, we got Justinian, and we got Maniac.
Yeah, Maniac as well. Something very interesting here where apparently he has 100% win rate on the Arlit in 6 games at MCC. So even the EXP later is something for us to look forward to.
Yeah, it is a higher skill cap hero to pull off, but good Arlit games always feel so magical, right? You get those seemingly impossible setup. That is an arsenal that I think Incilio can pull out of the pocket if they ever need it. That could be the advantage against Legion Esports.
I was talking about how Joe can use the joy as well. Huh, I just noticed if Joe uses joy, that's so close to his name.
Joe Joy.
Yeah, Joe Joy. But yeah, what I was saying, Justinian can use the joy as well. So looking at the hero pools, I feel like both teams have more similarities than differences. So they might have a lot of contest here.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the Julian, which is a choice for Justinian. He has also played kind of like Paquito and Benedetta as pocket picks. Like Paquito jungle, we saw it from him, but we also saw it from players like Mobile Zane, right, when they played the NACT finals.
Yep. Now we have a team focus here. The profile for Incilio, the MCC runner-up, was 2 games away from qualifying for the M6 stage. This wildcard will be their first international tournament. In terms of their playstyle, under Coach Gee, Incilio has been one of the most disciplined and macro-minded teams in EECA. Expect them to prioritize objectives, but, you know, aggressively.
Which is always, I think this always treads on a fine line. Like when you want to play aggressive macro, it kind of elevates how you approach the game, right? Because usually macro is all about we take it slow and patient, we kind of...
Denying the enemy team from farming.
Exactly, right? You control the variables, but how do you control it in a faster tempo? That's something that I think I'm looking forward to from Incilio.
I like the way that I think it is that when someone asks me to wait, and they say wait faster.
Yeah, where
An aggressive macro is wait faster.
wait faster, so you essentially wait lesser.
It's like the opponents, they want to get farms like wait, but wait very fast because you know, I'm losing steam. I'm jumping into draft.
Don't worry. We'll give it some time, right? We'll give some time to kind of get that gas back up because we're heading into the drafting phase of game 1 of the second best of 3 of the wild cards. We got Incilio up against Legion Esports. It's gonna be fun because I think coming into this, we got Incilio on blue side, Legion Esports on red, Eve, Fanny, Tusin, and Cho banned out.
Yeah, this is already showing what is the main priority for this wildcard. Eve is really showing up as one of those heroes. Now we have to remind ourselves, Hilda is a threat, but what is Legion Esports gonna let through, right? If
They have to ban the chip.
I'm more afraid of Hilda.
So, I mean, yeah, it kind of feels so.
Okay, never mind.
Nah, they can ban the chip.
Yeah, it's fine.
I was about to say it feels so restricting on the red side, but hey, if Hilda gets banned out by Incilio, then sure.
But isn't this showing your card where Incilio is basically saying they can't play the Hilda? Because they're first pick and they ban it out, or they just have something more pride. Maybe something like Matilda, Joy, I don't know, Khalid.
I wouldn't say that. I feel like banning out the hero doesn't necessarily mean you can't play it. It's just...
Or they want to assassinate.
Yeah, it's like priorities, right? I think it does shift. Again, on blue side, you just have a lot more freedom on deciding what goes through. So Chip goes through for the first time in forever.
Hey, relax. What are the chances they pick up Chip first pick? I don't think they're picking up Chip first pick.
Look, you gotta pick Chip first pick, right? Okay, Khalid.
Yeah, Khalid is good. Heck, I'll take a high loss, you know? Nah, this is not a chip. Look at how long they're taking their time.
If they're taking more than 2 seconds to pick chip, it's not a chip. It is a chip, right? No.
Nah, see, I told
Why?
you. I told
Whoa.
you. Dude, even in ranked, people don't pick up chip anymore.
That is true.
Chip is strong though. Chip is strong.
It is strong. I mean, again, when we talk about ranked games, it's not really team-oriented, right? Like solo queue, chip works very differently, but we are talking about a well-oiled machine, a full squad of people who play around for so long. Are we really gonna see Chip make it through without getting picked? That would be history in M6 itself. That would be history.
Nah, let me just say, I've used the chip, and you know what it feels?
What?
It actually feels really good.
Well, at least we know that Legion will not pick Chip.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I'm being real with you, Husky. Chip is very strong. The damage is good. The gank is good. But come mid-game, you don't play front to back anymore. The chip is more used as a flanking tool because the chip gets bursted down so fast. Like the nerf on his armor measures his growth, it actually does hurt. It actually is a big game changer. So the chip is like a more offensive kind of roamer instead of a defensive one. And there you go, Matilda. So no chip.
Wow, Chip's gonna make it through the whole draft. Wow.
Yep. I told you, man. I told you. You gotta trust me, man. I play the game.
Of course I do. I'm just in disbelief.
Hi, disbelief. My name is Lafel.
Hi, Lafel.
Yeah.
We gotta savor this moment though. Not sure how often we would see this. Matilda high loss, very decent front line, front to back. Plenty of utility. That means the gold laner has to be a very strong gold laner for Incilio.
I would say it needs a lot of DPS. A lot of DPS.
Nathan?
Nathan is a very good shout. Honestly, now that they have the Alpha, it doesn't have to be a DPS because Alpha can shred the front line. So because you have an Alpha in your team, honestly, you can go for anything. You can go for the Nathan, you can go for an Iritel. You have a lot of options.
Yeah. I'm not thinking about Incilio's mid laner. What is going to be the option, right? Because mid laners are going to start banning out. We've already lost 3 of them. You know, Loi being the 3rd.
Something to handle the front lines. Look at this. Something that Incilio can pick up is a 1-1.
That too. In mid lane,
the 1-1 is good here against Alpha, against Gatot, against Khalid.
Experiment's good though if we look at mid lane.
It's fine. It's just that the damage is a little bit slower.
Yeah, I want to say Lilia, but we haven't seen that in a long time.
Vexana is fine.
If Vexana goes through. I mean, Legion can still pick it, right? They have the first pick in the second phase.
Honestly, Vexana is fine. They banned out the Valentina. The Valentina is fine as well. But them banning out the Valentina does show that they're going to get a big ult from mid here. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Vexana here.
Vexana, Aurora.
Aurora, yeah.
So we talk about the Natan for Incilio. That one gets banned out. So Legion came well prepared.
Legion, honestly, they have a lot of options here. They can pick up the Claw, they can pick up, maybe the Clint is not the best, but it's something that you can consider.
You probably pick the Clint more as a response than
There you go.
anything, right?
Wait.
Wow. Wait, Whoa, wow, okay.
I
I thought they would be the one picking 1-1.
Yeah, so now Legion, they pick up the Bruno, a lot of range. So in Sealy, they got to fight with range as well. Can Flex to not be using a marksman, but I kind of feel like, why not? There's a lot of front line here.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lunox is fine.
Lunox, Beatrix, if you want to go down to Clint, I think it's not too bad as well. Although I feel like Clint would suffer a bit more. Let's see, probably the Beatrix makes the most sense. Yeah, there we go.
And then we're looking at the Vexana or Aurora. Fits quite well in this kind of lineup.
Should be Aurora, right?
Yeah.
You got a lot more AoE control compared to Vexana that has a lot more reliance on the Eternal Guard. Yeah, so it's a trade for both teams.
Which honestly, both mages work really well in each composition. But right now in Celio, they're already showing the draft about playing the macro game. Having the Hyos, having the Matilda as well. There's a lot of sustain for the team of Incilio. For Legion, all about dive, all about having that instant, I would say, gratification of starting a fight.
With it Matilda pick, when we kind of we draw reference from game 1 between Denfeng Yaokoi and Nightmare, Matilda, there are very jarring limitations of what she can do, right? But against this draft from Legion Esports, do you think the Matilda has some room to perform?
I feel like because they have the high loss, it's a little bit better. Because if somehow they get punished, this high loss is able to slow down everyone, slow them down fast enough, which is a weird thing to say, to the point where the Beatrix can start scaling up.
Well, we'll find out because this Game 1 is going to be exciting. Game 1 between Legion Esports and Incilio kicking off right now as we head into the land of dawn. We got Incilio on the blue side, Legion Esports on red.
Yeah, right now I want to look at the early rotations here, and looks like the Khalid as well as the Gatokacha, they want some action inside the jungle. But so far, looking at the jungle here, they haven't... Okay, there you go.
There it is.
That's Nart going up against Justinian. And again, just slowing them down. And this is slowing down by quite a lot here, Husky.
Yeah, Matilda needs to come. The Matilda needs to provide some help instantly. Yep, finds the help. And while the early game is still going on, I gotta remind you guys that the M6 pass is available 18th of November until 29th of December. Plenty of free goodies, including a free new special skin for Baxia, the M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baxia Battle emote, and of course the Claude M6 exclusive skin, spawn effect, throw effect, statue, and so much more.
Yeah, make sure you guys get it quick. And honestly, just to make it very simple, just keep playing the game.
Yeah, just keep playing.
Just keep playing the game.
Support your team also.
Support your team, and then you'll be good. You'll be all good. But now we're looking at the EXP lane here where Hehe and Joe go in against Maniac.
And revitalized in the time out right now. First blood for Joe.
Yeah. So right now, Legion Esports, it looks like they were able to slow down Justinian quite enough, and they actually capitalized on the advantage on going to the EXP lane. So Legion, they're the one that's actually playing this macro game very, very well.
If my eyes didn't deceive me, they did a lane swap also, right? They put Hehe in that bottom lane as the Vexana into the Hylos, so the Hylos can't clear the way properly. You can't really go onto the Vexana, and the Kali just deals with that mid lane as good as you would in any other lane. So I do like this adjustment. There's an attempted gank on the bot side, but Meow should be stunned up. Flickers, quick stun guard to heal back up.
Honestly, the way that Meow has been moving around the map, it does feel like Meow is just a secondary roamer. And so far, I feel like he's going to get his level 4 very, very soon. But in Celio, their mid trio, they're moving quite well as a team. Bernard is taking quite a bit of damage. He has to be careful here.
Gonna be stunned up again. Eats the Spear of Alpha. True damage is deadly. Survives with a sliver of health. Justinian wants to steal the turtle. Cannot find it. So Legion Esports gets the objective. And they continue to put on the pressure in the jungle.
Incilio is actually playing this very, very well. Like, the way that they contested the turtle was in a way that they were going on multiple angles. If they get a kill, they get a kill. If they get the turtle, they get the turtle, but they don't overextend. So I really, like, for me, that was actually quite impressive. The way that they contested without sacrificing too much.
And with the Vexana showing up top, Hehe helps out Daylight, who actually took quite a trade just now, almost losing his life. Legion Esports, they gonna get off to a very decent start, but adjustments from Incilio, right? Talk about macro, you want to keep Justinian safe, make sure that he has an advantage because he's 2 levels behind Joe.
We're talking about the speed of Legion Esports, and this is why they're fast. Their EXP laner instantly becomes their second roamer. Look at their jungler. The jungler goes ahead onto the EXP lane, even though it's under 5 minutes, so there's a bit of a penalty there, which, you know, could be good, could be bad, but so far they're handling it quite well.
So Daylight got Hardcore in 3 minutes. That is insanely fast. He probably went for Hardcore components like at the very beginning, but still. Now you kind of negate the Beatrice can do to you, right? You will never go down in a 1v1. Not with the Atokacha always around you.
Again, look at that. Oh,
Whoa.
Look at that trophy, man. Look at that trophy. Oh, it looks so good.
Man, I thought the Vexana was about to fly to top side for a second. Yeah. But yeah, that plaque, that trophy looks incredible.
Now, I want to see how worth it is this, because look at this Husky. Again, Meow gets out of lane, giving solo goal over to Joe. The only reason why I'm a little bit unsure about this is because he's wearing the Retribution boots, and because of that, the first 5 minutes, you have a penalty. You don't absorb all of the benefits of the minion, so I don't know if it's really worth it or not.
He is still 2 levels ahead of Justinian. So I think
maybe it is worth it.
It is worth it, right? It's so worth it. Look at that purple side. It's completely blocked off. Like, whoever this bush, you gotta be ready. So Hylos will have to do the job. Meow is in such a nasty flank angle. Justinian will spot him out eventually. How's his purple? Circling Eagle, 2-man knockup. Meow will just eat up the front line. There's no turtle contest. Unfortunately for Encilio, the Alpha though, ultimate in. Maniac pulled away, Raiding Sandstorm to the back. Reaper has to retreat. And now Legion Esports piled onto Maniac. Glorious Pathway revitalized. Another guiding wind to escort him out.
Again, in Silu, they're playing this very, very disciplined, but we talked about this before the match even started, Husky. Is this the kind of way you want to play against an aggressive team? And maybe we've actually uncovered Legion Esports' secret to moving fast. 3 minutes in, let your jungler grab your EXP lane so that he's unbelievably over farming your opponent's jungler.
Yeah, he is so comfortable right now. First item priority out for both the XP and the mid laners of Legion Esports. You see the Thunderbelt for Meow. Honestly, I mean, even if you are the Kali, you're not really missing out too much, right? Sure, you're sharing some resources, but the fact that you are securing a decent lead for a jungler, it's not that bad of a thing.
He's not losing levels as well. He's level 7 and Maniac is level 6.
Though I can agree with you with one thing when it comes to the whole is it worth it, is that not that far ahead. It's just 1,000.
Yeah.
1.3k. They got 2 turtles and a first blood. That's all.
Yeah, I guess we have to see what happens in the Lord stage where if Meow or Joe is really, how do I say, punished by doing this. But so far, everything looks pretty good. I'm just gonna check in terms of their gold. Is there any big difference here?
The winning prediction did say that for Legion Esports, they got a 66% chance of winning. No, we can't see this. I just happened to come across it on our big screen, but for now, and then Nibiru's passion just to wipe out the wave.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool, right? I didn't even notice that there's a win rate prediction live on set.
Yeah, let me just say, Husky, I just checked the item progression, and honestly, the Alpha grabbed his first item, the War Axe, the same time that Suyo grabbed his Counter-Strike. So in terms of item progression, in terms of gold, getting the gold, it's really not that big of a difference. So in terms of the gold and the EXP, it looks actually quite good for the Alpha.
Wow, that's gonna be a big burst on Daylight. Speaking about playing fast, they understood that, okay, we can't contest objective, but you know what we can do? We can take out Daylight.
Right now, Joe is absorbing the mid lane as well. So now Legion Esports, they got to figure out that they are quite vulnerable in certain lanes, especially when they're moving like this, giving everything over to Joe, which is very, very interesting, which I wonder if this is only possible with the Khalid, or they can do this with many different EXP laners as well.
Probably explain that can move fast, Tilda, Khalid, maybe CC, you know, someone that can rotate faster. I would say if, like, just to reference what you pointed out, if the first item timing is the same for both junglers, then the only leverage Joe has is levels. It doesn't really matter too much now that you think about it.
Now talk about Encilio, man, because now Justinian has his second item. Lovely, now having the Flash of the Oasis. So Encilio, they're grabbing their items. They're getting to the power spike where they can play as a team and they become nigh invincible because the defenses that Encilio has is a lot.
Yeah. They are faster on the rotation. They already got the lane swap in. That's the Gato Kacha out, Raging Sandstorm. Gato Kacha still arrives. That's gonna be the Raging Sandstorm committed. Flicker by Meow. He wants the backline, but he just ends up going down. Legion were not ready for that.
Dude, that team fight was beautiful. That kiting from Incilio is absolutely beautiful. But now Legion Esports, they take the advantage and they actually go to mid. Now Lovely, doesn't look like Lovely is going to initiate onto anyone for now, but the way that Incilio is moving around the map, I would just have to say, is very, very impressive. They understand the macro mechanics of a team fight. The way that they kite, the way that they engage, looks super systematic.
They do need to start thinking about how to take structures, right? Because Legion Esports, they're still trading structures on the map. All tier 1s of Incilio are down. It does open up the map a bit more for Incilio to start taking control of that deep portion of the jungle. Unless if they can take out Joe, it would be a big boost. Circling Eagle. Oh. They instantly call up the commitment. Maniac even dropped the floor's pathway by realizing there's no way in.
Yeah, I feel like because they saw Meow there where they said it's not a good time.
Yeah.
Especially because the Lord is coming up.
I like that patience, but they gotta wait for the Glorious Pathway to come off cooldown. So it is going to take some time. That means Legion Esports can easily set up for the Lord with Joe still having a level advantage and all the lanes shelved in.
Looking at the win rate prediction as well here, it looks like 53% for Legion Esports. And they're going on to the Lord. Oh, Flickering.
There's gonna be a Flicker Freeze to the back line. The Lord is incredibly low. They do take out Meow though. The Retribution comes through. Lord for Legion. Incilio finds 2. They sure are looking for more against the Blazers. Joe stunned up, but unfortunately the control is dead. Justinian falls. Legion Esports walks away with the objective.
Yeah, because Lovely used the guiding winds and Justinian was able to get it, and that's how they can actually get close enough to really start a fight. The thing is, Dawn was far away, so your main damage dealer was not really there. Even though looking at the itemization here, Justinian does have 2 damage items, but apparently it was not enough. So a bit of a mistake coming in from Incilio, where they have been playing basically perfect throughout the game.
There is always going to be this minor downside to a team that wants to play slow, is that if the enemy team is fast at their movements, they're always going to get objective, right? But Joe is going to go down. The Raging Sandstorm does miss, so Incilio able to take out the jungler means that the setup is partially gone. Now that there's no Raging Sandstorm, can more comfortably deal with the Lord on his bottom end. Daylight will try to do as much damage as he can to the structures, but the Banner's Rage committed. Lord goes down. Incilio really didn't lose too much, LaFell.
Yeah, they definitely didn't. Because again, the way that they're moving around the map, they can predict where Legion Esports is going to be, and they're able to defend every angle. Legion Esports as well, I would say, if they were able to control the minion waves a little bit better, making sure that the timing of how it crashes onto the turrets, make it so that Legion Esports was able to push Incilio away, then that would have been good. Because Legion Esports, they only have 2 kills so far in the game. And in lead, they don't really have that much of a lead.
Look at the Banner's Race. Gonna split Nart and Hehe away from their team. And Incilio just instantly retreat. So that's the pressure that we're seeing. And just as a minor detail, right? We talk about how Legion Esports were never really too far ahead. After that whole ordeal of taking the Lord and not being able to find a lead and losing Joe, look at that level of difference. It's not even 1,000.
I like that, the fact that Incilio, they're moving as like 3 members, 4 members, but everyone doesn't look like they're really down in gold, right? It looks like Don't has enough, Reaper has enough, Justinian has enough. So even if they're moving as a team, they're not punished anywhere in terms of grabbing the gold. So I really like that they understand the movement of the Land of Dawn.
Look at that. It's a net negative.
Yeah, net negative gold earned.
That's all because they caught Joe. And also, Meow didn't have Raging Sandstorm. They couldn't get anything off of that.
And no turrets were taken.
Exactly. Wow.
Well, I think they got me. But other than that, I think.
Yeah, but that one was like way before Lord, you know?
Right now, Legion Esports, it's surprising how they had a lead, but they didn't really go for fights, considering that, again, they're the faster team. And to be fair, it's the Matilda. The Matilda really makes it so that any engage looks bad.
It is a callback to the earlier question of, was it worth it, right? I think Joe has completely, or unfortunately, forfeited whatever minuscule of lead that he has. Now we are back to square one, and I even dare say that Incilio finally feels comfortable enough to consider taking a fight against Legion, because they have not been able to get those big engages in. Like, you're looking at Khalid and Gatot, they have not been landing it.
Yeah, they're playing around this Matilda expert. Like I can see Matilda getting banned out for the next game, because so far Lovely has been on point. 0-0-5, 100% kill participation for Lovely on this Matilda, and that's the kills. How many saves has this Matilda had?
Plenty.
Yeah.
Can't count it right now. I mean, Daylight is still aggroing the Lord. So Lord is at max that passive. Gonna have that true damage. Trying to bait Insilio into a fight, and now they're gonna pull into it. Lord's pathway is out. Vexana steals the Lord, or secures it for the team. They do take out Justinian. Unfortunately, even for Reaper, tries to flicker, hits the wall. Double kill for Daylight. And now with the Winds of Nature, he is just going forward. And Legion have finally cracked the code.
Yeah, Legion, that was a good way that they were able to pull Insilio out. And Insilio was the one that looked undecisive. They didn't know whether they want to go in or not. When the Lord was so low, Mania decided to go in. But by that time, it's a little bit too late. And Hehe was able to secure the Lord. If he wasn't able to secure the Lord, maybe it would have been a different story.
Yeah. Even Justinian didn't even get to use his retribution, right? I think he got terrified. As we look at the instant replay presented by Kidia, this is a very crucial moment because when they used to run out a lot, Lovely wasn't in position.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at here. And yeah, it does look like Justinian was caught there. And the damage from Daylight, that was the difference maker. Daylight was able to take them down just so fast. The burst damage coming in from this Bruno, the crits are starting to hurt.
You clump up together, you're going to eat that Wordy in the face over and over again. Not to mention the armor reduction. Can they at least keep the inhibitor alive? They're going to use everything from the arsenal, Banner's Rage, Nibiru's Passion. Joe even commits the ultimate, ends up going down, killing spree for Don't. Good Law and Order stun. Meow also falls, but for Insilio, they do lose an inhibitor.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it's worth it for Legion Esports to sacrifice two members of the team, especially because it looks like it wasn't all that necessary. I kind of feel like they would have gotten it anyways, but look at the damage ranking. Don't is doing so much damage. Reaper as well.
He's having a perfect game so far.
I'm surprised that Daylight hasn't dealt that much damage. Not gonna lie, I thought he'd be doing at least 30k by now.
Well, he hasn't been able to involve himself in any fights until that Lord fight, right? It's gonna be Eternal Guard committed. They just want to clear the wave. Insilio, they want more than just that, but unfortunately, no wave means no turret.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was a little bit over.
And they forced it too hard.
Yeah, they forced it too hard because Legion Esports didn't have any intention to fight. They just cleared the wave. I even saw Reaper trying to freeze the turret to potentially push it, but yeah, they weren't able to look at that minion. So that was a bit of a mistake from their end.
Be a bit more patient. I mean, I guess the thing about playing a team or a team that plays slow and very macro focused is that you have to always remain patient, right?
Yeah.
Like, gotta always be composed.
Looking at the differences here, it's interesting to see both Bruno and Beatrix have the same amount of gold, but Beatrix has not completed her items just yet. This just shows why Bruno is so strong in the early game because he completes his items so fast. The crit items are very cheap in this game.
I think Don't just bought the Hunter's Sprite. I think that's the final item.
Yep,
Yeah.
final item.
So basically decked out. I mean, considering he's 3-0-4, right? It did take him a while. Expensive items, but cashing it in 16 minutes into the game. Third Lord coming up. See, they did set up the top wave a bit. Not sure if it's a slow push or not. Or it could just be a neutral lane. A slow push would be great though. Let's see though. This Lord fight is important.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the minions up top, right now it looks it's Insilio favored, but I feel like Legion Esports, because they have the inhibitor, they will eventually win out on that trade. So Legion, they can just wait and then let that minion wave build up and then start pushing in. Because look at that wave right now. Legion's wave is winning just because the inhibitor of Insilio is down.
Yeah, I kind of felt like Insilio should have cleared the full wave instead of leaving it. Now they are kind of racing against the clock, and Legion Esports understands that. Aggro now goes over to Insilio. They're trying to push forward a little bit, looking for Hey. That's going to be the flicker out. They turn around, Purify use, but unfortunately Lively goes down. It's going to be Immortality out. They take care of Mel. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade thus far. Legion Esports looking to push the envelope a little bit, but zone out by the Nibiru's Passion. So end of the day, 1-for-1.
Yeah, I feel like Legion Esports doesn't have to be that aggressive. Look at that top wave. It's pushing in well, and Joe was able to control the bottom wave as well. So right now, Legion Esports, in terms of the waves, it's looking very good. They can actually force this floor, but never mind.
Oh!
Never mind.
Don't!
Why?
What?
Why?
You know what?
Why?
Scratch that. I am very surprised that they decided to fight that, although this way thankfully was dealt with. I was surprised that Legion decided to do that, right? Like,
why did Nart move that far ahead? And why are they starting to Lord again with members? They can get punished. Legion can definitely get punished here.
Don't have 2 items, man. That one runners. this turns everything around, and now, I mean, look at that Meow. Oh, another random apathy. I don't think they can contest the Lord.
Yeah,
Daylight, he's forced away.
Yeah, Daylight really has to look at his health, man, because it's really
Oh my
low.
goodness.
He can heal up. Don't get me wrong, he can heal up, but I don't know. I kind of feel like Legion Esports showing a little bit of disrespect, or they're really just thinking they're much tankier than they are. They have to realize that Incielo is basically decked out. They all have all the items that they need to deal the damage.
Yeah, you look at the instant replay brought to you by Kidia. This is such a weird engagement, right? Weird action. And that was not a mistake. Like, Daylight could have blocked that shot, so he left his mid laner out to dry.
Hey, it's the same mentality as you. Everyone for themselves.
Exactly. That's how it is. I'm a gold laner. I can't be eating shots like that.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So that's not hair at all.
But now in Celio, they have the advantage here, Husky. Legion Esports, in terms of wave clear, they're actually quite decent. Oh, but it looks like Lovely wants to go in. Lovely takes a lot of damage.
It's going to be 4v5 though, but there's going to be a top side push as well. So this inhibitor survives. And thankfully for Legion Esports, they clear the bottom side. So end of the day, Legion Esports, they're not going to lose any inhibitors. So not much of an equalizer for Incielo, but gold-wise, they are up almost 4k. 90 minutes in, it's not going to matter too much except for item swaps. We see that for Joe. Going to go into that Immortality after Winter Crown.
Let me just tell you, the way that Incielo plays is like, their engage is just poking.
Oh, yeah.
They engage to poke and then go back. Engage to poke and then go back. Like, the way that they do it is really touch and go. It's like, I come in, I see what I can do, and then I back off. I never fully commit.
It's like, tag, you're it, you know? It's like, it's like poking at Legion, but without the recall spams.
It's really taking a stick and poking a bear, and then moving back as fast as you can.
Ah, I know the perfect reference.
All right.
It's like Tom and Jerry, and Tom is just poking at Spike when Spike is chained up, right? He's just out of range.
Yeah. So far, Incielo is willing to use all the skills available, and maybe this is a Matilda thing. Maybe without the Matilda, they can't really do this kind of playstyle, but it does look like Incielo they're trying to force mistakes from Legion.
Yeah.
Faking those engages, hoping for Legion to overcommit, and then immediately kite back and then fight. Like, we're starting to see a pattern from Incielo here. The way that they force mistakes is honestly an amazing thing to watch.
And you can clearly see signs of Legion Esports getting slightly impatient, right? Like that Lord dance just now, the second part of the Lord dance was a very clear example. Although now you gotta wait for the third Lord. We'll see what adjustments Legion brings to the table. I would assume that Daylight probably sold his boots at this point.
Yeah, and look at Incielo. They really don't care playing this long. They have the stamina, man.
That's so fast, man. The guy win. That's always a 5-star e-hailing ride. You don't get any service better than that.
Right now, looking at the map, Incielo is covering this Lord perfectly. And we know, of course, both Meow as well as Nart is trying to find Don't. But Don't so far, his positioning, man, is so hard to catch this guy.
Legion Esports, they do get aggro off the Lord, so Incielo will force the reset. They don't want the Lord to be held hostage by Legion, at least not for now. So Legion's going to be waiting for the top wave again.
Yeah.
Maybe rinse and repeat.
And again, the top wave is winning. Incielo, so far, it doesn't look like they want to be the one making the decision to go. They're waiting for Legion.
But I feel like they have to, right? Like that top wave isn't going to last long. So that's Glorious pathway out already. They get nothing out of it. Someone has to take care of the base. Reaper will have to recall.
Yeah, and Reaper not being in a fight is big because you need your mage for the AoE CC. And now Legion Esports, they're on the Lord again. And another wave is coming in from Legion. This is bad for Incielo.
Yeah, they gotta run it down. They can't even get Justini into the fight, so Legion Esports just winning out based off of that top side macro. The fact that they had an inhibitor, you asked earlier on, was it worth it throwing 2 lives for the structure? It is paying off.
Oh yeah, paying off dividends. And Incielo so far, their indecisiveness, or I would say their whole strategy of making your opponents make the first move hasn't been doing well because Legion, they did the same thing. They waited for that high loss to engage and then they just backed off. They're just like, oh, thanks for using your all. I guess we're all good. The top wave is pushing in. We see no Aurora. We can move forward.
I suppose there's such things as too patient. We see, I mean, I agree. I'm looking at Incielo to be the one to make the first move. They have the tools to do so. But if this Lord goes down without a single inhib take, it doesn't feel too bad for Incilio. And that feels like it's going to be the case. This mid wave is going to go down for sure. Glorious Pathway forcing out a flick. Hey. We're back to square one. Longest game so far in the wildcard, 23 minutes and counting.
Dude, Incilio is so good at defending. They're so good at turtling in. Even without this whole base situation, so far every single team fight, they make sure that they get out on top. I mean, look at the kills, Husky. It's 10 to 5. It's 10 to 5, full items, and yet Incilio is playing this like it's the mid game.
The fact that Legion Esports had to throw 2 bodies for an inhibitor just to come back to the start of the state of the game really just shows you that Incilio has gotten it down to the T. I guess the lucky thing is that all previous Lords, at least the previous 2 Lords, have been spawning bottom side. The upcoming one is also bottom side.
Okay, what kind of RNG is this?
I'm telling you, that is the only thing keeping Legion Esports, you know, like breathing a sigh of relief, like, oh, thank goodness, we don't have to deal with the top side. Anything that spawns top side, it's gonna be a different story.
If I was Incilio, I'll be trying to force 1 inhibitor here. I mean, like, looking at the bottom, it's very, very low. Like, at least 1 inhibitor for 1 inhibitor. You don't make Legion Esports win every single time the Lore Dance comes out, right? I feel like they have to figure something out, because if not, they really need to get someone up there and deal with 2 minion waves so that they feel, you know, breathable.
It is a job for Justinian and Justinian alone. And that's the thing. I mean, at this stage of the game, you're dealing with the buffed up minions. They are incredibly durable.
Oh yeah, for sure. Which is funny, because when you consider you have full items, you'd think you would one-shot everything. No, not the minions.
No, the minions beat you.
the minions have 6 Sky Guardian helmets.
I think the timing for him to kind of split that map has already passed, for sure.
Yeah.
Now you just feel the pressure of, oh my goodness, this minion wave is so hard to take down. But on the flip side, if he did set up a double wave somehow, then it benefits Incilio a lot more, right? Because it takes so long to die.
Yeah, but we can see here. Look at Daylight. Daylight is going to deal with that single minion, and the push is just gonna start all over again. Yeah. Legion Esports. Oh, okay, goes in.
I'm thinking of that. I think you gotta do it fast. Do it fast, or at least force Legion into an uncomfortable spot. So Maniac, he's gonna throw his body for this for sure. Look at that. Losing most of his health. Unfortunately, they just don't have the resources. They put themselves in an awkward position. No Glorious Pathway. Legion Esports gets possession of the Lord again. Justinian gotta do something. Reaper flickers in, finds the freeze, and the Lord! Are you kidding me?
What?
It's such a crucial moment. Reaper is the death dealer, and Legion Esports loses Joe, and hey, Incilio have found that moment.
What was that Reaper? Oh my god, talk about an MVP play. He even sold his Winter Crown for the immortality to make sure that he stays on the map. Reaper, that was game-changing.
And it potentially game-ending. When you look at the irony of the name, definitely Reaper. They're reaping the rewards of that play, and now Incilio is not about full steam ahead. You got more than half a minute on Hey, 40 seconds on Joe, almost a minute for Meow to come back. Time to run down those lanes, get that top inhibitor, stabilize the state of the lane, and more.
Yeah, but right now it looks like they want mid. Maybe they're gonna try to end this now, Husky. It's 26 minutes. This is a full item Beatrix. They want to force this. They want mid. They want to end the game right now.
Gonna demolish that mid turret. There's a very good chance, Nart. With the taunt, not enough. Another Glorious Pathway. This one setting them up for success. Incilio weathers the storm and takes game 1.
Incilio so far with their macro gameplay, their discipline, they're able to win game number 1. But let me tell you folks, it was not an easy game.
Sometimes it just takes one moment, and who would have thought it was an Aurora flicker and using an entire spell rotation to get an objective. That must be pretty crushing if you're a Legion, right? You got all the RNG on your side, and still Incilio outdid them.
Let me just say, I mean, like, there was a lot of amazing plays. The Matilda from Lovely was amazing, but in terms of game-changing, that Aurora, man. I mean, like, Reaper played Aurora well, but stealing the Lord from this extended fight was the key to finally end the game. Because we can see in the eyes of Incilio and Legion, they're like, how are we supposed to end this?
Yeah, even for Incilio, they finally understood that, okay, we gotta make the first move, but because it was so late into the game, there's no way to rush down the Lord, right? They came into that Lord contest with a disadvantage. No glorious pathway, and a dream, and so far Joe has been winning all the red 3 fights. Guess what? It was a mid laner that secured it for the team. So, wow, props to Reaper. Incilio put up a dang good fight.
I gotta say, we're gonna look at the drafts coming in from both teams, and I kind of feel like it's fine. I just see that both teams, their playstyle definitely has holes in them, where I feel like other experienced teams is able to exploit. Where in Celio, they're playing a little bit too disciplined to the point where you can just force things out and then actually push them away from their objectives and then get the objectives for free. Where Legion, they had a good standing in the game, but they didn't use it to their advantage.
Yeah, it is, again, right, we kind of brought up the question of the unstoppable force against the immovable object, and in this case, I guess the immovable object was able to withstand the blows from Legion. I think the craziest thing is that the kill count of this game.
It's not that high.
It's only 5 for Legion in almost 27 minutes. It really shows you how drawn out the game is.
And how Legion... Okay, I'm going to put this on both teams. Legion could not find an advantage to actually get any kind of wins in terms of kills. Lovely, on the other hand, is the reason why no one died. Yeah,
I agree. I think it also came down to that very awkward Lord dance where Legion kind of lost their jungler in the first push. They threw 2 bodies in the first Lord. They got an inhibitor, and afterwards, at the Lord dance, they started losing members. The first Lord that ended with a negative net gain for Legion, what was kind of like the thorn in the side for them as well. They wanted to push the envelope, they just didn't have the resources to do so.
Call me crazy if you want, but you gotta ban out this Matilda, man. Lovely is too good on this Matilda because we see that Legion, they have the resources to actually get kills, but every single time, all these false engages. The Hylos as well, the Hylos Matilda combo is more impressive in Celio than any other combo because they have a lot of false fights where it looks like they want something, but it's just like, no, we just want to force you guys to use your skills, and many a times they actually do.
Yeah, and we see a lot of these fights, or a lot of these seemingly fights about to happen, all happen at choke points, right? Lord fights, jungle. In Celio, they just don't, they understood which location is the best for them to really utilize the team comp, and that kind of was a thorn in Legion's side because if I'm a Bruno, I don't want to be in that fight.
Right now, if you're looking at this, this is weird. Legion has all 3 Lords. Legion has 3 Lords compared to 2 for Celio, although to be fair, the last Lord, that was very, very important. And in terms of towers, 8-7. Legion had a pretty good game.
Yeah.
They just couldn't figure out how to take down Incilio. They don't have enough damage, which is weird. Like, you know why it's weird? They have 1, 2, 4 ways they can start the fight, right?
Yeah.
Even the Vexana, flicker, first skill, all that's a way to start the fight.
To be very honest, the entire game, I've been wondering, will not ever use AOG to start a fight.
Yeah.
To battle line, right? To isolate key members of Incilio, but we say the Incilio turtle a lot. Legion also did the same with this Gatokacha.
Yeah, look at his goal difference, man. 16 minutes. 16 minutes of the game, Legion had goal advantage. The problem is they really didn't utilize it that well. They were able to get neutral objectives with the turtle and the objectives and everything like that, but they weren't able to win any kind of team fight. And the question really is Incilio that good at avoiding team fights, or is it really the Hylos and Matilda combo?
I feel like it's something that complement each other, right? Hylos and Matilda, great combo, which allow Incilio to avoid all these fights that Legion were kind of fishing for, but also because Legion, kind of feel like they could have been a lot more proactive with certain abilities like the Gatot Ultima, the Khalid Raging Sandstorm, but maybe based on that early, like first 10 minutes where these team fights didn't turn out well for the Khalid, they decided to change the approach to a safer, more passive way of playing the game, and it just plays right into Incilio's hand, even though they were given the RNG advantage.
Yeah, you know what? That RNG, man.
I'm telling you, 3 back-to-back lords on the bot side. You
Dude, if that was me, I'm like, oh, are you serious? I would ask for a pause. Are you serious?
Are you kidding me? Like,
come on, man.
We gotta do this all over again. Hey, if the game doesn't want you to win, you gotta create your own window of winning.
Legion had so much advantage on that game. Couldn't do it. They need to adjust for game number 2. We're gonna look at the game MVP here, and it's Reaper. And in terms of highlights, he has amazing highlights, but that one play on board, that's game winning.
You would never expect an Aurora to do that. Not at such a crucial moment, right? Like if that play came with any other outcome, they lose the Lord, that game ends right then and there, I think.
Yeah, if Legion got their Lord, maybe they could finally end it.
It's a Hail Mary attempt. It paid off, right? They tossed the coin and then they got hits.
For you to win, you gotta take chances.
Yeah, they decided to do it, right? It took them long enough.
Yeah.
We've been asking, man, are you going to make that move? But hey, Reaper decided to take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, looking at the highlights here, look at Reaper. He's the kind of guy that will not hesitate to flicker forward and start something. Where he hasn't been really doing that a lot, and the engage here, Legion died because of the Aurora ult.
We did also compare both the Vexana and the Aurora, where the Aurora you just give a lot more of these AoE controls, right? Like it feels a lot more comfortable dealing with this tight space, and I do like the fact that Incilio is utilizing it to the max.
Yeah, and
yeah, this one was the weird one. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't know why Legion Esports was moving that way. Oh, hold on. Oh.
It was the hailstorm.
No. It's 2 things. Joe made a mistake as well.
Retry early, right?
He retry early, so he wasn't even frozen, and that's why he couldn't retry. He did retry, he just retreat early.
In these
small,
tight moments, wow, you feel the nerve. That nerve really got to Joe.
I can't even.
You can't even fault him for it.
I can't even fault him. It's not his fault.
It's unlucky.
It's a very scrambled fight. It was just like, God, I'm gonna press retry. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't.
It's either I press retry first or I risk
dying,
and then I don't get it anyways, right? Very unfortunate.
Game number 2. I really feel like it's on Legion to make adjustment. Because I feel like Incilio, they came into this game prepared. They look amazing. They know what they wanted. And you know what I want? I want Hello Panda. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more. And in fact, during the breaks, listen to the Hello Panda song.
Yeah, I'm learning it.
Hello Panda.
Hello Panda, Hello Panda.
Creamy biscuit or something like that.
Something strawberry, right?
Something strawberry.
We'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out, okay? Give us time.
Give us some time. Maybe by tomorrow, I'll remember it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the BM desk and they're also promoting.
Oh man. Of course, we again gotta remind you guys that the M6 Pass is now live. You can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. So many things to get.
From 18 November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive M4 Prime Skin returned for a limited time. And if you guys are participating in an M6 Pass, this bad boy right here, I don't even dare touch it. I'll just point at it.
Yeah, it's so sacred. We have sponge underneath it just to make sure that it is in the most solid position ever. I want to collect this. I missed out on the Uzone one last year and I have a lot of regrets, but this one, I have to get it.
Regrets are a bad thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's like regretting where you can start a fight but you don't, and when you start a fight you die.
Oh, come on. They already did. Stop beating the dead horse, Lafel.
Ban Matilda, no?
Yeah, I think so too. Like, it goes back to what you brought up, right? Was Matilda the biggest problem? Is Matilda the reason that they have such a versatile enabler, or is it just Legion's esports reluctance to take the fight?
Oh, it looks like we have a chat here with Daylight. What do you think about this new patch? And Daylight said, assassins are still meta in this patch, so they still need to be nerfed. Personally, I hate assassins, but I like the Malefic gun though, because it adds range to my marksman hero. So Daylight, he's just like, I don't like things that make me not have fun. You guys might like it, but I don't.
I think that's basically
Nerf
all marksmen and mages.
All marksmen,
right?
exactly.
No one in their right mind that plays those two roles like assassins.
Yeah. There's no Vexana player that's like, oh, I think Hayabusa should get buffed.
Oh yeah, I love playing with Hayabusa.
I've never heard a Vexana says, you know what, I think Hayabusa needs a buff.
I've never heard a Vexana player say, I'll take my chances landing the fear before he Ogi shadow kills. No one does that.
No one does that. No one does that. And now we're about to jump into the drafting phase. Can Encilio do it again? Can they win 2-0? Or will Legion Esports just show that today it's all going to be a 3-game series? And now Legion Esports is going to be the first pick, Encilio second pick. It looks like Legion, they ban out the Cho. Coach Gee bans out the Jushin.
So they do end up going for the Gatot ban this time, even though they did pick it in the previous game. Get the Fanny ban out by the side of Encilio. It's fair to say that, you know, with Chip not being in the equation as much, at least Red Side gets a bit more of a breathing room in terms of the bans that they could opt for. But still, with how Game 1 went, I feel like if you are Legion Esports, you are losing out on the mobility, right? That's why they banned the Matilda. So actually three crucial roamer bans by Legion.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
And you know, like we said, the Matilda needs to go. Hilda is banned out as well.
Among the planes.
Oh, Eve! I was thinking what got through, and Legion Esports, they got Eve. So just like that, they have an advantage. Now let's have a conversation here, Husky. Old times.
Old times?
The way that you fight against Eve is with a Claude.
Oh yes.
Right? We haven't seen the Claude pop up ever since. Actually, for quite a while now. For quite a while now, we haven't seen the Claude. Even with the changes of his mana, even after he got buffed, we haven't seen a lot of Claudes. Now, I want to see if Encilio, they keep on playing range and see they trade, or will they try it and pick up the Claude?
So far, it's like they stick with what worked, still get the high loss and the Suyo. Not only got the buff in his Art of Thievery, but he also got buffed in the base damage of that Blazing Duet. So it does allow him to be a lot more proactive, you know, a lot more damage early on. But I feel like in this case, they probably would still stick with what's comfortable now that there is a... You know what, I changed my mind. If there's a Phoebus and an Alpha, the Claude doesn't look too bad if you want to be able to duck around fights.
Yeah, but again, it's really about their comfort. Do they play with a Claude? Because playing with a Claude is much different than playing with much other marksmen, because the Claude really wants to get that farm very, very fast. So instead of giving the farm over to your jungler, you're going to give it over to your marksman. And now they have the Lu Yi. We've seen what Lu Yi and Claude can do. You can, like, if the RNG is not on your favor, like game number 1, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, you ban my Matilda? Guess what? I teleport. Not just me, I teleport my whole team. I can bring more than one guy with me. This is a hero that has been permanently banned up till now. So it's Encilio finds the crack at the Luo Yi. And not only the cross-map plays, the big brain macro plays you could pull off with the diversion, you also have the area control, right? Like Alpha, Phoebus. You want to be in your enemy's face, you can't do it when there's yin-yang reactions constantly triggering on you.
Yeah, but again, so far it's looking good. The high loss is a question mark here. It can be in the EXP because we just saw what Maniac can do with it, but it can also just be flexed into the roam position. Right now, Legion Esports, they are banning out roamers, but let me remind you, Maniac had 100% win rate with the Arlet.
That too. So Beatrix does get banned out by the side of Encilio. Another thing I'm looking at is, I feel like this Hylos probably would go into roam. There's a higher chance just because into Phoebus, you don't feel really good, right? You don't feel too good into a Phoebus.
Other than that, right now,
What else can you
wait.
bet?
What if?
What if?
What if Incilio just like Hylos goes to the EXP and then they pick up a chip? So that you have a lot of ways.
Oh, wait,
You have a
Luyi
lot-
chip.
Yeah, but not chip. You know
Dang
what?
it.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, you
they
just
saw it
waited for.
coming.
If you waited for 3 more seconds, we might have been able to get that god combo that we missed out for. What, more than 1 season?
Yeah, I just had to open my mouth, Husky.
Dang it, LaFell. It's okay. It's okay. We'll probably have next one. Maybe if this goes game 3, we'll get it again.
Yeah, imagine the Luyi chip.
Oh man, it's like it's a wet dream, you know. Like I
Yeah.
would love to see that.
And I mean, like, if you're a fan of Incilio,
That's true.
if you're a fan of Legion Esports throwing back to first game, that's a nightmare.
I mean, Legion Esports, they are not a fan for sure.
Right now, Legion, a marksman that can open the map reliably, maybe that's why they banned out the Beatrix, because going up against the Luyi is going to be very, very dangerous. The Natan gets picked up as well as the Khalid. You know what? If Legion Esports goes to the late game, they might win this one. Because I've seen a lot of games where it goes to Lord pushes. Natan and Eve there, they can clear out anyway.
Yeah, like high ground defense is so strong when you have these two. Well, the thing is you don't even know if the Khalid is gonna be Romo XP. What am I saying that? Okay, forget I said that. I was like, wow, that's a big flex. Apparently, I just had a brain fart moment. So Khalid Roam.
I've seen a game where Phoveus goes roam, so it's
I feel like I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where I saw it though.
yeah.
I am the priestess
But you won
of
that game,
horrible
Husky, so you know.
lightning, the hunter of
The
all
Phoveus Roam
evil
won us that
gods.
game, to be fair.
Yeah. And now, this is a good pickup actually, especially if the Edith is going to the roam position, can handle against the Alpha quite well. Honestly, when it comes to the draft, previous patch, Legion Esports, this is one of the best drafts that you can get. Incilio, however, with how they've been playing the map, now that they have the Luyi, I do feel like this is a kind of a hidden strat. One of the unlocking things that can really show their full potential.
The mastery of Luyi really makes a lot of difference. We've seen some teams get Luyi and not being able to really utilize that versatility that she brings. Coming into game number 2, we'll see if Legion Esports can find the equalizer as we head to the land of Dawn. It's time to get Legion Esports on the blue side, and Incilio will find themselves on red.
Incilio right now having match point. It's on Legion Esports. They just had a very long game. Can they recover? Can they reset? Can they push Incilio to a game number 3? Legion Esports, this is their last chance to go up against Incilio. And right now, looking at the movement from the junglers, again, same side of the map. We want to see if Legion Esports, they actually want to go for the late game. Or this time, they're going to be a little bit more proactive, and this time Incilio not having the Matilda, vice versa. Are they going to be the proactive one, or are they going to be the one reacting?
I think if you have the Luyi, proactivity feels like
this is interesting.
a must. Wow, Brace Smite
Yeah,
on
Brace
Luyi.
Smite on Luyi. And Lovely looks like it's not going for the Warcry, it's actually going for the Quantum Charge. So looking for more survivability and movement speed instead of pure damage with the Warcry. And even the Bruno, look at this. He wants the items fast. Now,
He's
honestly,
like-
looking at the emblems, a lot can be dissected here.
Yeah. He's like, if Legion Esports have strong late game, you know what? I will get to late game first. Or at least I'll try.
No, honestly, it's like the Bruno, honestly, for both marksmen, makes sense. Because Natan wants his Trinity items as fast as he can, and Bruno, he just wants his first item. After getting that House Claw, he can start forcing the fight. So maybe it's just, you know, making sure that he gets either the House Claw or the Berserker Fury first, and then after that, just force fights. Maybe that's why he got the
Bargain Hunter.
I'm thinking Bargain Hunter, Mystery Shop. It has been changed so many times.
He gets the discount, right? He gets the
Yeah,
discount,
discount.
pass. He has a discount code.
10% discount.
10% discount. Maybe some poke, hey. It's the same strat again. Oh boy, that yin-yang reaction is deadly. First blood should go over to Joe. Legion Esports, just like game 1, finds the first kill.
Yeah. But right now, we got to see how Legion Esports really pushes this, because they have the advantage. And in game number 1, they were able to secure 3 turtles. If they can secure 3 turtles here as well, I just want to see how they can start taking more objectives and then getting more team fights.
There's a growth pathway though. Flicker of Shatter. Nart gotta flicker away, and this time Justinian will not miss. Finds the turtle. Maniac. Law and order. On a Joe. Verdict is that Maniac slammed on. Meow will find a kill, and Reaper misses the dispersion. So at the end of the day, 1-for-1 trade. Incilio finds the turtle and will cash in on this purple buff.
Oh, but they're really pushing it. Can they kill this before the... Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it works, right?
Yeah, because I thought like, okay, that seems a little bit early for the diversion, but they made it work. They made it work.
Yeah, but Justinian doesn't have the retribution. The idea was there though. Imagine if they get both buffs, right? Hey, that's Loi player. Like the Loi player mindset is so different. You gotta be creative.
You're always playing chess with the Lui. You always have to be 3 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I got to talk about Lui. I don't.
No, like I had something in my mind. I was just trying to piece it together. What if, right? Here's a wild idea.
All right.
They make a skin for Loi. It's called Grandmaster Loi. But not the usual Grandmaster, a chess Grandmaster. And the union reaction is like the chess pieces, you know?
What's that movie again?
What movie?
Oh, it's in the back of my head. The reference that, you know what? I know Remar and all the other casters are watching. If you guys know the movie I'm thinking about, you know.
Oh, I thought you meant the movie is called It's in the Back of My Head.
No. It's not. If you guys know the movie title, I don't even remember the actress's name. But anyways, back into the game. Again, an advantage for... Oh, this time it's Incilio. But again, in terms of advantage, it's not that big, Husky. Looks like for both teams, they're not really forcing out the fights. I mean, the fact that we were able to have some time for ourselves to think about a movie name, a movie title, and still nothing going on. I mean, Queen's Gambit! Thank you very much. Oh, that was the one. That was the one.
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit. Thank you very much.
Zipper. Oh, Joe is going to go down again, just blasted by the dispersion. Just in time for Turtle to spawn.
That was good, but I'm so disappointed in myself.
Increasing Anna Taylor-Joy.
Yes,
wonderful actress.
Yes.
It popularized chess. It's quite a thing. See, you know, should be able to get the turtle without any issues. Easy retribution, and now they get the flip back. Meow again, another flicker. Surprised that he tried to walk out forward into an Edith like that.
Yeah, so far in Incilio, they're still playing the macro game quite well, and this time Justinian is actually able to get both turtles. So this is overall an amazing game for Incilio. With that being said, Legion Esports, the draft is about playing for the late game. So as long as Incilio is not 2,000 ahead, it really should be fine for Legion.
Oh, good attempt. A valiant one onto Reaper. At least you get that flicker out for 2 minutes without the battle spell. Let's spill it to the bottom side, but again, no way means that. We've been seeing Legion Esports really try to utilize this Khalid. I mean, game 1 it was Mel, game 2 now it's Nart to make these early moves, but I think it's very unfortunate that they haven't found much success across 2 games.
Yeah, I like as well that so far Lovely on this Edith is looking very good as well. Diversion being used on the bottom lane, they want one, but so far Daylight is able to get out of there.
That's Purify. Let's see how much pressure they can put on this, right? There's no Raging Sandstorm, in fact. That's why they can move on so fast, and with Maniac around, there's no way for Legion Esports to come in. There is a 1v1 fight top side. No one's the wiser. Justinian 2 levels ahead of Joe. A complete opposite of game 1.
Oh yeah, 5 minutes in, only 2 kills each so far. Nart tries to look for advantage, but so far no one from Incilio is really positioning themselves to actually get caught. Both junglers are at the top side of the map. Again, for both teams, it looks like they want to play the macro game, which is kind of uncharacteristic for Legion here. Legion actually playing slow. But I don't know if I like this, Husky, where you're playing for opponent's timing, right? Like this feels like Legion wants to play like Incilio.
Yeah. See, so Dawn is going to start shoving that wave in. Daylight has no Purify for another half a minute. Walking too close. Well, it actually checks it, so that's going to be Conceal gone. But still, Malefic Gun out for Don't. There should be a second item. Incilio will trade the turtle for bot tier 1, so they are really trying to slow down Daylight.
Yeah. So far, Incilio almost hitting that 2K. Legion Esports, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable with them not trying to look for any kind of advantage. They're able to get the top lane, so that's good. But so far, both teams are just trading basically side lanes here. You go to top, I go to bottom. We're just going to scale up. Once we have items, we're going to fight. Before we get items, we're really not going to be doing anything. Diversion.
It kind of calls back to what I brought up, right? Like, Legion Esports have been trying to make moves, but with very minimal success, and now Joe caught up again. Donnie's just gonna man fight. There's another flicker from Mel.
Can we have an instant replay? What was that interaction? He was like, push, pull, knocked up, everything.
Man got ragdoll, man.
Oh, yeah.
It feels really bad when you're a Phobius, but all of the flickers so far, I think we've seen from Mel is to escape. He's not having a good time at all. And without the flicker, he's surely gonna go down. He's gonna use the Infernal Pursuit. But he goes down anyways. Lovely with the Primal Wrap. Finds Killing Spree. Top tier 2 for Incilio. Meanwhile, Diverse is gonna be used. Nart will be held in place by Maniac. He's not going anywhere. Has the Raging Sandstorm. Forced to use it, but Lovely will just chase him. Even committing the Glorious Pathway, but still Nart gets out.
Yeah, but look at Nart even has to use the flicker. Incilio, they're, don't mind me for saying this, they're grabbing everything for free here, Husky.
Yeah.
Hey, like, hey, you want a kill? Go on, get a kill. Hey, you want a turret? Oh, go on, get a turret. Not saying that Legion is letting it happen, but at the same time, they're not doing a good job stopping it.
Yeah, this, I know it's early to say, but you can slowly see it go out of control for Legion right now. And look at Daylight. Daylight has 4 bodyguards around him.
Looking at the items here, looks like the Bruno is opting for a second item, Malefic Gun, which kind of makes it so that Incilio, they really are just playing for the objectives. Instead of going for a Berserker Fury, he just wants more range instantly. Yeah. Looking at Daylight here, he's still waiting for Holy Crystal, but he's nowhere near close to his Holy Crystal here.
He's going Winds of Nature, look at that. He's pivoting to the Winds of Nature. He realized that this game is accelerating too fast. Glorious Pathway used an attempted engage, but it's too late. You didn't found the Lord, so Nard, he's gonna sacrifice his life. Meow as well, they committed, but they got nothing. It felt like they missed the timing long ago.
Maybe it's because of draft, but right now Legion Esports, their front line hasn't really been doing much. Nard, Joe, Meow, it doesn't look like they're having a good time actually doing anything in this game. No engages, no frontline body blocking, no nothing. Like, it could be because of the Edith, because honestly, Edith does well against that. Oh, Daylight!
Oh my god, Daylight!
Oh, he won!
He won because there's tower aggro. You
Right.
just didn't try to fight at tier 2, that's a bit of an error. But man, that came really close.
Oh yeah, very, very close, but overall, that could be just Justinian just checking out, okay, how much damage do I have? Can I kill someone undeterred? All right, I can. Well, I can try again later.
Almost enough.
Almost enough.
Thankfully, he's not a shutdown, right? He only has 5 assists prior to that, so no big shutdown goal for Daylight. It's a minor loss. Just thinking out the way, topside slow pushing with the Lord as well. And even with 4 members of Incilio, they still have so much presence.
And you saw Joe got attacked once by one basic attack, and he had to alpha charge out.
It's like, no, that's painful.
Yeah, so right now, the chances of them really stopping the push from Incilio is quite low right now. It's 10 minutes in, and only inhibitors are left here. Diversion in.
Man, it allows us so much potential, right, in the plays. Like the cross-map movements, they won't get inhibitor though. Almost took out Daylight and Meow at the same time, but still, possibilities are endless.
At this point, it's just about mental. You're just scaring Legion Esports from doing anything.
There you go, Glorious Pathway, another yin reaction. Daylight had to purify out of that, or he would have went down. They're gonna try to get the inhibitor first. They sacrifice Maniac for it, but still, big crit, 1.3k damage. And don't just found another double kill. Incilio prime for victory. Windtalker as the next purchase. Incilio takes out all structures of Legion Esports. 4 versus 3 in favor of the ECA. Wrap Meow takes 2 more in the face. Daylight tried to fight him with Winds of Nature, takes him down, but Incilio, eyes on the prize, tries to go for the Crystal. Daylight defending with his life, takes out 2 more from Incilio. Reaper looking to escape from this, will find his way to safety.
What Maniac!
Goes down. Daylight with the Maniac to keep Legion Esports afloat.
You even saw the visuals. We thought it was gonna end there, but whoo! We talked about the defense of a Natan as well as an Eve. Well, there you go. The Natan can get a Maniac. So hopefully with this kind of advantage, they can start looking to win the fights here, Husky, because again, Now you have Maniac. There's nowhere for Maniac to go.
Oh, committing entropy.
Oh, that's so low. That's
Man,
so low.
Ricochet almost took him out. In normal circumstances, I would say that this doesn't look good for Incilio, but hey, they got all 3 in hits. So
Now it's all for the lore here. And we saw what happens when you don't have an inhibitor. The minions are much stronger. Super minions are much stronger than normal minions. So
when you don't have all 3 inhibitors,
yeah, Incilio, they can just keep kiting this lord.
you want to play 26-minute games like game 1? Sure, you know, be my guest. Incilio are willing to do that. Let the bot wave push in. Legion Esports now, they feel pressured to make a move. And looking to rush down the Lord. Meow. It's going to be the distraction. Glorious Pathway because of the entire backline. The Alpha Strike is in, but he's going to get control. The Lord knocks him out. And it's going to be Justinian that finds the objective. Everything going wrong for Legion.
They tried, Husky, right?
Yeah.
It was do or die. If they got the Lord, there's a chance that they can still survive. Here's the thing, they have an Eve as well as the Natan. The Natan already has the Holy Crystal and the Wind of Nature, so he can defend this. The Eve as well, having the Glowing Wand, the Divine Glaive, as well as...
Well, this. Solemn Side, Winds of Nature.
No.
Wishing Lantern.
Wishing Lantern!
Oh,
Oh my
okay,
god, that
fine.
escaped me.
There you go. Flicker of Shatter, 2-man stun, Raiding Sandstorm to the back, hits no one. The Lord is so powerful, and this time even daylight can save it. It is nighttime. Legion Esports gets put to bed, and Incilio finds the first victory in the wildcard group stage.
Yep, with a clean 2-0. Incilio so far looking good for Group B. Just with that, already looking like the favorites here coming in. Looking like they can play the macro game, they can play it slow, but when it's time to speed up, they can speed up.
And with how fast Incilio played in Game 2, that was sort of the initiative and proactiveness that we were looking from Legion Esports in Game 1 that wasn't really delivered to us, unfortunately. And that kind of allowed Incilio to really not only kind of figure out how Legion wants to play, but the fact that they got powered picks in Game 2 really made the job so much easier.
Let's shout out to our marshals, by the way. They're looking good. They stood up for this.
They are more suited up than we are.
Yeah.
They look like the Secret Service of M6.
I feel like I'm underdressed.
I feel like I'm underdressed. I walked in today and I was like, what the heck is going on? Like, who are these gentlemen? I realized, man, they are just our marshals. It's a grand event though, even though it's just a wild card.
We're setting the standard here.
We are.
Right.
Greater than ever, right?
Yeah, greater than ever, even our marshals. Look at this. They look snazzy. They're in a suit. They're in a suit, Husky. They're in uniform.
Yeah, they have a uniform for marshals.
They have a uniform.
It's not
for
just,
marshals.
just a vest or a shirt. It's a
Before
full
this, it was
suit.
a jersey.
Yeah, now it's a full suit. Can you believe it? Suit and tie! Suit and tie.
After this, tuxedo.
Oh, boy. For the
Bow
grand
tie.
finals, who knows, right? Who knows? Grand finals.
Maybe.
It is at Axiata.
Let's talk about the game just now. And Legion, game number 1 and game number 2, it looked like they were a bit lost. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest problem, wherein you're going up against Incilio, where they know what to do from minute 1 all the way to the game end. It just looked like Legion Esports was not prepared to go up against Incilio.
It does feel like it. I think because we set the stage of Legion Esports wants to play really fast, right? In Incilio, they like it calm and collected. We talk about how fast Legion can go based off of the MCCM. Game 1 didn't really show that ferocity, at least not to the degree that I expected. And then you look into Game 2, they just felt so lost.
Yeah, it looked like everyone didn't have the confidence to start something.
Yeah.
It could be the mind games because you're going up against Louis, where all of a sudden they could teleport 4 people in your backline and then you get crushed. But it really did look like they were paralyzed. Like options paralysis, where they're like, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I back off? Should I move forward? At the end of the day, they didn't do anything. And again, it's just the first day. They have time to adjust. But again, this is not a good way to start your wildcard run.
No, you gotta win the next 2 series, and it only gets harder from there for Legion Esports. And this game obviously is just half the game duration of game number 1. Higher kill count overall as well, but Incilio also at the same time had a way more dominant win than coming down to that coin flip in game 1.
Yeah, which is weird because Legion had a pretty okay draft here. it just looked like their mid trio really couldn't do much, and it could be because Reaper as well as Lovely did well, and Maniac. What an amazing frontline, man! Like he's always there to prevent Legion Esports from doing anything.
And remember, this is also a game that Legion Esports actively banned out both the Matilda and the Cho in the first phase. And then they opted for the Khalid last pick as the roamer. We've seen across the entire game, it's just Khalid phobias, we're going to press our ultimates, we full commit. If it doesn't work out, that's it, we lose the fight. And it keeps repeating. And a lot of these times, Daylight wasn't ready to fight. And once he came online and defended that base, it was already too late, right? Damage has been done. Look at Daylight. He's deathless this entire game.
Let me just say, Incilio, they live up to the hype. Let's look at the emblems here, Husky, because quite different coming in from Incilio, where Mystery Shop for the Bruno, making it so that he gets his first item relatively fast. And then the Brace Might for the Luyi. This is definitely an adjustment for both of them. And Lovely as well, we see, well, it's not rare to see Quantum Charge on an Edith, but lately we've been seeing a lot of War Cry so that when you go to the Primal Wrath, you deal a lot of damage. But so far, even with the Quantum Charge, it looks like it wasn't that big of an issue. Damage was still being able to be dished out and still tanky as ever.
And even when you look at the emblems for Meow, the talents for him, he took Festival of Blood, but he also took that Inspire, right, for the extra cooldown reduction into Concussive Blast to try and lane against the High Lords. Usually this would be favored. I kind of feel like that Brace Might would do a bit better. Like we've seen that interaction prior to this, even prior to this patch. It was a bit weird, especially in that mid to late game where he's constantly trying to force fight alongside Nard, but it never works out because he had to always flicker to safety whenever he gets caught by Reaper's Yin Yang reaction.
And we can also see being really worried going up against Incilio, where instead of having Rupture, went for two movement speed emblems, right? Having the agility as well as Wilderness Blessing. Usually you see Rupture there so that you can actually deal damage. So that could also be a reason why Legion Esports, they couldn't really take a fight, because no matter what, they don't have enough damage.
I think if you cover the team tags and the player details, you would think that Legion Esports draft is sort of Incilio's kind of draft, right? We want to go late game with incredible late game damage. And for Incilio's draft, it's like Legion. We go fast, fast, fast. But the complete opposite has happened.
Yeah. Bruno didn't go for the crit emblem as well, went for Trill. So again, that's also something interesting where it looks like he doesn't want to rely on crit. Like even his normal non-crit attacks is strong. And then when he does get a crit, you were saying like what, 1.3?
1.3k, yeah, 1.3k at the end, yeah.
Now, looking at the damage here, Reaper is still the one that dealt the most amount of damage. Even though without the Rupture, still did good damage, 52k, but unfortunately, Joe, only 18,000 damage dealt, where comparable to Lovely.
I think for viewers who might have missed out Game 2 and you just look at the stats, you might think that, oh, it's just a 3k goal deficit. But remember, a big chunk of that goal came from the glorious defense by Daylight, but prior to that, it's not even close, right? It was a landslide in favor of Incilio.
Yeah, if Daylight didn't get that Maniac, then, you know.
This game would have ended in like 11 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Let me just say, though, I would say if there's any play of the day, the first game that Aurora steals, that was play of the day for sure.
That is 100% play of the day. 100%. At least for now, right? If we end the day without anything that is more impactful than that, that is my play of the day.
Yeah. After this, we're going to see who is the MVP for this match. And again, this, I would say, is a little bit more passive than active. But so far, Incilio, the entire roster, I love that everyone understands their job. Maniac is a front line, and he does it. He's one guy, but it feels like 3 tanks are in front.
Yeah, he really utilized the high loss to his maximum potential, right? Those glorious pathway just makes life so hard. But of course, in the back end, we got Bruno, played by Don't. We did say he is one of the key threats of Incilio. With his 6-1 and 5 fully decked out marksman, he is unstoppable.
Oh yeah, unstoppable for sure. Again, with a different way to set up his emblems. But also something to note for you guys that want to follow his style of play, he went for the Hosclaw and then went for the Malefic Gun. So instantly wants that extra range, extra penetration. Where we see other teams, they go for Hosclaw and then Berserker Fury. For Don't, he wants that range.
Yeah, you get the item faster, and because you took Thrill, so you just have a lot more raw damage than relying on your crits, right? And it benefits you even more when you are snowballing the lane out of control. Like, look at this. He's just casually hitting the structures while his team is, just brawling, just fist fighting with everyone else. And when he finally joins the fight, he's just landing massive crits.
Oh yeah, like you can't get away from Bruno. I feel like that's the most dangerous thing. It's like you feel like you've gotten far enough. It's like no.
Yeah. Honestly, this one, if he didn't chase Mel and just look to hit the crystal, they could have ended the game, which in of itself is pretty funny. But then again, they have such a big lead anyways. This one, look at this. There's so much burst from the Natan. Oh my goodness.
No, the thing is, the teleport went through.
It ported Reaper's corpse back to base.
Yeah, like the basic attack went. This is truly Nathan, transcending time.
Yeah. I wanted to say time and tide waits for no man, but that's Beatrix, which is pretty weird, right?
But yeah, Incilio 2-0. For now, with a very convincing win in Group B. We talked about Group A, we talked about Group B. For Group A, Ulhanar is the favorites. But Dianfen Yaguai opened strong. For Group B, both Incilio as well as RRQ Akira are the teams to watch. And so far, Incilio has lived up to the hype.
In Group B, definitely is going according to a lot of people's expectations. But Group A, we are seeing that slight dark horse start to really manifest in Dianfen Yaoguai, which I think in of itself is already a very, not just a strong statement for the Chinese region, but at the same time, it's a testament to how this entire year of MLBB esports has really evolved, right? We got the fall of the kings in multiple regions, like for Indonesia, for the Philippines, for the Turkish region, for the Latam region, and even right now, we have so many shifts in the tectonic plates that I personally am excited, even though it's just 2 series.
Yeah. But either way, like we have 4 matches for today, and that's the end of the second one. Which, by the way, I'm just gonna take this time to say that Husky, you're not gonna cast for the next one.
Oh, I know, Lafayette. You're not gonna cast for the next one either.
I'm not gonna cast for the next one.
We are not gonna cast for the next one.
So just to let you guys know, after it is going to be Gideon as well as Safa going to be substituting for us. So, do you want to eat this now?
Oh, I do want to eat this as we talk about the next series, right? We got Ulhanar against GK Esports, obviously one of the Group B favorites against another potential underdog story.
Can we try out the sponsor? Because I don't want them to be the one to eat this. Hey! All right. Yeah, come out. Here you go. We still have the box. They can show the box, right?
Yeah,
they can show the box. So this is Hello Panda, and I don't know what flavor this is. Come, take one.
All right, thank you. Let's see.
It's chocolate.
It's chocolate? My favorite.
Oh yeah. Do we want to do some for them? Oh, dude. Oh, this is so good.
No.
Oh, dude, this is so good.
Oh,
This is so good.
Lovely stuff. We're gonna take the rest with us when we go off cam later.
Yeah, talk properly. Actually, this is good. Instead of doing outros, we could just eat this.
Yeah, I mean, why leave the rest for them? They have plenty of time to get snacks. We don't. We started the first 2 series.
Legit, this is so good.
The only
This is so good.
Right, I can't stop eating. Hold on, I gotta get this.
No, like you would think like the sponsors and whatever, but no, this is
legitimately good.
This is legitimately very good. Get the chocolate one. Like we can actually say the chocolate one is legit good. Yeah, here we go.
I was trying to find the one with the perfect panda. Hold on, I found it.
That's a perfect panda?
There's actually the panda. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can see this. This is the best I found. Look at that. There's a panda out there. It's a shape of the panda. Look at that. It's so cute. The panda. I'm geeking out over a panda on a biscuit. What am I doing?
Hey, we get to eat on live stream. It's good. We'll get this straight. Thank you very much to Husky as well as my Nino Bell. We had a good game. Group B, we've seen it. After this, it's going to be Ulhanar going up against GK Esports. That's what Gideon and Safa. Good job, buddy. See you guys tomorrow.
for ultimate glory starts now.
As we prepare to greet the dawn of a new era that will undoubtedly be greater than ever, we welcome all of you, our lovely fans, back to the second half of day one of the M6 wildcards here in Malaysia. My name's Stafa, and joining me on the desk for our next couple of matches is none other than Gideon. How you feeling?
It feels good to be here once again. After watching those two best of threes, I'm kind of excited to see where the rest of the world is going to be here at the wildcards, especially since that it feels like the confidence isn't there yet. It feels like people are adjusting maybe to the climate.
That is true. We have had a bit of a shift. Right, a lot of teams are having difficulty maybe adjusting to the new meta that has arrived in the Land of Dawn that definitely seems to be leaning more towards early game aggression. We got to see a little bit of that. Like, what are your thoughts on the first 2 matches of the wildcards?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to indecision, but in terms of aggression, I'm not seeing as much aggression as I would like, or maybe it's because it's what I'm used to, right? I'm used to seeing Malaysian teams go head-to-head, full wipeouts happening in 6 minutes of the game, but this time around we're seeing a slower pace of style and more so indecision amongst the teams. What is more important and what must be prioritized throughout the game?
That is true. Those are all factors that have to be considered every single time we jump into a game. Just like we should consider looking at the best gaming device on the market. Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic.
I mean, they just keep on making better and better stuff. The last time, I remember when the 8 was out, and then the 9 Pro comes through, just another breakthrough for ROG as they continue to be the best. Now, speaking of being the best, here at the wildcard so far, a lot of the teams that we've seen play feels like they've kind of adapted to what the meta is calling for right now, but we're not seeing as many experiments. I thought that because you're in the wildcard, why not experiment early on? But it feels like the stakes are just too high.
Yeah, there is, of course, only a single wildcard slot this year. Last year we had 2, so there was maybe a little bit of wiggle room to work with. But this time, every single game, every single point matters. So as much as we'd like to see some slightly more unique metas, these teams have come this far, and they're not going to allow their journey to end just like this.
Now, we're going to show you the current standings. If you are just tuning in, our next upcoming game is going to be from Group A. It's going to be GK Esports up against Ulfhendar. I hope I'm saying that correctly. There have been many, many different variations of it, but generally, they are my personal favorites to take over Group A and also make it out of the wildcards. Coming into Group B and as well as Group A, it's going to be DFYG 2-1-ing and getting 1 point for themselves. In Group B, it's Incilio with a 2-0, allowing themselves to get that point. And remember, this is a single round robin. These teams will have to play each other at least once before we decide who makes it forward.
That is indeed going to be the case here. 2 groups, 8 teams. So many hopeful players with infinite potential, but only one will get the chance to join the rest of the teams in the Swiss stage for the main M6 tournament. We've already seen some interesting things. I think especially Dianfen Yaoguai stood out a little bit as one of the newest regions to approach MLBB, and yet they were able to take their victory. I think even their first actual international victory here on a stage like this, so that's a huge statement, and I'm sure that all of the rest of the teams playing today will need to keep up.
Well, that's the exciting part, right? Because last year it was KBG. Now KBG is already in the Swiss stage, which begs the question whether the region as a whole is growing. And this is what the wildcards is all about, to see whether the regions outside of Southeast Asia have caught up with the rest of the world, and if not, could be in a position to actually challenge them.
Yeah, challenges are just aplenty here because every single team has been growing so much, and with the meta suddenly shifting, I think we all know that there is a trend happening internationally as well, where a lot of teams that have been like top spot mainstays, even in larger and smaller regions, have been getting dethroned left and right, with a lot of new names showing up already qualified through to the main stage, and a lot of teams actually having to play for their spot through the wildcards now.
I totally agree with you. Even for our upcoming match, it's extremely clear that, you know, S2G already beating the previous Fireflux, now Ulfhendar at this point, which is, again, pretty surprising to say in and of itself, but even for Geekay as well, right? Geekay as well as Twisted Minds, we don't see the traditional Falcon, so it really feels like it's all scripted, but I just feel that the younger generation has come here to play, and if so, are looking to set a statement as a region of whole.
With the meta of MLBB consistently changing and new patches being dropped left and right, you gotta be able to adjust at a moment's notice, or risk being left behind, like we see with a lot of big names that are just not here at M6 at all. So it's a very scary thing to think that, oh, you've been so dominant for so long, and then suddenly your position is in jeopardy. That is, of course, the situation that Ulfhendar find themselves in right now. Previously, Fireflux, a team that has actually put up really solid performances against top names across the world.
Well, with that being said, let's have a look at the whole overview. I know you guys who have been watching since the beginning have seen this graphic, but don't worry, we're going to be focusing down on some of the favorites. And generally in Group A, people have been saying that for Ulfandar, this should be pretty easy for them. They should be able to kind of blow through that group in comparison to Group B, where we do see a couple of teams who have the potential.
Ulfandar, I think a lot of the fans do think that this is going to be the favorites. The team that seems most likely to claim that final wildcard slot into the main stage of M6. These are all veterans. They have so many international appearances, and they're able to make it through the wildcard stage. This will be their 4th appearance in the M series. But the fact that they didn't get a direct ticket does show that with the new meta coming in, they haven't quite been able to adjust.
Yeah, I don't think it's just adjust, because what made this team strong was that they had the glue, they had the flexibility, they had Alien making these big plays, same goes for Apex 47, and they could always rely on TNZ to get them over the finish line, and in the middle, Rosa is there to guide them all. The meta has shifted, right? I think that right now, EXP and as well as the mid lane have a very limited pool of heroes that are actually relevant in the meta as of yet. And maybe that's what's hurting Ulfandar at this point of time.
Yeah, that is of course going to be the case. We know that some of their players are going to have a little bit of difficulty as well. I think especially Alien, who is more used to playing the typical dual type fighters in the EXP lane, now being forced to play heroes like Hylos or Gatot makes it a little less comfortable. But on the opposite side, we have GK Esports, which has gone through a pretty notable revamp entirely, only keeping Shen as their player from the previous roster and bringing in a whole bunch of new faces.
They're bringing on the smiling General Smile, and of course 2 key imports, Xeno and Carvey, both of which previously playing under the banner of the Mongols before they headed here. So it's kind of crazy how quickly Geeke was able to kind of mission mash this composition together, and honestly, they are doing very well. The real question is whether or not they can actually go through a polished, full veteran team in Ulfandar.
It's an interesting interaction here, the interesting dynamic between these teams, because on one hand you had Ulfandar, which has been such a solid lineup. They haven't really changed their roster at all throughout multiple years and have been dominant up until now, where they unfortunately lost their direct slot but are still looking very powerful going into the wildcards. On the opposite end, we have GK, which went through a full revamp, and despite the usual difficulties you would have with changing your lineup entirely, have actually been able to find a good amount of success, which they want to carry over to the international stage.
Well, let's see whether or not that success is going to be enough in this best of 3. This is going to be the first time they're going to be playing here in Malaysia, so it's going to be an exciting time to see whether or not these styles from these different regions, which I think is expected here in day number 1. It's all about adjusting to each other's styles before we eventually build up to that international meta.
Yeah, but preparation is also going to be important, right? While you need to be able to adjust on the fly, having information about your opponents, doing the correct research, and nowadays with the meta being as open as it is, where the hero pool is not quite as fixed as it has always been, a lot of creativity in the draft and your approach to the game needs to be studied to make sure that you're able to deal with whatever your opponents throw at you.
But that's the thing, right? As much as people are going to say, yeah, it's super flexible in terms of roles. Yeah, that's why they're called flex picks in the first place. I think that mid lane, as of right now, has more room to be explored. I feel like EXP feels very, very narrow right now unless somebody's able to experiment and take that chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do feel like EXP lane especially has kind of had the short end of the stick in this recent meta, because with Assassins coming back into the jungle and we're seeing Roam kind of open up a little bit more to setters and even supports, EXP lane kind of has to play the job of the person standing in front and soaking up all of the damage. So the usual fighters like in the past, where you see a lot of like Paquito or Benedetta, are just not quite as viable anymore when you have like Hylos, Gatot, Phoveus, Khalid, no new flavor, coming in and just eating everything, because your team will always need that front line.
Best yet, they're outperforming these early game damage style EXP lane fighters, which is super frustrating for a person like me who's like, I want to duel, I want to fight as early as possible, and these heroes just don't stand up to the base stats.
Yeah, I feel the same there. I think we're both EXP laners. We like to fight. That's why we play fighters. That's why we play EXP laners. But the meta just doesn't quite work for that. So I think we do have a recent popular addition in Hilda, which kind of fills up the best of both worlds, right? Early aggression, crazy amount of damage despite going full tank and just being unkillable with Revitalize.
Which makes me wonder whether or not, like, even for some of the Swiss stage teams, are they going to be looking towards the wildcards and thinking, hey, maybe these are a couple of good ideas that we could implement, or it doubles down on their scrim results. Hey, we've tried this out in scrims, now we have a double confirmation that it works.
Yeah, I mean, scrims are going to be important, right? Every single time. I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams have already taken the chance to scrim with each other. I'm sure they came a little bit earlier before the wildcard started so they could get prepared, get used to the Malaysian atmosphere, and make sure that they are in tune with what the game expects of them right now. And like, there's just so much new stuff that you have to really think about as well, right? I think we've had some recent revamps. I'm still waiting to see a Cyclops. I feel like he deserves a chance to shine. But besides that as well, Malefic Gun.
Yes.
The impact of this item.
Malefic Gun has really made it tough, especially for people like, you know, well, sorry, not tough, but better. Bruno is taking full advantage of it. Beatrix being the #1 user of it as of right now. Some people go first item, some people go for second item. Really depends on your own personal playstyle. But for me, I just feel that we need to see more from it, right? Malefic Gun users, yes, it makes sense, but the base stats are generally pretty small. You really want it for that early game pressure with the Fury Hammer that you build as a component, more so the passive to really outtrade your opponent when they walk back. That's why Claude. I'm thinking of Claude, whether or not he can be, you know, like they buffed up his base stats for the Art of Thievery. That seems pretty good. Clint as well also can use the Malefic Gun. The only problem is that he's not very mobile.
Yeah, mobility is prioritized, and because of the changes to Malefic Gun, where it is a genuine alternative to Malefic Roar while giving you that extra range, we are seeing way more Bruno, Beatrix, Moskov, all heroes who were already popular at one point but have suddenly just shot up because they're able to make use of that range to really disrupt people. Heck, I played Pubs recently and I got disrupted by a Mia as well. Like, heroes are being enabled by changes to items like this. I'm just waiting to see where it goes. This is definitely more of a gold lane centered time where teams are discovering like, okay, this Malefic Gun, really good, you know? But what happens next?
I'm not 100% sure. It could go many different directions, but I think, you know, the main issue right now is that junglers and the way that you snowball the game happens too quickly. I think the two most powerful roles as of right now is going to be jungle as well as the roam position. Mid position, I would say, is pretty important, but we get this quote from Rosa. It's too early to eliminate us from the wildcards. We have teams that we want to get our revenge on. Oh, interesting. We will get into the Swiss stage with my biggest thanks to Beyonce. Great quote coming in for the Thorn Queen herself. Interesting. It seems like they have some unfinished business in the Swiss stage. This is the first time I'm hearing about it, right? I'm curious to know whether or not they're thinking about SRG knocking them down during MSC and thinking, hey, that could have been us. We could have been in that grand final spot.
I mean, we all know that Ulfhednar is a very powerful team. They've had international experiences, but that also means that they've had to face rivals time and time again. They definitely have people they want to meet in the Swiss stage, but I also think that there's going to be a little bit of that happening right now because we have Carvey on the opposite side on GK Esports, who was a previous member of Deus Volt, who knocked Fireflux down. These are the same players, of course, to the lower brackets in M5. So if we're talking about revenge stories, there's already one happening right now.
Now, let us introduce you, Ulfhednar here, with Sunshine, Apex 47, Rosa, Tienzi, and as well as Alien. If you don't know them, they've been to many international tournaments already under a previous name of Fireflux, but now, under this banner, they represent Turkey, and more so, they're looking to dominate the wildcards.
It's very common for us to see teams switch up players from time to time when things are not going well, or even when things are going well. But Ulfhednar is an example of a lineup that has not changed for many, many years. The dynamics
the chemistry between all of these players is top-notch and very, very strong, and they clearly want to make it back onto the main stage, with many fans as well believing that they are a shoo-in for that final slot.
Oh, absolutely. I'm one of those supporters too, but they're going to have to face off against GK Esports with Carvey, Shen, Smile, Zeno, as well as Samo. Now, both Smile and as well as Samo has had not forgetting about Shen as well, all having competitive experience back in Mina, Zeno as well as Carvey as well. Somehow this team meshes very, very nicely. And after watching their grand finals against Twisted Minds, there are definitely some core concepts that they weren't getting, which I'm hoping that they have polished upon coming into the wildcards.
Another factor to consider as well is that personally, GK Esports are actually very, very confident as a team. It almost bridges on the edge of arrogance, as some people may say, because they even announced during their own MPL that the trophy was already going to be theirs, and they were celebrating victory before they even got the win. And well, as we can see, they are in the wildcards now, so that didn't quite work out for them.
Hey, I appreciate big egos because at least then it puts pressure on themselves to do well. Up against veterans here at the M Series, I think if they're able to 2-0 them, that would already be a huge statement.
It would, especially since, like, yeah, these are the fan favorites. This is a team that has multiple experiences, multiple appearances in the M Series itself, and has put up a strong fight against some of the top contenders in the entire world. So definitely a statement. But Ulfhednar wants to live up to that status as best they can. They're not going to allow themselves to be taken down in their very first game of the wildcards.
Well, with that being said, it is time we start moving towards the draft. We've seen some interesting concepts being played out earlier today, but I'm excited specifically for both Smile and as well as TNZ. What exactly are they going to get their hands on to really change this game? Because previously, TNZ was the weird one. He was bringing out the the Amon. He was also bringing out the Leomore when it wasn't meta during its time, and still found success.
Yeah, TNZ, Rosa, quite a few players on the side of Ulfhednar do like bringing out these weirder picks and playing around with them, which I do hope we get to see, but since it's still very early on in the wildcard, it's hard to say whether or not they will lean in that direction, because so far, the bans are looking pretty standard.
I mean, we say standard, but Chip is wide open, but they're not going to be picking up. A lot of teams here at the wildcards have either been banning it out on red side or just not touching it whatsoever and then looking to ban it into the second phase. There are bigger priorities that are easier to play, which doesn't force you to think about the map differently.
And it just shows how much the meta has developed, right? Suyo and Chip, two heroes that were must pick or ban in the very, very early phases of the game, now being allowed through a little bit more often. With GK prioritizing the high-lows to go for a little bit more of that team fight control, we see the Cho being locked in on the side of Ulfhednar, followed up with that Gatot.
Okay, strong start coming out from the side of Ulfhednar. Where do they go from this? Both junglers have not been locked in. I mean, the Cho already de-incentivizes GK from actually diving deep in towards that assassin pool. They could go for an early alpha if they want to, but they're going to lock in their gold laner as expected in that first phase. So far, 80% pick and ban, 50% win rate so far. A gold laner that is great at the early stages and scales well late.
Bruno has been shooting up in pick rate ever since teams started realizing the extent you could really abuse Maleficon on heroes like this. Strong early, strong late, just generally not gonna lose out lane to most other picks, and Tuss is very safe to pick even when you don't know what his lane opponent is going to be. And they're gonna complete their first phase draft with the Suyo too.
Okay, I like this. So far, seems pretty standard. I think that, especially for ULF, if they're going for any kind of jungler to kind of mirror what their opponents are doing right now, they can go for the alpha if they want to. I would love to see the classic TNZ Leomore, because we've seen that before, into Suyo, and it honestly does pretty well. The sustainability on top of the fact that you can consistently pump out damage is always great, but they are going to be leaning into the Harith this time around against the Bruno.
Looks like Ulfhednar want to make sure that they at least have a gold laner that can still go toe-to-toe with Bruno in the early phases, though Bruno will still have the advantage there. The fact that they've gone in this direction, though, means that they haven't picked their jungler at this point, and it's going to make it quite easy for GK to ban out common options like the Alpha.
Let's see what it's going to be, because it's going to be red side who starts off the bans first. We're currently missing mid laners from the side of GK. But it looks like more of a pick off composition from ULF. I mean, based off of the first 3 picks, but if they get rid of Aurora, they could think about, I mean, Yves is already banned out as well. Getting rid of the Khalid, actually. Interesting.
Your team is
Getting rid of the Khalid, that instantly makes you think that they want to prioritize an assassin jungler, because Khalid would be one of those heroes that if you play Roam, instantly can invade. If you play EXP, can clear lane quickly and invade. So if you're going for a assassin jungler that's a little bit more vulnerable in the first couple of minutes, getting rid of it is pretty good. And with Hilda gone as well, that means we're not going to be seeing overly aggressive EXP laners in this game.
I think, I don't know. I don't know whether I want to push it to the extent of Phoveus is going to be uncontested, because at the same time, Phoveus does pretty poorly against things like Glue, for an example, which we haven't seen at all today. The Phoveus most likely is going to get picked up, but only until we do see some... interesting! An Arla ban!
Getting rid of Arla, not the most popular pick, can come up at times when the EXP lane pool has been narrowed, but I don't quite think that's happened just yet. If that's the case, Ulfhenar are particularly concerned about GK going for control teamfight situations, because if you have to deal with Glorious Pathway and Final Slash together, that does make positioning more difficult.
I suppose, but it doesn't feel like... considering that it's like you have the choke kick, you already have the Avatar of the Guardian. Even if you do find the counter engage, I don't think there's much to really fall back upon. I mean, yes, you do have the Suyo, but at the same time, I'm only expecting to see ULF to actually go for something along the lines of Alpha, just to be able to kind of deal some form of true damage and deal with those frontliners a little bit better. If not, I mean, I'd be very happy to see something cool like Varsa, for an example.
We haven't seen heroes like that in quite a while, though. Looks like they'll go back to the old reliable Aurora, also very good for providing that zone control, second to only Eve, and since the real-world manipulation already banned off the table, having a way to stop GK from just running down that Glorious Pathway should be pretty effective. Up here, we see the Sicilian, the debut of the hero in the wildcard stage. And actually quite a terrifying hero nowadays.
Now, this has been really interesting, because so far the big argument for Sicilian is like, yes, he plays for the later stages of the game, but as a mid-trio, now that the HP, general max HP has been shrunken down, the health growth, Sicilian's third bat impact significantly hurts. It really, really demolishes most mid laners who don't have a lot of health to begin with, and if your support isn't able to buy you that space, you're just gonna have to take the punishment.
As Sicilian is able to position quite safely in the mid lane while clearing things up, and because of the frequency of fighting nowadays in the meta, is able to build up stacks quite quickly and more easily compared to before, especially if you have a solid front line, which they do with the Hylos and a Grok. Once you get into the late game, he hurts so much, and they don't have to worry about spreading their resources thin as well, because Bruno already can hold his own in lane quite well.
And here comes the final pick coming from Ulfhenar. It's going to be the Ling. Oh, so they're going to go really fast on this one. Interesting, because a lot of their composition, that mid-trio needs to be able to move really, really quick across the board. Alien is going to be playing Cho EXP with Apex 47 taking the Gatot. So having control over this mid lane is definitely possible for them. They've got great wave clear with the Gatot, which begs the question, GK, did they foresee this? Because again, that Grok, that wild charge is going to be the big difference maker in these team fights.
Yeah, if you're able to position the Grok properly, it can be really, really debilitating. And we already know how this hero is able to mess with buffs in the jungle too. So against a hero like Ling, that's very dependent. What are your expectations, Gideon?
Well, my expectations right now, I think that the early game is a little 50-50 between the two. It's going to boil down to the mid-trio priority. In terms of the laning phase, I don't want to say too much just yet, but I feel like, you know, Harith or Bruno, very volatile lane.
That is true, but not quite as volatile as the wild cards itself, because one slot on the line, we're gonna be jumping into our first game of game number 3 here at day 1 of the wild cards with GK on the blue side versus Ulfhenar on the red.
All right, let's get right into this. Orange starts for both junglers here. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map. Let's see which side is gold and which side is EXP. Top side is going to be gold, EXP on the bottom side. So we're expecting this Ling to maybe unlock onto the bottom side. If not, because they've got information with Alien, who's already invading to steal away at least one camp.
We can already see a good amount of damage being done here in the mid lane. But before anything really gets started, we'd like to remind you guys, M6 Pass is going to be available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free so that you can get amazing rewards.
Yeah, things like Challenger Sparks, Prime Skin Cosmic Blaze Claws, the M6 exclusive Claude figurine. I mean, these are just a few of the prizes. Now, based on this early game, we've already seen that Rosa is just feeling the range of Smile, taking a lot of damage, doesn't lose his passive just yet, but is able to come back into lane. Keep note that the range is significant for Smile, and if he maintains this type of distance to unleash his artillery, it's going to be hard.
Up in the mid lane, Shen already forced to use Flicker quite early on, and he managed to find the taunt onto Xeno as well. Caught out in a bad spot, Tempest Blaze comes out, Rosa securing first blood onto the enemy jungle.
Beautiful work here, and at minimal losses as well. They didn't have to flicker at all. Shen out of position, having to force that flicker out quick, but TNZ is not going to let free kills go. Now, with that first initial kill falling into the hands of Rosa, more mid lane control means that they can start spilling down to the bottom side of the map. They just need to make sure at the very least that their gold laner just holds out on their own, don't die, stay alive, and let's play for these neutrals 4v4.
In fact, if they can maybe shift a little bit more attention towards the gold lane after this first turtle, that could help them deal with this first blood being given over to mid. Because Smile up until this point had actually been doing a very good job of just zoning the Aurora off the wave. So with that kill, they've just managed to even it up back up again.
I'm more curious, how exactly is Xeno going to find opportunities to fight right now? Because again, Alien is doing a great job against Samo, clearing these waves twice as fast as he is, has a level lead, and also is relaying information back to TNZ.
And all that information working very well. Samo, Glorious Pathway, drop down on the turtle, but Alien is just stopping the rest of GK by himself. The kick finds it. Turtle secured by the Ling, and Xeno already taken out by Ophenar. They're continuing to fight as well. Tempest Blaze comes out. Samo and Shen both being slowed down after is going to be zoning him away from his escape path, and they get the taunt as well, giving a killing spree over to Rosa.
I don't know. I don't think Zeno should have walked up there. I mean, you saw Alien use everything, right? He used the Shunpo, third hit of Jeet Kune Do, didn't hit anybody, so he doesn't get the reset. So all he has is the Way of the Dragon. So I'm not too sure what exactly was going through their minds, but I personally think it might have been an oversight.
I think there was a slight lapse in communication because the Glorious Pathway was placed down pretty nicely, but the rest of the team wasn't close enough to take advantage of it. A lot of it was because Alien was just standing there menacingly, so they couldn't get close enough. But yeah, the timing just was not right.
It's not looking good so far because now they also have timings on these buffs. Alien is doing such a phenomenal job right now. With that being said, if they steal this away, where is the next opportunity that they could maybe set up a gank, right? The proxy is successful. Top side seems to be pretty much untouched, and double waves being obtained by Sunshine. He's only going to scale twice as fast. 2.8k at 4 minutes.
TNZ just finished his Berserker's Fury as well at 4 minutes, so that's very quick for a Ling, especially against a Suyo. GK has missed out on a potential early game spike with this jungle hero, and that means that Ulfenar will be able to start taking control a little bit.
All right. It looks like even for Xeno going to complete the Hunter Strike first. He's not even going to think of going into a component like the Fury Hammer and then building straight into the War Axe to try and sustain through the damage. Because again, in the early game, you just don't have the HP to deal with all that burst. Speaking of which, Rosa 3-0-1 right now. Anybody who's falling in that ult is almost guaranteed to die.
And this is coming from someone who was nearly taken out in the first minute by the Sicilian. So an instant reversal, and that's why Rosa lives up to the title of Torn Queen here. You gotta be careful.
Well, next turtle is up, and I think that Wolfendar is going to be looking to fight more than actually trying to secure this turtle, because to them, the turtle is such a minuscule objective comparing to slowing down the raw power of Smile and even Carvey. If they can just slow down their farm, that's good enough.
Here comes Alien, gets the flicker
So
kick
bad.
right into the Avatar, the Guardian, but Zeno is able to dodge it with the iframes. Frigid Glacier comes out, only hits Ammo. GK still in a good position, revitalized, Glorious Pathway used by the high-low, so TNZ not going to be able to follow up on that kill, but Alien still distracting Zeno the entire time, not allowing him to get close to Turtle, but TNZ messes up the retreat timing, and Shen steals it away from Wolfhendar. They now go onto the mid lane, Purify forced out, Smile taken as a trade.
Unlucky indeed. Let me just double to see what Zeno got. Yup, he did go for the tough boots. That's why he wasn't CC'd as long. Great for him, because this is now starting to turn around. Now that GK is able to secure at least one turtle, they just need a full winning fight against Ulfendar. Maybe a 2 for 3 would be okay, but ideally a 3 for 1 would be the best scenario.
It's a feels bad situation though, because Ulfendar was doing such a good job of keeping Zeno off the turtle. And then TNC just messed up the timing. I'm not too sure what really happened, because I don't feel like Shen would be enough of a threat for him to make that mistake.
Well, at the very least, they did find Smile there. I think personally for me, turtle or not doesn't really matter to Ulfhendar at this point, right? They got the early game secured, the mid game is starting to come by, and we're expecting item power spikes for Ulfhendar first before we see it from GK. There's the Feather of Heaven coming in from Sunshine. I don't think Carvey has got that Berserker's Fury or even the Haas Call completed yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. Sunshine also has the level lead on the Bruno, so unfortunately this goal lane, which should have bit of advantage for Carvey, still not quite going his way. This is a very good window for Ulfhendar right now, because we know once you get into late stages, Cecilia on Bruno can be pretty scary. Here, another gank attempt on top lane, not able to find Carvey. Shen is here, Zaman Force being dropped down. Ulfhendar wants to dive the tower wall. Hits 3, and then Shen is able to flicker out to safety. Smile as well, popping the ultimate, chasing down Apex 47. And Ulfhendar, unfortunately, will not get anything from this.
That's so worth it. They get at least the flicker out from Shen. This next neutral objective, there's no surprises from Shen specifically, but at the same time, we are seeing this very common rotation. EXP leaving their lane early on, running towards the top side of the map to try and zone off the enemy gold laner, while the jungler picks up the farm on the bottom end. Now, the big issue of Suyo is that, yes, he's mobile, but he's not as quick as Ling. Ling can cover the cross-map marathons in a mere seconds.
And with the changes to Suyo as well, he's not quite as agile as he used to be, nor does he do as much damage with his tap skill too, which does mean that the odds are even just a little bit. That's why we're seeing teams prioritize Suyo. Last Wave of the Dragon finds the Grok. Shen in trouble, watch charge used, Glorious Pathway as well to zone out the rest of Ulfhendar. As Samo walks forward, Shen able to recall back to base. TNZ taking tier 1 at the same time. Bruno not going to be able to stop. Lord being delayed. GK wants to find someone, but Alien doing a very good job. Avatar the Guardian comes out, Zeno iframes away, and neither team will be able to get that advantage in the Lord pit.
Yeah, and again, we can see that Ulfhendar, they want to fight, and GK, they understand that. That's why they're doing this back and forth against them. As long as Carvey doesn't end up dying to the Ling on the bottom side of the map, then he will be okay, and they can scale at pace. Ulfhendar. Now, Carvey already completing his second item. He's got the Haas Call. He's also got the Berserker's Fury. We're waiting for him to eventually get that Malefic Gun, but he's already ready to fight.
Yeah, Bruno is able to fight basically at any phase of the game, and as long as GK can continue delaying, giving Carvey free space on, making sure that Smile stacks up, they'll be in a great spot actually. Glorious Pathway comes out once again onto the Lord. Wave the Dragon onto Zeno in the backline. He's not able to get close enough, but the Lord is not being whittled down. Frigid Glacier catches out Shen. That's going to be a killing spree for TNC, as the rest of the team is just splitting up. GK, double kill now, going to the side of Jules Hidnar. Smile will finally finish off the top, but the Lord has been taken by the red side.
Oh my gosh, it's a 2 for 1 in favor of...
Oh!
He gets it, no problem. Smile ends up falling. I take it back. I thought a 2 for 1, okay, maybe not the worst in the world, but maybe they can go and turn it into a 4 for 1. I mean, Denzi already using that Finch Poise, luckily, so he doesn't have to worry about the chase. But at this point, GK has a significant deficit, 4.8k in favor of Ulfhendar, and we are seeing that TNZ has completed his third item, Power Spike achieved.
He has nearly a 3k advantage over Zeno right now. That's how much of a lead Ulfhendar has, and even though Ling may not be the most popular pick nowadays, this is a TNZ classic. You can see the comfort on it. He instantly turned that smile into a frown, and GK not looking good right now.
Oh, but you can see that the damage is building up, right? Level one item down against Rosa, is able to chunk out 50% of his health.
That is very, very scary. Cecilion stacks up so ridiculously into the game, actually, but Lord collided with bot tier 2. All of GK here, besides Xeno, gonna be able to respond to it and take it out quite quickly, actually. Ulfenar shifts over, able to get that at least.
Oh, nicely done by Shen, just making sure that the Holy Shielding doesn't blow up. They will lose that top side one. It looks like there was, unfortunately, not multiple actually cover all of the illicit lanes, but in 93 more seconds, we're expecting that Ulfendar, I want to believe that they want to rush the Lord because they already have such a lead. I'm looking at Sunshine's item. Does he have 3 items? Yes, he's already completed the Holy Crystal as well. So more than enough reason to actually press the dagger deeper into the skin.
But there's also the argument to maybe not pressure GK too hard and give them reason to extend outside of their base. Because the longer the game goes, and if they're able to defend, players like Carvey and Smile will actually become how much damage just that one bat impacted.
Well, I know for a fact that the Queen would never ask Apex 47 to give up his life, but he's got a great ult, and I think they can guarantee at least one inhibitor if he just commits the ult a little bit further from where the inhibitor is to zone off the rest of GK once that Lord starts crashing through. But this is all theory crafting. It's still a 1-8 scoreline in favor of the ULF.
A very one-sided game so far. Even though initially it looked like GK might be able to do something. 8K in 12 minutes. Ulfenar in complete control of the map. No external structures standing for GK and coming up in 25 seconds. Their composition not actually the best at wave clear as well. So it's going to be an uphill battle.
Well, I mean, they do have Smile, and I think that's their only saving grace unless Carvey decides to get his 4th item to be Windtalker, and then maybe he can keep up the pace. But so far, these neutrals, and more importantly, these buffs, do not fall into the hands of GK ever.
And they are just gonna have to deal with that, basically. Lord finally spawned now. GK needs to set up the wave so that maybe they can walk out and contest this, but even then, it's not really sure if it's worth it.
No, you're just playing into the hands of ULF. That's the problem, right? They want to fight you, but you don't want to give them that fight, so you have to sacrifice neutral objective after neutral objective until you hit the right timing. Now, this might just be a checkmate angle. 9K, if they can break an inhibitor and maybe get a pick off of GK before that Lord crashes into an inhibitor, they might be able to end this game pre-15 minutes.
Especially if they're able to find Smile somehow. They have tools that can easily dive into the backline. TNZ on the Ling, the Avatar, the Guardian, like you mentioned. Positioning going to be key here, but at least they still have all 3 inhibitors. Let's see if they can hold it. As bottom lane now going to be the target. Sambo taking so much already. Tempest of Blaze used quite early on, and the wave has been cleared out down bottom, but the Lord has already taken out the mid tower, and Alien by himself takes out top inhib as well. Very calculated gameplay from Ulfenar.
Oh, so precise, so good. 2 inhibitors for free. You fake a commitment down on the bottom side. You have Alien push on that top side, and you know the Lord is going to be crashing down through mid, and GK clearly not strong enough to handle it. Here it comes.
Avatar the gun comes out. Glorious Pathway zones them away with a kick onto the Cecilia, the target he wanted. Bridget Glacier takes out the front line, and GK Esports is just dismantled in an instant. They're able to clear up the minion waves, so Ulfenar has to wait a little bit longer. In fact, their waves are not pushed up, so GK will survive for now, but that is some serious damage.
Oh man, Alien, he's got a bit of help, but he understands like the game could end. If I recall now, it's going to be a 4v3. I mean, I can almost guarantee this. Just one more.
Well, and there's the one more coming. Another 5 seconds before the other 2 members come out, but Ulfenar is just pushing straight in. Shen just barely survives. Minion wave is still alive, though. GK not able to get on top of it, and because of that, Ulfenar with a very, very convincing victory in game number 1.
Truly elite warriors, berserkers in their own right. Cool, calm, and collected, but God, it feels, you can feel the heat radiating off of this team. No mistakes being made, overall clean, and they made sure to choke out their opponents.
This is why Ulfenar is considered the favorites. This is why they are the obstacle of every single wildcard team to make it to the main stage of M6. They've made a statement here, now they just need to close it out.
I mean, I think that GK had some really good ideas. My issue is that so far, we haven't seen outstanding performances, if not better yet, Can we see somebody win out in a lane? Bruno had a tough time, I understand. EXP had a tough line, but mid lane is where we were expecting to see some form of pressure, or at the very least, controlled aggression against Rosa. Didn't get that as well. So I think, is it a draft issue? Is it them getting outclassed? Tough to say, but I would point towards the draft first.
Pointing towards the draft first, I do feel like they had the tools necessary, especially I think Smile was doing a really good job right as the game started, and he almost picked off Rosa and the mid lane, right? I think that first turtle fight does come into mind here, because in an early game meta, snowballs become a lot more prevalent, so you have to make sure to avoid giving away advantages that you have early on.
Agreed.
And because there was a disconnect in the Glorious Pathway and the rest of the team to start the turtle fight, I think it gave Rosa back the EXP that they were already missing a little bit early on and instantly caught up.
Well, I'm curious to see the post-game item build first, because, again, a lot of it really comes down to what came first, and more importantly, did they achieve the timings that they were looking for? And that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking specifically at Smile, right? Now, as much as Sicilion can scale well into the late game, the problem is that you have to take a little bit of a detour in your item progression. You must get a Gleaming Gem so that you could stay in that lane for longer before you pick up things like the Glowing Wand, the Wishing Lantern, and he was eventually going to build up to that third item, but it's just getting it costs so much. Rosa, on the other hand, 2k ahead, 2.7k ahead as a matter of fact, able to achieve 4 items pretty efficiently, and that just goes to show how many resources you really need on a mid laner.
Even having that Wishing Lantern at the very end there, Aurora, as a mid laner, is typically leaning more into utility rather than damage, but Rosa was in so much control that they could just afford to go for that, and that just adds on even more burst that GK has to deal with. With a lineup like this, you do ideally want to play around Zeno or Carvey, but we didn't really see them visit the gold lane much, and Zeno got really messed up in that first turtle fight, which instantly delayed his progression against a hero like Ling. That's just bad news.
It is bad news, but at the same time, it's like, you should have seen it coming, right? You saw the Cho there, you saw him move out of the lane first, and at the same time, as much as you want to focus your eyes on the neutral objective, you cannot tunnel vision, especially with single target lockdown. Right now, in terms of chemistry, the ULF ULF has done much better than GK. I think they need to streamline what the composition wants to do and really focus down on the important elements, whether it be their mid trio or their side lanes.
Yeah, you gotta be able to streamline your decision making a little bit more here, because you are clearly up against a team with much more international experience and maturity. We didn't point him out very much, but I do want to give some kudos to Alien as well.
Oh yeah.
That Cho in the EXP lane instantly allows him to unlock himself from lane very easily against a sandbag like Hylos, which lets him affect the map right from the get-go. And the fact that he's able to just dash around and distract 3 or 4 members of GK by himself, that's already doing way more than the job description asked for.
Attention is currency in a game like this, right? You can only pay attention to so many things at once. And I think personally for me, I was concerned that this meta was going to stray away from Alien, because he is a playmaker, he is very much a damage dealer, and he likes to pressure his opponents in that way. Cho fits him perfectly like a glove. I would have been super sad to see him play the high loss, and maybe if he plays the Hilda, I guess it's kind of boring, but at the very least, with this Cho, his positioning is hyper aggressive, but knowing that he can push faster than his opponent is already a great tool.
That's also the power of deciding the order of your draft, right? Because Ulfednar started with Cho Gatot, both flexible heroes that can be switched in either lane. It makes it so difficult for GK to decide, okay, how do we pick against this? And I think that cost him.
Well, I think maybe they should have considered Phobius. Maybe that was the way to go. I don't know. That's personally for me. But generally, I think that if GK is going to approach the situation once more, really pay attention to the picks and bans here. That first phase really costed them a lot. I think they did much better in the second phase, though, as they started bleeding into it. I think that the Grok pick, unfortunately, as much as I believe that was a good counter-engage tool, soon as he loses that flicker, he's just not a hero.
And he lost the flicker very early on, so it did not quite work out. But our MVP of game number 1 is none other than the Torn Queen herself, Rosa, in the mid lane for Ulfhednar.
An absolute pillar, an absolute anchor, a rock for the team. If you're falling back and you need somebody to bail you out, you can believe that the Queen does not let you die for free. And it's great to see. So far, we've been seeing all the standard procedures coming in from every one of these teams from wildcards, even when we are expecting, you know, an ultimate, pure domination coming in from Ulfhednar in comparison to GK.
GK, they got a lot of work to do here. There's potential, definitely. This is a team that can be very flashy, can be very bombastic. Their confidence, their arrogance comes from a reason. But Ulfhednar is not a team that will fold easily, and you can see the chemistry they have just from their performance in Game 1.
I'm hoping that a great example of this is the kick in to the Avatar Guardian. I hope that we get that moment. It's probably going to happen later. But yeah, this very first scenario, not exactly the best in the world coming in from GK, but hey, you know, you make mistakes in the early doesn't mean that you can't get out of it later in the day. I do think that at least for GK, they need to communicate just a little bit better. Is this the one? It's the initial kick.
Not quite.
No, it's not the one that I'm looking for. Oh well. But yeah, you can tell that with the chemistry, there is, again, very different idea of how they should be playing across the map. But GK Esports have been matching the ULF every single time. Whenever they started to cut their waves and head over to the top side, sending their EXP over, at least GK was there to try and minimize the damage.
Yeah, I think GK still has potential. They've just been dealt quite a heavy blow here that they will need to adjust back from. A lot of those team fights, they tried to make it happen, but there was forced separation being made by Ulfhednar, where every single time Alien's already on top of Xeno, or TNZ's already looking for an alternative angle, while the Hylos was like just running ahead by himself. They gotta fix that.
I think it's a luxury for them, okay? Just like a Fairy. Luxury meets gaming Fairy's first M6 Swiss watch, a special jewelry collection for Jushin as well as Mia, and brand new champion rings and medals. So follow @FairyWorld on TikTok and our websites for more updates.
That sounds really cool to me, actually. I think you guys should check that out. We all like our in-game bling. Why not invest a little bit in some out-game bling as well?
My wrists are feeling a little empty here, just a little empty. It would be nice if we could fill it up, but that's not all. We also have the lucky draw.
Yep, from the 18th of November to the 29th of December, we can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift, where you can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare, as well as Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. This is a rare opportunity that you do not want to miss, because you can get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins. So they're only returning for a limited time. You gotta get on it right now.
Gotta do it as quickly as possible. Well, coming into game number 2, there are a couple of adjustments that need to be made. Particularly for me, it's just the EXP side of the draft. I think, you know, overall, now that we kind of know the level of Sunshine as well as Carvey, both sides actually did okay in the lane. I think that inevitably Sunshine was gonna win because of the double waves that he was absorbing from top side and as well as mid, but generally we're getting solo kills.
Yeah, Gold Lane is interestingly becoming a bit more of an island nowadays, when classically that was always the identity of the EXP lane, right? Where you'd always just leave the EXP laners to do their own thing. But now, because they play such a pivotal role as potential setters or front lines in team fights, they have to participate in fights across the map. And that means a little bit more space for the gold laners to do their own thing instead.
I do think, though, that if they wanted to shake things up, if you are looking for counter-engage, and if not to slow the pace of it, I do think that high ground marksmen work really, really nicely. Natan, for an example, and as well as, you know, the notorious one, Beatrix, of course, being very, very devastating. But let's quickly get some coach info here. Our coach focus, the profile, this player turned coach, used to compete with 2-time world champion Few, and can lead GK to secure the last Swiss stage slot. I mean, look at his history, right? He played in MPL PH Season 1, second place with the Digital Devils Pro Gaming, MSC 2018, second place with the same team, MPL PH Season 2, as well as 3 under Signal Ultra.
Being champion of MPL Philippines Season 2, this is one of the OGs right here. And I think a lot of people will attribute GK's success after a team revamp, a full lineup revamp, to Coach Yako having that experience being brought in and being very effective, right? So I want to see a little bit more of that. Can that gameplay extend further and pose a threat to Ulfednar?
Well, let's hop on in towards the drafting phase to see whether or not they're going to change things up. Nope, they're going to stay on the blue side of the map here with the ULF being on the red side. Let's see if they're going to change things up because, again, the Gatot first change that we are seeing in terms of the bans alongside the Yves.
Okay. Getting rid of Gatot. So the Eve was already banned out in game number 1, but the avatar of the Guardian turned out to be a bit of an issue for GK in the previous game because when combined with the way of the Dragon, actually posed really effective ways of not just setting up fights, but cutting off escape routes.
Let's see whether or not, Fanny ban as well makes sense here. Let's see if they're going to change up their third pick. Was there anything in the previous game that they need to get rid of? I'm thinking maybe to like limit, to really push in the limit, get rid of that Cho at some point of time.
Yeah, the Cho actually should be contested a little bit because having it face off against the Hylos in the EXP lane just gave Alien way too much base. Not to mention that GK didn't really have the most reliable CC. So not only could they not catch Cho a lot of the time, they couldn't catch TNZ on the Ling. So that is a flaw they have to address.
Yep, Vintilla, so it looks like they're only just changing for the Gatot ban. Now let's see whether the ULF is going to adjust or just continuously stick to what they know already. They found success in game number 1. To repeat that without the Gatot, I don't think Gatot was the pivotal, the crux of their composition.
Yeah, Gatot, I always feel like Gatot isn't really meant to be the initial initiator. He's always better as a secondary form of entry. And that's why you want to combine him with heroes like the Cho. Sure, the Cho is supposed to be the EXP laner, but in that case, he becomes the primary engage, and it's so much easier for Gatot to set up that AOG once the battle lines have already been scattered.
Yeah, now here's the scary part. As much as I want to believe that the ULF wants to pick up that Cho, maybe with the Khalid alongside it, it feels really bad for GK. If they decide to go for either one of those two options, then Phoveus is going to show up straight away. If they lock in that Phoveus, I know for a fact that Alien during M3 played the glue before.
They
so
will
the Hylos again.
Still go for the Hylos, huh?
They think it's that good.
Hylos can be pretty effective. We've already seen very good Hyloses, even just today in the wildcards. The Glorious Pathway is not just used to run in and escape, but also as a way of just cutting the fight in half, just drawing a line in the literal sand and saying, you cannot pass this point. It was really messed up in the previous game because Ulfednar just had more mobility overall. So the Glorious Pathway was kind of null and void. Now that they don't have a Gatot to deal with, at least it might be better, but I think this just means the Cho comes out again, right?
I think the Cho's definitely going to come out again. Maybe even pairing it up with the Khalid, both of which do really well. And now they're going to go, they're going to go for the Cho as well as the Harris, showing their hand pretty early here. Does GK play Lunox? I'm trying to think whether or not they did it before, but well, looks like Harvey is still going to go fall back to his go-to Bruno.
Proper Bruno play can still zone Harif out of lane. It's very much a skill matchup here because both of these heroes are quite good at levels 1 and 2. But last game, we could tell that they had a bit of difficulty. And the Hayabusa coming out.
Interesting. You're playing an assassin right into the hands of this Cho. If you're already struggling with the Suyo, I don't think Hayabusa is going to make it any easier here. Let's see. The ULF could easily just pick up the Suyo, call it a day, and then just move on from that point. Or, if not, they could build a thicker composition to deal with it, or just stick to the lane.
Okay, gonna go with the Suyo. I actually did think that Ulfednar didn't need to lock in their jungle here. It's already shown that TNZ TNC has a pretty deep hero pool. So if they're able to force GK to ban out a bunch of junglers, I feel like it would just be better for them. But I guess they want to stick to something that's a little bit more meta, since Hayabusa is not a hero that gets to see the light of day often, actually.
Also true. But when we do, there's only two versions of it. It snowballs so hard that he doesn't even need his stacks to use the Yoki Shadow Kill to get multi-kills, or he doesn't play the game at all.
Pretty much. Very snowball oriented. If you're able to get like 2 or 3 kills under your belt in the first 5 minutes, the game just instantly becomes yours. Then the Sky Piercer stacks just take out the rest of the enemy all by yourself. But if you're not able to get that initial lead, Hayabusa just falls so far behind.
Yeah, and it's all about pressure, right? Now, we're looking back at the draft picks recaps in game number 1. The second phase was heavily towards assassin-style junglers like Nolan as well as Hayabusa. Now, they're shifting over to big setters. They're getting rid of the Tigreals to make sure that they can walk into these fights and don't get counter-engaged. I am curious whether or not we're going to see the ULF also get rid of the Arlet like they did before, but finally somebody gets rid of that Phobius.
The Arlen was an interesting ban, but it made a lot of sense after seeing what Ulfhenar went for, because they want to be the ones in control of the team fight, right? But they don't go for that. They actually ban out the Vexana instead. So this is instantly making you think, what are they intending to give Rosa that Vexana would be a problem?
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't have imagined that Vexana would have been the way to go. Yeah, I mean, top priority mages are already out. I would have imagined they want to play the Sicilian all over.
Is this a glue angle? Are they banning Vexana because of they might last pick glue?
They might as well ban out the Farmis while they're at, unless they pick Farmis here.
Because Vexana would be a hero that would come out without needing to counter something compared to Faramis, right?
Oh, that's true. You can blind pick it just
so
to
they're
deter.
banning Vexana because it's more likely they'll like just blind pick the Vexana here. But
nah, they can't. They wouldn't do that. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
I mean, it's a lot of forward thinking, but it's possible.
I won't deny that. I like the way that you're thinking right now, but at the same time, I think that Ulf, they have to make a decision whether or not to show this show in the EXP lane, or they can just hold it off and lock in their mid laner. They're gonna lock in their mid lane, and they're going for the Loyi.
Ooh, we've already seen Aloy being very aggressive. Just the match before this, that diversion really messes with you because you always have to be looking behind you wondering, is someone in that brush? And that could make Hayabusa's job a little bit more difficult because this is normally a hero you have difficulty catching. If you can just teleport anywhere you want, then that's no longer an issue.
Yeah, but it also provides a vulnerability, right? Because again, if this snowball happens for GK, the mid lane is most likely where they're going to attack. If not, maybe Sunshine on the gold lane, but that's only if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, Aloy can be pretty aggressive, can be pretty oppressive with her damage in the mid lane, but since they did pick it earlier on, it gives GK the opportunity to go for that mid lane counter. And whoa, the Belleric! The counter to the Aloy diversion.
I mean, yes, but a Purify does the job. I don't know about this one. I don't know about the Belleric as a pick. I would have imagined that maybe Chip would have been a lot better, but it's clear that both teams, they don't need it. I mean, wait, actually, hold on. ULF can actually pick up the Chip if they wanted to. I feel like it's all right, but it kind of is deterred because of that Belleric. Maybe I'm just pulling strings to see if they connect.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Chip and Loyi, then your map presence is just undeniable entirely. But there is still the potential glue angle if they want to go for dominance against the high-lows. Let's see what it is. It's the glue angle.
You called it. Nicely done, Staffa. Apex 47 going to be having his hands on this show to maintain pressure against Xeno on Hayabusa. I have to say, this is some really great drafting coming in for the ULF. Ulf does some good work here. EK, I am a little skeptical about this draft so far, but we need to see where they really focus their resources on. And that was the big problem in game number 1.
In game number 1, we saw GK not really able to find a winning lane or even a win condition off of their Suyo because of early engagements from Ulfhenar. This game, they still have the Bruno and the Sicilian, but with Hayabusa, they have maybe a little bit more leeway to let Xeno do things in the first couple minutes of the game.
Maybe they can like cheese out a gank early on, maybe between levels 1s and the 2, leave that mid lane open and Smile to actually get to where he needs to be, but that's only just a theory.
Well, the land of Dawn opens up wide once again, ladies and gentlemen, because we are jumping into game number 2 here. It's going to be GK Esports up against Ulfhednar, the latter currently in control and 1 game away from securing their first victory of the M6 wildcards.
Both junglers going to be starting on their purple buff, going to be ending up on opposite sides of the map. Towards EXP is where we see TNZ heading towards gold lane on the opposite side for GK. You can see that both Rosa and Apex 47 making sure that they are just positioning themselves towards the gold side of in case of anything happening. And let's not forget, Lethal Wanderer is about to come up.
If they can catch Xeno's rotation, can instantly provide some good information. Xeno jumps in, does some damage to Rosa. Rosa not able to clear the wall. Has to use Flicker very early on, and the Little will be secured by the Hayabusa.
All right. As expected, they were going to give that up, and here comes the gang.
Yep, TNZ on top of Smile. Both mid laners now going to have their Flickers forced out in the first minute.
Wait, this rotation, specifically coming in from TNZ, reminds me of 2 junglers, King Kong and as well as Chibi from Vamos, both of which like to do this particular rotation of picking up both big camps and then 1 small camp, insta-gank mid lane, invade to the opposite side.
It's a good timing because at that point the mid laner is not typically expecting a gank, and they're also going to be pushed up a little bit more just to help contest the Little Wanderers. So you can maybe catch them off guard, though in this case it was just the battle spell baited out.
I think it's worth it. The battle spell alone is so worth it because that means Apex can flicker on top of Smile and there's nothing he can do about it.
Xeno just hit level 4. Both junglers now at that point. Turtle gonna be coming up in a short while as well. This is where we'll see how aggressive GK wants to be. Because, yeah, if you can get a couple kills on Hayabusa instantly. Oh, but a stun. Blade Surge comes in on TNZ. Shen dropping low with the Yin Yang reaction. Xeno not quite able to connect just yet.
I think at this point, GK, just give up this very first turtle, right? You're missing important battle spells. You've already used the Revitalize coming in from Shen. You should head down to the bottom side, maybe consider setting up a dive. I mean, Harith is wide open. He doesn't have defensive battle spells that'll get him out of an Ogi. Shadow kill.
Yeah, that could be a good place for GK to pick something up, but they're matching here in the Turtle Pit. Alien in some trouble, still has the split, gonna finally use it. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, he's able to jump on top of Samo. Glorious Pathway comes out just to slow things down. Yin Yang reaction again, doing more damage as Ulfhednar prolonging this fight. Alien finally gonna jump off of the high-lows and use his Flicker to get away as well.
Okay, all right. Things are pretty chill for both sides. Again, we haven't seen First Blood be achieved. We're not seeing double waves being taken as well. But at the very least, okay, Esports, hold on.
Alien jumping on top of Xeno once again. Wave the Dragon onto Shen. Blaze Surge connects for First Blood. Secured easily by TNZ alongside the first turtle of the game. Instantly a diversion into the brush and they catch out Xeno. They find him. He's gonna walk right into the trap.
God, they're too good. What a call coming in from Ulfhednar. They knew exactly what that rotation was going to be. After figuring out that the purple buff was taken, they knew for a fact he's going to orange. We can sniff it out. We can smell it.
The timing is perfect. The experience shows right on their sleeve as Ulfhednar in one fell swoop instantly deny any potential early game snowballs GK could have.
Now, I am interested in knowing whether Ulfhednar is going to get even more aggressive by trying to deny the purple buff. We do see that Alien, he's already on top of it. He might make a call, and Rosa might just be able to send them into that back line.
Diversion's already back up, so Alien's just providing vision. Samo gonna go in, try to stop him, but this is a clue. We're talking about diversion into the back bush. They see Xeno already. Blade Surge connects and the kick. Xeno cannot even respond. Glorious Pathway used purely to let Samo escape, and Ulfhednar are in a dominating fashion.
Oh man, they're so good. I love it. I love the motions that they are playing. You know exactly what they want to do, and they can see the vulnerabilities in GK Esports. Now, whenever you're playing against both Chip and as well as Loi, you have to think about the map differently, right? And you also need to make sure you know the cooldown timings for this TP.
It's so quick and efficient as well. Not just Rosa identifying the rotation timings, but Apex and TNZ, their combo CC is so quick, so fast, you just don't even see it coming.
Well, you have to anticipate. You've no other way because nobody can safely open up the map. And even for Shen, right? As much as he likes to like open up the map, say hello, check out these brushes, there's a very good chance that he ends up dying. He's only level 5. He does not have the base health to sustain through it.
Yeah, this Belleric is picked up as a way to counter the diversion, but Rosa is just playing so quickly, it's not even working. And the diversion straight away, it's the Carvey! Way of the Dragon kicks him right into the Harif. And the Wrath of the Dryad isn't even going to be able to do anything because the Purify comes out straight away on the Zaman Force and the knockup once again to give Sunshine a double kill in the gold lane.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Ulfhedar, making sure that they are the elite of the elite soldiers, and they are doing so well. GK, at this point in time, recovery is going to have to come from the mistake coming in for the ULF, because Apex 47 and TNZ, they have got Xeno's number. He is not allowed to play the game, and Samo will have to do anything necessary, and I think that the next 4 minutes is Samo giving up his lane to give it over to Xeno so that he can catch up in EXP. Look at this beautiful. As soon as they saw him walk out of that bush, it's over.
And even the pre-Purify from Sunshine as well, that was not reactive. He already knew the Belleric ult was coming out and just popped it to make sure that he wouldn't be stopped from DPSing for even a millisecond.
Great. It's great. It's very clean, but that's only one singular turret 6 minutes into the game. A 4.4k lead, now it's going to eventually turn into an 8k lead as it builds up to this next objective. So GK, don't contest it. Look to play the rest of the map and look to try and find as much gold as you can, because this mid-tier 1, as much as you want to keep it alive, that's solely on whether you can protect Smile.
The scary thing, though, is that even if they want to play the map, the diversion is just always going to be a threat. Look at Alien, look at how much damage he's soaking. He flickers in, gets the stun on 2 members, and the Way of the Dragon finds Shen once again. Glorious Pathway comes out, but it's not going to save them. Face Apex for Leah 7. Going to be the first one taken out by the Ogi Shadow kill, but Samo's still going to be left exposed, and Sunshine with the killing spree very easily, diving between the towers in the mid lane.
Yep, Alien just having the time of his life. This glue, really nasty pick here, but looking towards that top side, we do see that Zeno at least is trying to wait on his own, hopefully doesn't want to overextend here, because again, they're playing with zero information. They don't know where the majority of the members of the ULF is going to be hiding.
And this is why heroes like Lo Yi have to be respected. There's a reason Chit was banned so often for such a long time. The way it forces you to think about the map every single waking second. GK Esports just don't have enough resources to keep themselves like active.
Yeah, and even when looking at the gold, it's pretty rough. Item progressions, Shen hasn't even completed a full item just yet. Still on components. Xeno, he's got a Legion Sword and a Hunter Strike compared to Tianzi, who's got 2 fully completed items, and I think he's also going for the Queen's Wings on top of that.
Yeah, Tianzi showing how it's done on the Suyo here. Another tower, easily taken, given over to Sunshine as well, just to even further avalanche the gold lead coming in from this Harif. Already 2k ahead compared to Carvey. Doesn't even have his second item yet on the Bruno.
Man. Can't really do much until... I mean, the Berserker's Fury is just way too important. That's a main source of damage.
Oh, Yin Yang reaction doing so much damage. Glorious Pathway, nothing can be done. Killing spree for Tianzi. Tier 2 tower gone. Ulfhedar just walk out like nothing ever happened.
Man, has GK not had enough practice against this Lo Yi? I mean, I know for a fact that they were banning this out pretty consistently as well, so it's not like they haven't played against it before, but at the same time, it's looking like things are going out of control way too quickly.
It's just being done at a much more efficient rate than I guess they're prepared for. Ulfhedar demonstrating a master class here from their experience of 3 different appearances in the M series. Currently kill score 8-1, 8k gold lead 9 minutes in. GK just don't really have anything. Split even used preemptively to zone them away. A good stun from TNZ. GK literally do not exist on the map.
Yeah, Ulfhedar is literally just walking up, puffing up their chest and being like, what are you gonna do about it, bro? You want that tower? Nah, you're gonna have to fight for it. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for this tower?
It just feels like such a terrible situation for them.
I mean,
they want to do something, but Ulfhedar is outplaying them every single time.
Hey, Apex, you better watch yourself. You can't get hit by skills like those. You gotta stay as the bully. Look at him. The fact that he's trying to do these fancy schmancy movements, all because they know that they have the lead and they have a very clear checkmate angle. They're 9k ahead. They push them all the way back to inhibitor turrets. They get this Lord, speed this game up, and then they're going, and I'm pretty sure they're going to force out another fight.
In a similar situation to Game 1 as well, GK Esports just don't actually have that much wave clear. So even in the base, they're not that strong unless they're able to find... Zeno in trouble. Doesn't have his quad shadow. Zaman force you. Oh my goodness. Where did he go?
Can't show yourself on the map like that, not without pressure, especially up against a Lo Yi. Every single time they start calling for delivery services, you know somebody is gonna die.
Rosa literally is tracking their parcel right now, and they ordered Zeno for dinner. They're really enjoying their meal too, because GK Esports cannot put up a fight at all. Lord pushing in mid lane. Smile has not built up nearly enough stack. Two-man Jeet Kune Do knock up, but Apex gets stunned, so he has to flicker out to safety. Tower actually not being focused too much. Lord dropping quite low. GK doing a good job of clearing it out, and no minions left. Ulfenar cannot actually force this down, so they'll keep all their inhibitors alive for now. TNZ instantly rotating up top, but with only one minion to work with, they're not going to continue that. Zeno comes in. Ogi shadow kill. Will it be enough? No, he jumps to the minion wave. So unlucky.
Really unlucky there. RNG not on his side. Just waiting for the next delivery to actually happen. We know for a fact that it's same game delivery at the same time, but it's a 1-9 in terms of kill ratio. It is not looking very, very good for GK unless they can drag this out for, I mean, currently level 11, 26.2k gold in total. They're going to have to wait for at least 6 more minutes, so at 17 minutes is when we're expecting them to pop off.
Will Ulfenar allow the game to last another 6 minutes? Doesn't seem like it. Alien already jumped in here. Reaction wave the dragon! GK Esports, their front line just melts. It is gone. Mega kill for the Torn Queen herself. Bow before her majesty as Ulfenar break into the base. It is now wide open for them. Only one inhibitor standing, and GK Esports, their time in the land of dawn is limited.
Yep, 12k now as it continues to bridge. Oh man, the item progression. You know, I was thinking maybe to look at the goal graph at the end of this game, but you know what? I take it back. I don't think we need to look at that anymore at this when it gets to post. At the same time, right? Just look at the differences. 3k difference for the gold laners, a 1.2k difference amongst roamers of all roles, a 1.3k difference amongst mid laners, a 5k difference. Oh my goodness, a 5.6k difference amongst junglers, and 800 for Alien. He doesn't need that much gold, to be fair.
We're seeing a little bit of a social commentary about wealth disparity right now, because Ulfenar are clearly in the top 1%.
Hey, we as the middle class deserve better.
Well, what class does that make GK right now?
Hey, look. It's because of the upper class that they're in this position. If not, both of them would be in the middle class, all right? Social commentary at its finest. But man, I don't see them getting out of this. Smile takes too long to scale into this. Carvey, by the time he actually has his Malefic gun, Winds of Nature would either could be a situational item that Harith could get just for funsies. Just for fun.
Yeah, he doesn't even need it, right? Because GK doesn't actually do enough damage to threaten him. But why not, right? Just get a Winter Crown too, so that you can add a little bit of insult to injury.
And both. Why not?
Even though you can only use one.
It's just to send a statement that I could. I could have it. But then it'll be even cooler that just before he dies, he sells both and gets immortality anyways.
Like, why not buy a second yacht?
Yeah, true. Oh, man. The checkmate angle already achieved here. Now, eventually, the Lord is going to spawn at the 44th second, and they want that last inhibitor.
Last inhibitor is just going to stand there and take it, because there's nothing GK can do to stop this from happening. And this is all before the Lord has even collided in. Zeno trying to do his best to keep the lanes pushed out, so they don't have to deal with a full map sync. Conceal play, flicker, Jeet Kune Do, way of the dragon onto Carvey of all things. But Sanguine Claws actually locked them down underneath the base. And that means that Apex and Alien are taken out. A bit of an overextension here from Ulfenar punished, but Rosa is still unstoppable. First one is the horse, second is the assassin, as GK fall one by one to the yin-yang reactions. And now with the minion waves, they don't need the Lord, they just rush on in. Mega kill for TNC to close things out, and a clean sweep for the fan favorites as Ulfenar take down GK Esports.
That's a 2-0 victory here. Quick domination, making sure that they are showing themselves as the class above. You better get on their level. If not, it's just going to be scenario after scenario where Ulfenar has set up from the beginning all the way up to the end.
We were talking about adjustments. We were talking about things GK needed to do after their game 1 loss. But it just seems like it ended up being worse when this Lo Yi made her appearance. the diversions, perfectly timed to cut off rotations throughout the entire game.
I mean, that's the thing. When you are playing up against these global alt-type heroes who are able to bring along people, it's about tempo. You must maintain tempo. You must maintain priority. You can even do fake outs as well. You could be looking to pressure one side of the map to force that ult to eventually come to that side and then just back away. You have to be able to maintain that type of control when dealing with these global alts.
But you gotta give props. Ulfhednar knew what they were doing this game. Their experience was on full display. They knew where their targets were. Every single waking moment without even needing to see them. And when you're playing against something like that, it's just, how do you respond?
Number one, ban out show. Number two, I think that Matilda ban on blue side, as good as she is, just doesn't feel like the playstyle that Ulfhednar wanted to do, because both times we've seen that Apex 47, big setters, heavy setters, his previous M history as well, all of them majority being setters, and very few times do we see him actually wanting to lean into the support type roamers, the enchanter types as we like to call them.
But I suspect the reason why the Matilda was so heavily respected is because GK was playing a front-to-back lineup, right? They really wanted this Cecilion, and the goal is to make sure he's not jumped on. So if you have a Matilda...
well, I mean, technically the rest of your team should be peeling for you anyways. He had Flicker, he had the right tools, he had the right battle spells as well, and I think that Smile, from game 1 to game number 2, played a lot better. He's not losing out his battle spells early on, and his positioning is, honest to God, pretty good. The only issue is that he's getting jumped on by Cho with a Flicker, on top of the fact that nobody has a real answer to Alien.
Well, it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? GK, their loss here can not just be attributed to maybe their draft not being the best, but having to deal with the fan favorites, a team that everyone is expecting to be a shoe-in for that final M6 slot, and they're showing it. You can just see how much goal disparity there is.
My goodness, 3 to 13, 14 minutes into the game. Now, the worst part about dealing with the ULF is the way that they play. It's not hyper-aggression. It's just a slow chokehold. They put you in that triangle and you just don't know what to do but just keep on wiggling.
And wiggling is something that GK tried to do, but their draft just doesn't really help them much. Right, you have the high-lows, which can be very flexible, right? So I think Samo was trying to do his best. But the Belleric is meant and specifically drafted to counter the Lo Yi. And we did not see a single Wrath of Dryad on diversion. Rosa was just too fast.
I mean, yes, Rosa is too fast, but at the same time, it's not like they could have spotted it out of nowhere, right? And most of the time, we're not even seeing a full 5-man TP. We're seeing like a 2-man delivery package into the back line, maybe even a 1-man delivery package, most of the time it being Alien.
Yeah, I think GK may have overcompensated a little bit with this Belleric. Yes, it's a good counter to like Chip and Lo Yi, but you first gotta be able to catch them, alright?
And that's why, I don't know, it could be the view that they have on the meta as of right now, but this is definitely GK at its worst. They can only go up from here for the rest of the round robins, as they have to play against 2 other teams to ensure that they have a chance to maybe contest for that Swiss stage.
Do you think maybe it's time to give the Cecilion a little bit of a rest?
I don't think the Cecilion was an issue. We could definitely see that it had a couple of moments where it's able to chunk out. Like even Sunshine and Rosa had felt it at a certain point. Getting hit by 1 bat impact and you're like, whoa, that does a lot more damage even though you only have an item and a half.
Yeah, we can't deny Smile was doing a very, very good job on the Cecilion. They were prioritizing it because he clearly seems comfortable on the hero, but Cecilion is still the type of hero that diverts a lot of your responsibility, especially in the early game, to the rest of your team. They gotta be there to peel off of you. No matter how good of a Cecilion player you are, early on, you are vulnerable. And that means heavier burdens that the rest of your team has to shoulder.
Wait, well, there's a counter argument to that. Then how would you categorize Yves? Because that would be the exact same thing, right? You would still have to peel for the Yves. And, I mean, you have soft CC, I guess, but that's about it.
I mean, Eve is more utility, right?
It's more utility.
Because when you pop her ult, she's gonna be immune to CC. So she already has a little bit of an inbuilt defense there, right? And even if Eve goes down, you're not really too worried about it. But Cecilion is one of your main sources of DPS.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right?
That's a good point as well. I don't know. It's tough to see GK take hits like this. And I think that, unfortunately, it might not necessarily just be the draft. I definitely think there were moments where there are holes in Ulf's games where they could maybe even sneak out into the wave. I think Xeno figured that out just a little too late.
Yeah, we actually saw Xeno being able to go out and push waves for way longer than you would expect against someone on Rosa's speed. So there's definitely some chinks in the armor that you could maybe try to break open. But man, Rosa still leaving an impression on the international stage. MVP 2 games in a row.
Oh my goodness. Makes it look so easy as a bit later. Really does. Like, you saw at the very last moment that even Rosa was confident enough to be like, hey, I'm gonna just flicker and try to go for a yin-yang reaction onto Xeno, and one-shots him.
Rosa just playing 3-dimensional chess the entire time, and he's not even playing E, you know, doesn't even have the chessboard, and he's already figuring out every move the opponent is going to make. Playing on a slower, more utility-based hero like Aurora, gets MVP. Playing on a more active, high damage mid laner like Lo Yi, gets MVP. He's just so good at it.
It's really nasty. These calls like this one here, really nice. They are just so on top of it, right? What is the next move? Where are we going to punish? Where's the next play that we could be made? All of this being fought ahead of time by their shot caller Rosa.
It's as if Ulf Hednar was holding on to like a spare key to GK Esports' house the entire time, and they didn't know it, you know? They forgot to take it back from the previous owner.
They're still holding on to the lease. It's like, ooh, I wonder what this is. I mean, the way that they play so far looks really good. Very clean as expected. But at the same time, we're looking for ways for them to actually improve. GK in particular, right? The Belleric definitely needs to change out in this particular position. They need something a little bit more reliable to open up the map. Again, I still don't understand as of right now why teams, especially when coming into the second phase as well, not touching Chip at all.
Yeah, we know that Chip has been nerfed quite a few times and is not quite as strong as he used to be, but
Agreed.
The value he brings in terms of global presence is still there. I feel like teams do still try to consider him at least, especially against a Lo Yi, but for now, let's have a look at the updated standings.
With that being done and said, Group A, Ulvend are going to be on top 2-0 as well, winning out their match here. Coming in for that next match, we are going to be looking towards RRQ Akira up against the Mongols to see where they're going to stand, because Incilio right on top of Group B.
But one thing's for sure, the wild cards are already leaving an impact here on the very first day of the tournament. Many teams showing off what they've learned in the many months leading up to the competition, and some others finding that their opponents are a little bit more than they bargained for. We still got one more match before we end the day, and I hope that continue to be just as exciting as they have been.
I mean, they have been pretty exciting, but I'm expecting at least teams to play a little bit cleaner here. Now, there has been a lot of inconsistencies with our next upcoming match, RRQ Akira as well. I mean, you can pull it up right here. It's RRQ Akira up against the Mongols. These two teams, I think that RRQ Akira, for the longest of times, have been up and down. They've come to the M Series time and time again, but have really struggled to make it out of groups. And even when they do, they play their hearts out. It looks great. The Mongols, on the other hand, the fact that they beat Lil Gun, IHC, what exactly did they do to get to this spot? Did they beat the download system? Are they just hyper-aggressive? That's why I'm keeping such a close eye on this squad.
Yeah, whether or not can become a dark horse, right? And I think this last match actually has interesting parallels with our third match as well, right?
Yeah.
With RQ Akira and Ulf Hednar both being long-standing dominators in their region, finally taken down a notch this particular tournament, and Mongols and GK both being teams that have recently gone through pretty big revamps or reshuffles of their lineup, bringing new flavors to the stage.
I love it. I hope to see new playstyles as well. So far, we haven't really seen hyper-aggressive. Seen control teams, very macro-based teams as well, but I would love to see some of these teams show off why they got to this place got to this stage in the first place. Focus down on their gold laner. Maybe it's just purely their jungles that they're focusing on. I get the meta is in that direction, but at the same time, show your colors early on.
Yeah, break the mold a little bit, right? We talked about this, how the gold lane's a bit more of an island. EXP joins fights more, but why not switch things up, right? Go mess with the gold lane, let your EXP laner do their thing, break the tempo, force teams to adjust the things that they haven't screamed or prepared for, and that's where the most interesting games come from.
Yeah, truly, truly. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to a short break. And don't worry, it's going to be a short one because we want to get this next game and running. So the next time you tune in, it's going to be more MLBB action.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ
Meiji.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Living up to its name, the opening day of the M6 World Championships has been a wild ride here in the wild cards in Malaysia. With 3 matches already concluded, we still got 1 more to close out the day and to set up the stage for what these teams are gonna look like in terms of the standings. Once again, my name is Stafa, and joining me on the desk for the final match of the day is Gideon.
Yep, for our upcoming match, we have the Mongols up against RRQ Akira. Again, you mentioned it perfectly. It is a bit of a mirroring of what is to happen, or maybe something a little bit different. Previously, we just saw Ulvenar just taking down GK Esports 2-0. Is this going to be a reflection of veterancy of the M Series competitors, or is the Mongols going to shake things up?
Compared to the parallel in that sense, I do think there are some unique points to point out between these teams compared to Ulfednar versus GK, in which RQ Akira does seem to be on a slightly less consistent streak overall.
I mean, yes, they are on a slightly less consistent streak, but one thing that you guys can maybe look to enjoy, Qiddiya Gaming and Esports District, which unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and all walks of life. Go check out at Qiddiya Gaming just to, have a look, see what's curious, what's up with their communities, and what exactly are they doing. Because when we're talking about communities, RRQ, one of the largest, and being able to have a team in Latam as well as a team in Indonesia, you can only expect that the organization is going to communicate, these orgs will commute with each other amongst their teammates, especially over a singular game title. I think that RRQ Akira probably could learn a lot from RRQ Indonesia, but at the same time, does that translate well?
Yeah, does it work? Because RQ Akira is a team that does like team fighting. There is that brawl style that you do see from their brothers, RQ Hoshi. However, there has been some difficulty from them adapting to the more recent meta, because even though it promotes a little bit more aggressive play, there's some switches in the more specific responsibilities of each player in each lane. Especially, I think the EXP laner, similarly to Alien, has a bit of difficulty adapting to the new style of hero that they have to lane with.
I mean, unless you can find the right tools, but then again, versatility really is beneficial in meta right now, especially with the flex picks that we've seen so far, making it difficult to kind of predict what winning matchups or guaranteed winning matchups that you can ensure in that second phase. With that being said, for those of you who are just tuning in, let's have a look at the current standings of Group A as well as Group B.
So far, after 3 matches here, in Group A, we have Ulfednar standing at the top with a 2-0 win-loss streak. Tianfeng Yaoguai is showing the world what they're capable of by taking a victory 2-1 versus Nightmare Esports, currently 1-2. And GK, unfortunately, after their loss previously, sitting at the bottom of Group A.
On the opposite side of Group B, Incilio winning 2-0, and now our current matchup, RQ Akira versus the Mongols, to decide where they're going to be listed, whether in the top side or the bottom side, joining maybe Incilio or maybe joining Legion Esports, currently with an 0-2 record.
Every single one of these teams have come into the M6 wildcards with something to prove, to show the world that they are capable of standing on the same stage as all of the other teams that have qualified directly to the Swiss stage. And many of them representing regions that haven't had a lot of chance to shine in the world of MLBB.
And that's the thing, right? Every single time we've seen a team actually touch the M stage, if not had a good experience in the M stage. When I say good experience, meaning making it out of groups, or at the very least making it through a very competitive group, we see them well, I don't want to say exfoliate, that's the wrong term, but compounding skill, right? They come back every M series stronger and stronger and stronger. You know, Fireflux Impunity now into ULF, very, very good example. We're looking for another team similarly, if not able to go further beyond.
Yeah, Ulfennar showed a very dominating performance in their game previously. A lot of people have already considered them the fan favorites to move forward, but I personally want to see more dark horses. I want to see more of these teams demonstrate why they are here, how much they have grown, and that this meta actually suits their own respective styles even better. It has already been a shift. The world order here in MLBB has already been overturned in multiple major regions, so why not make it happen in the wildcards too?
Look, we live in a society, right? But inevitably, I feel like a lot of these teams are losing their creative touch, right? We haven't seen the major differences in a lot of the minor regions all across the world, or even amongst the major regions. Most people are kind of copying, pasting item builds, rotations, and the way they should be looking at the game rather than coming up with a unique perspective.
You can't really deny that in the end, copying the bigger teams, the ones that are consistent, the ones that take over the world, are going to be the best way for you to improve, right? Figure it out why they do a certain thing, copy it, and master it. But it is true, I agree with you, Gideon. I do feel like a little bit of that identity, a little bit of that uniqueness coming from their own regions is lost when this happens. What really should happen is a bit of amalgamation, right? We want to see a mixing pot of different cultures, but in this case, different gameplay styles to create something completely new.
I have to agree with that. The more that we look at it, we're seeing the same heroes being used time and time again, which is definitely understandable, but they're all used in the exact same way. Even in terms of item builds, we're not seeing like many people even picking up certain items, like even Lightning Truncheon, for an example. Untouched, unused for the majority of the tournaments.
I mean, that is mainly because burst mages just haven't been seeing the light of day, right? It's all been utilities, seeing Eve, seeing Aurora, Vexana, the only real exception in that case. But who knows? Meta could develop, we could see something new, but let's once again return to this big old fancy graphic.
All right, now we're going to be looking towards Group B side, right? Now, remember that two members previously playing under the banner of Mongols moved over to GK Esports, right? So that means they had to go through a bit of a shuffle of their own. RRQ Akira used to be known as the kings, just absolute kings of Latam. Nobody stood close to them until finally they got dethroned. And unfortunately, these guys, they've been to pretty much every single M series, and every time that they perform, either they make it out of groups, lose out on the very first round, or don't make it out of the groups at all.
Yeah, compared to Ulfennar, who have majority been around since M2, RQ Akira has been around since the days of M1 even. So this is a long-standing legacy that could be dethroned right here. And RQ Akira are gonna do everything in their power to make sure that that does not happen. But the odds are stacked against them. They've already stated that it's been a bit difficult for them to adjust to the newest meta that has come to the land of Dawn, and a lot of the players, despite having really strong potential, have been having their ups and downs even in the recent season of MPL.
Yeah, and that's why I think, you know, I would have expected King in particular to do really well in the current meta, because again, last time playing tanks wasn't his thing. It was really, really uncomfortable to do. But then we jump on over to the National Championship and the Mongols being able to take down IHC, Lil Gun, as you may have known him, and they turned it really, really well. Now, this team defeated M5 wildcard winners Lil Gun, and they also have, sorry, I don't want to get this wrong,
Rinix K.
Rinix K. Rinix K. Oh, the pronunciation, man.
Yeah, but it is kind of a cool name, you gotta admit.
It is.
Rinix K is one of the star players here for the Mongols, formerly a roamer, now switching over to the gold lane. And despite that being a very different responsibility, has shown incredible mastery in the position. We've talked to some of the other casters internationally, and they even stated that he's actually able to match up to Bebex from Lil Gun, which put up really strong performances. He also has really, really deep pockets, where he played 5 different heroes against IHC in their grand final.
From Roamer to Gold to MVP. And I'm a little excited to see this, right? Because again, Lil Gun, IHC, man, I really, really like that team. I really did. They were true to their name. They would always download their opponents, give up game number 1 to reverse sweep them eventually. We're not going to see that in the Mongols. I want to see what's different about them. Are they the kind where it's like, do I need to download you at all? Or am I just looking to make sure that it's a 2-0 no matter what?
Yeah, it's a bit sad that Lil Gun isn't here because that identity was just something else, right? That lose game 1, suddenly become a different team in game 2. You never see that kind of thing. It's always so unique. So hopefully Mongols are able to show us that they have a unique personality of their own here. And if they can start things off by taking down a team like RRQ Akira, that would be a massive statement.
Yeah, that would be a very big statement, especially since RRQ are looking for some form of redemption. This is the first time that they're going to have to go through the wildcards. They never had to do this before, so I would expect them to at the very least be looking better than a majority. But let's quickly look on over to the quotes coming in from Gusta Lagusta. He says, at first, losing to Maycom Evolve was a big surprise. I never imagined we would lose. It was a tough moment, a dull day, but over time, the pain fades and the learning begins. Victory or defeat, depending on the perspective, always becomes experience.
Ooh.
Dang!
Wow! Put that on the cover of his autobiography. That is quite a quote here from Gusta Lagusta.
Jeez, I don't know. Maybe I'm wondering whether he's like, you know, what do they call it? It's not misquote. Oh, God. I did this in university before. Referencing, that's it. Referencing Faker at some point. But still, really great quote here. And I think at least a humbling experience is necessary to understand how much more you need to grow to reach the top.
Yeah, maturity and experience comes hand in hand, and with experience, you will always deal with loss. It's how you're able to pull yourself back up from that loss and face a new day that really defines your skill and potential as a player here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. RQ Akira are still a team that has to be feared. I think a lot of fans are still expecting them to potentially be the ones to face off against Ulfednar if fan favorites go the way they go in the grand finals, but dark horses are possible, and the Mongols are here to make that statement.
I don't know, where are you leaning towards to? Because even for me, like I'm not too sure which horse I'm going to be backing in this upcoming matchup. I think that both have great storylines, great personalities, but at the same time, the Mongols entice me only because this is the first time that they're showing up. We've got to see what this first impression is going to be.
Well, we've already seen a very good performance from Incilio earlier as well, right? A team that doesn't have a lot of international experience. So I personally like rooting for the underdogs, especially if they bring something new to the table. You know, I think the Mongols are a little bit on the underdog side here, even though their potential shows they could take down RQ Akira.
I want to agree. I want to agree, but at the same time, it's I feel just because they're in a smaller region doesn't make them underdogs, and that's why I need to see this game to get an initial impression, right? For all we know, it could just be like, you know, Lil Gun used to be called Crazy Raccoons, and they just dominated the wildcards all throughout. I don't know if the Mongols are going to be able to put up a similar performance, but if Lil Gun could have done that, could they do it here in 2024?
You know what? That is a fair point, right? Despite being a smaller region, Mongolia has made some really surprising happen on the international stage. So we always got to be prepared to expect the unexpected here, especially since RQ Akira has still been trying to find their footing for the recent stage. So we will see, right? I think their particular team dynamic is also going to be very interesting to look at. But first, let's talk about a topic here, Gideon. Which off-meta heroes do you think deserve the spotlight at M6?
Oh, dude, I got a couple in the bag already.
Okay.
Number one for me, I got to see some. I want somebody to pick up Clint, because I think our Clint, as of right now, especially with the quality of life changes, is honestly pretty decent, on top of the fact that he's one of the few Malefic gun users that does pretty well with it, right? It helps extend the range on top of his passive extended range, so he gets a crazy amount of distance.
I see. I mean, Clint used to be one of my favorites as well, so I would be very happy to see him. Is able to dominate gold lane pretty easily early on, and his range becomes pretty insane. It got reduced a little bit recently in addition with all the changes to like force swing and backswing timing, but that just means that he shoots so much faster. When I played him after the patch, it's like, whoa, okay. But if you ask me personally, I want to see Cyclops.
You want to see Cyclops?
I want to see Cyclops.
Now, amongst the Malaysian, specifically Malaysian cast, I don't know about the other regions. We haven't got together to have a bit of a powwow about it. I think that Cyclops, as of right now, as a mid laner, I mean, his ult is nice that it's a lot faster now, but other than that, does he scale well? Does he clear waves as effectively from early to mid? Personally, no. I can't back this horse just yet.
His wave clear, I will admit, not the best in the world, but with the changes to his skill 2, the planet's attack actually pokes really, really well. Like, he can hit you from way further away than you expect. And while the ultimate moves faster, it is still actually somewhat on the slow side. So I don't actually think the speed is the issue. It is the spammability. You can get like 3 or 4 star power lockdowns in a single fight towards the mid to late game. And that is like, what, multiple choke kicks? You know, without the displacement, that's pretty good.
I mean, I want to say that it's good, but at the same time, if you're using that ult most of the time, you throw that ult down, one person gets locked. If that person doesn't die, those clapback is just too heavy. The cost is way too high. And I think that utility mages are just a little bit more effective in that case until we start leaning into a meta heavily around these burst type mages. But then again, if Cyclops comes around, that means the counter Farsa is going to show up as well.
Actually, I'm expecting that the meta will develop in that direction, right? Because especially now, if we're seeing a lot more like of the classic marksmen getting their chance to shine thanks to Malefic Gun, especially marksmen that would traditionally be a little less mobile, then you're going to start seeing mid lane shifting more into artillery that can easily reach them despite the extended range.
Yeah, but the biggest issue, it's going to be the jungler. So let me introduce to you our RQ Akira here with Gusta La Gusta, Luis, Sagan, King, and Takashi. I really want to see the performance of King this time around. This should technically be his meta. And even for Takashi, same argument I made for Alien. These guys are big playmakers. They love damage style junglers. So does that mean he's going to devolve down to Cho, or has he adapted to the meta a little bit better?
The thing is, they did adapt to the tank jungle meta very, very effectively. And similar to a lot of other assassin players, because they've been playing tank junglers, utility junglers for so long, the shift back to assassin is something that they've had to adjust to, with some players being more successful than others. RQ, though, is a flashy team. They like to take advantage of enemy mistakes, but if the enemy team is clean, then they'll have some difficulty finding chinks in the armor.
Oh yeah, especially when they're up against RNXK, Shenlin, Meiki, Zetsu, and Bankai. Oh man, there's so many ways that I could just mess up saying their IGNs. There's so many easy connectors.
Yeah, RNXK is already a confusing one, but I believe it's also pronounced Mikey instead of Meiki too.
You're
so
right.
That's something we have to keep in mind. But the Mongols have made the world surprised by taking down Lil Gun, which was a team that already made quite an impact at the M5 wildcards. Definitely coming in without a lot of information as to what they're truly capable of, and that could be a factor that they use to take down a more experienced team.
Of course, and if you notice, I just noticed this, on their jersey itself, they actually have the shoulder guard print of traditional Mongol riders.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually so sick. That's a very nice touch and a very cool detail. But now it's time to set some expectations here. What are we expecting in the draft from both of these teams? Are we expecting them? I feel like RRQ Akira, definitely the more team fighty sort of style. I would like to see Mongols try both styles of team fighting and also a more of a pick-off skirmisher style too.
So based on the discussions that we've had with some of the other casters internationally, we all know RQ Akira is a more aggressive team. They really, really like team fighting, especially towards the mid to late game, but they actually don't focus on micro 1v1s that much, right? Let's put a pause on that because we talked a little bit with Takashi.
As an ESP laner, we asked him, what do you like about this patch? And he says, I love the patch notes because I love playing Granger. He's here I consider meta. The patch brings out more of the off-meta soldiers like Hilda, Khalid. They're pretty strong now, but I dislike the buff on Fredrin. I hate playing against him. Understandable. Understandable.
Yeah, when you're, especially as an EXP laner, right? You want to jump on someone, you want to do damage to them. You don't want them to throw your own damage back at you, right?
Yes.
And that's exactly what Fredrin is doing.
Ugh, gross stuff. And not to mention, this actually ties in quite nicely to some of the off-meta picks that I've been, hitting a couple of chirps on the side. Fredrin does pretty well into Hilda. And with that being said, you guys are welcome to the M6 code. Please quickly redeem the code with welcome to M6 or Tom6, depending on how you look at it, or just scan the QR code like a regular.
Make sure it is case sensitive as well, so the caps on the TOM are actually important, and the W as well. If you don't capitalize those correctly, then it will not work for you. So make sure you guys grab it. Very easy code to write down as well, compared to the usual mishmash of letters and numbers. I really want to know who Tom6 is, but I guess we'll figure that out another time.
Maybe another time. Funny enough, as you've been talking about earlier about teams actually boot camping, Mongols in particular have been doing a decent amount of boot camping. I don't know. We were told that they've been boot camping in the Philippines for a little bit of time, and just before the tournament here for the wildcards, they've been in Malaysia for at least 1 month before the qualifier.
Ooh, that does sound pretty good. Having some familiarity with the place you are playing in does help make you feel more comfortable when you are up on that stage, and comfort can be a pretty big factor. When we compare RQ Akira's more bombastic team fighting style over to the Mongols, they are actually more akin to a calculative PH style of game. They like to go for a slower, safer tempo to squeeze out the economy, but once they've hit their timing, and they're quite good at identifying this timing, they will immediately spike up the timing, go quick, and take down the game.
That definitely sounds very Southeast Asian. There's so many Southeast Asian elements in there, and I don't know. I want to see whether RQ Akira is going to be able to handle that type, because again, these identifiers, right? If you really boil it down to a micro level, a component even, a timing even, that could be enough to send RRQ Akira spiraling, losing tempo, and so much more.
Yeah, especially since RQ is a team that likes to play with preparation, and they want to use that preparation to force mistakes and take advantage of those. If they're against a team that they don't have a lot of data about, and that team plays like a slower, more calculative, clean style, RQ Akira may be facing against a team that they're not the most well matched with.
Man, I don't know. I'll probably have some conversations with some of the management of RQ Akira. I'm curious to see whether or not they had boot camp, any type of preparation coming up towards the wildcards here to maybe help out with that consistency. But it's time to head into the drafting phase between these two teams. Let's see which side of the draft they decided upon.
We've already seen how sides of the draft can be pretty important, with a lot of teams actually choosing to remain on the blue side, even though red side can have some advantages here and there. But it looks like it's going to be the Mongols having first pick and RRQ Akira having second pick.
Alright, let's see how this is going to play out. Yevon as well as Hilda instantly banned out, followed up by Zhu Xin, as well as Fanny. Seems to be the standard bans here nowadays between both of these teams. I'm expecting Coach Cabral to really be on top of it.
Creativity. We've highlighted this multiple times, but the draft is a lot more open nowadays. Even though we are starting to see a lot of the same heroes again, the way the order that you pick them matters very heavily in keeping your draft open and your opponents guessing.
Let's see whether or not Chip is going to get let through this time. Are there any other must bans at this point? I mean, they've already got the Jushin as well as the Yve out, the Hilda as well. I think that the Suyo after the nerf isn't as deadly. I mean, yes, it has combat prowess, but at least you can't just like, oh, it's 3,600 HP on the Lord. I can just instantly take it.
Another thing to note as well, we already talked about Renix K's hero pool, but he actually does quite like the magic DPSs. So we saw Lunox, Harith, and Alice in the gold lane during the grand finals against Lilgun.
Oh, that's very interesting. Including the Alice. All right. So first pick here, going to be the high loss for the side of the Mongols. RRQ looking to reply. There's many different options here, and I mean, if I close my eyes, cover the team names, I can imagine that this could just be like, I don't know, maybe a Cho plus X?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened in the previous matchup. So pretty good opener, right? Especially now that you can flex him in both Roam and EXP. But Todd has already been banned out, so we won't see that combo. But the Suyo will be locked in here. Will it be the Cho?
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether or not it's going to be the Cho. But the fact that they've already banned Fanny as well as the chip does kind of give me an idea that RRQ have a plan walking into this game. King is known to be has known to play the Fanny before. The chip definitely is always going to be a problem. But this, instead of the Cho, they're actually pairing the Suyo up with the Khalid.
A little bit of a flavor that was recently popping up. Khalid also able to flex into both EXP and Roam positions. Very good hero at messing with the early game of the opponents, especially if they're playing a weaker early game assassin jungler. Very easy for Khalid to just walk into the enemy jungle, mess with them because he has very high base damage.
Yeah, that is true, but then the only problem is that if it ends up in EXP position, Mongols could look to punish by locking in the Phoveus right here, right now. A very good matchup for that Phoveus as well, but it might just be a little too early to lock it in. 6 more seconds left on the clock. Mongols going to be maximizing the full duration time before they go for the lock-in, and it's going to be the Alpha on top of the Aurora. So they're expecting RRQ to be heavy on the engage.
I think this is fine as well. Even if we didn't see these heroes already coming out of RRQ Akira, we already know that they're a team that wants the force engages, so counter-engage with Glorious Pathway and Frigid Glacier would be very nice. But this is actually what you noticed earlier, Gideon, right? The Mongols jersey has armor-inspired designs and the traditional deal collar blending tradition with esports.
I don't know, see, sometimes men, when they just look at random history facts and they watch like 6-hour videos on it, it comes useful sometimes. Yes, I did watch a 6-hour video on the Mongols. Now, looking back at it, the Luoyi is going to be something that they're going to have to think about, right? Because now RRQ have a lot of global presence. We're expecting that the Mongols are, you know what, they're coming up for the front-to-back, a traditional front-to-back composition, but now with Luoyi, a lot of different angles to flank.
Yeah, I think Luoyi is a very good way of dealing with a team that is known to play a little bit more calculated, because it's very good at forcing mistakes where mistakes would not normally be. The glue getting banned out as well.
You know it. Come on, you know it. You know what they're setting up for. They want Phoveus. They want Phoveus. They want Phoveus. It's so free. It's so free. They've already taken out the Khalid, and at this point, what else do you play in the EXP lane other than the high loss and maybe some other tank because Gatot is basically gone? It's a free lane.
Well, we know that when the going gets tough, Tekashi likes to go back to Terizla. So that is also a maybe.
Do they actually want to play Terizla into this composition, like as a counter-engage? I mean, I guess they could, but I feel like Arlet might just do a little bit better, if not Edith, but Edith is already banned out. Well done, Mongols, already ahead of me there. RRQ Akira, let's see what their final ban is going to be.
So one thing to note, the Mongols, they always like to go for a double frontliner kind of style. Oh, actually, RRQ Akira banning out the Phoveus themselves, so this is leading me to think that this is most likely a Khalid EXP.
Right, that's kind of interesting to see. All right. So that means the Mongols, with their final ban, so much has been dedicated towards the EXP sector of that map, and I think that at the very least, high loss into the Khalid, not exactly the greatest, but it's not like heavily in favor of Khalid. It's really just who outsustains the other.
Yeah, very sandbag fight, which can be boring, but hey, if you gotta do what the meta requires of you sometimes. But interestingly, both heroes can still be flexed as well into the roam position, so it's hard to really say for certain right now. And with the show locked in for RRQ Akira, the questions just keep going. Who is going where?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's what the Mongols are currently feeling like. Like, oh man, it's really difficult to figure out who exactly is going to go into the EXP lane at this point. I think worst comes to worst, they just go for a EXP laner who has some decent clear, call it a day, and then focus towards the opposite side of the map. Because again, RRQ Akira are trying to make sure that Gusto Lagusta has a winning lane in gold.
Yeah, not just that, but the draft that they have right now is very formless. It's not your typical front to back. It's very easy for them to skirmish, to go for separate angles with the Loi and the Cho, even separately sometimes. So the Mongols, if they go for a front-to-back lineup, will have difficulty keeping track of things. Something that can open up the map is important, and something that can out-mobilize RQ Akira potentially would be good. So we do see the 1-1 and the Barats.
Interesting. So Wan is pretty sick here, mainly because she can pretty much dance around a majority of the heroes coming in from RRQ Akira. And I think that even if they do get on top of the Wan, she has the inbuilt Purify, so that's nothing to work with. Next thing, the Barats. Again, as much as we want to believe this is going to be a sandbag, at the very least, Barats can sustain in the lane and clear it pretty effectively. Now RRQ going to go straight into the claw to look to be able to jump into that backline, look for these big bursts, and still be able to kind of distance himself if the crossbow of Tang is activated.
Sticking fully into the formless draft here. I initially thought it was going to be the Bruno from RQ Akira, just to bully 1-1 early on.
That's
but
what I was thinking too.
They're going straight for like heroes that can all be independent, all take care of themselves, and just play on their own sides of the map at any point necessary. This is going to be a tough draft to pull off, but if they're able to do so, it's hard for the Mongols to keep up.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because I feel like the Mongols, their plan is very, very straightforward. My problem with it is that can it scale in comparison to RRQ? Because as formless as they are, they've got a lot of pack-a-punches in their comp.
That is true, but only one team will be able to reign supreme after taking into control all of the factors here. Let's see whether it is RRQ Akira or the Mongols who will claim victory in game number 1 of our final match here in the M6 Wildcards Day 1.
All right, let's see how this is going to be played out. RRQ Akira on the red side up against the Mongols on the blue side. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map. Orange Star Core, Zetsu and King going to be on his purple. They want to end up towards the gold lane here, which is going to be interesting because now it just means that EXP finally going to be left on an island.
Yeah, compared to the previous game where you saw a clear EXP laner that would be able to unlock themselves quite quickly, in this game we have double sandbag with the Khalid and the Barat, so both teams focusing on the gold lane a little bit more instead.
Guys, don't forget the M6 Pass is available as of right now. Complete all of the activities. Honestly, just keep playing the game to reach level 75 for free and get some pretty incredible rewards.
Including Claude's battle emote, M6 Glory avatar border, and new special skin, Baxia Dauntless Shield for free. I'm sure you guys already know, so we're not gonna punch it in a little bit too much. For now, not too much happening here before the first turtle spawns.
As it should be, you know, it needs to be formless, it needs to be cool, calm, and collected here. But in terms of raw rotations, both teams, you know, keeping up with each other, both junglers really being the pivotal point on the direction of which they need to rotate.
Yeah, both these junglers are very active. Even back when Suyo was a must-pick or ban, Alpha was commonly picked up as a way to counteract him because this is just a hero that is instantly able to start fighting quite early on with that true damage. So at this point, it's a pretty classic matchup here in the jungle, and it all depends on who's able to get that snowball started.
And now, one more thing that we need to point out is that the recent changes towards Claude specifically. His Art of Thievery, base damage, oh, hold on.
Then Lin, okay, he got stunned by the Blade Surge, but it is a high-low. He doesn't even use his Revitalize yet, but he doesn't have level 4. Neither does Mikey. A beautiful Flicker to Tona's welcome, but a beautiful Flicker Raging Sandstorm by Tekashi into the backline. Bankai's initiation completely negated as RRQ Akira take over the Turtle Pit and continue chasing. Frigid Glacier comes out. Two-man freeze.
Oh!
That's going to be one final hit from Luis, though he trades his own life in return for it.
Oh my goodness. I'm surprised that Takashi is still alive there. I definitely thought that this Ballista minion was going to get one more auto, if not at least the orange buff to swing that, to swing and hit it. But even so, it's a 3-for-1 trade, and RRQ Akira, that was an extremely clean fight.
Yeah, really well played by Tekashi especially. Bankai did a really nice initiation, but the rest of the team grouped up to try and follow up on the Daytona's welcome, and that just set up beautifully for the Khalid to come in with his ult.
Really swept the Mongols at the legs, right? Oh, hold on. They're going to be able to get Litho Wanderer at this point of time, but the next point of attack, I'm not entirely sure, right? Because after playing around the first neutral objective, are they just going to be passive, or are they going to look for maybe a couple of gank opportunities, or go for the traditional send Khalid to the other side, Suyo goes down to the bottom, and maybe look for a dive?
And based on what we know on paper about these teams, the Mongols are going to be slightly slower in terms of where they approach things, but will try to find advantages where they can, while RQ is a bit more on the flashy side. So we would expect them to be the ones starting to make things happen, especially when they have all their cooldowns ready.
See how it's going to go, because again, these neutral no-man land creeps going to be contested here ever. And I mean, the information is always going to be key, but at the same time, Takashi and as well as a Bankai not really getting much done at this point other than when they are in these team fights.
Yeah, the EXP lane becoming the island it always was known for. Diversion though, gonna visit that island. Daytona's welcome, use the dash away. Really nice reaction from Bankai.
Good stuff. That's what you want to see. And both, actually, wait, let me just double check something real quick. I want to see, did both EXP laners, yeah, they're going at the exact same rate. Both of them completing the Thunderbelts at the same time and opting to actually go for the Warrior Boots. Interesting choice.
Yeah, both of them are pretty tanky, so they don't really have to worry about CC. In fact, if they can force it on them instead, they would be quite happy to take it. RQ though, gonna be the first ones to rotate over it and start pulling the turtle to their side. Zetsu a little bit behind, but the rest of the Mongols are already here setting up a shot. Kakashi looking for the off flank. Yin-Yang reaction on Shenlin. The kick, but revitalized. Use Raging Sandstorm. Dodged away by Mikey. Zetsu steals away the turtle as the Mongols take out Tekashi, who is way too far from the rest of his team.
Yeah, that's that is actually so unfortunate. One revitalize, making the difference from Shen Lin to keep him alive. But again, a lot of battle spells being used. RinXK, at the very least, his damage, a lot of it just came through the Inspire for him to actually blow through Takashi. And I think that Luis, really good initiation, but unfortunately Revitalize is just that good in the early game.
Yeah, Mongols are very specialized in playing double frontline heroes. They have two tanky boys, which is the Hylos and the Barat. So if either of them get kicked, they're actually quite okay with it. And RQ Akira, their damage is right now very burst-based. So the Mongols have a little bit more consistent DPS over time.
And so far, they've matched up against each other on the top side of the map, making sure, again, no initiations have been started. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer here. I'm expecting Bankai to maybe look for an engagement of his own, or is it going to be Shen Lin? Because again, there's a lot of patterns. They haven't really formed patterns in the way that they engage. So far, it's very, as you mentioned, formless. They're being like water. They're just waiting for these opportunities before they unleash.
Yeah, I think especially after the first fight as well, the Mongols may not be trying to force things anymore because the counter engage on their side is just a lot stronger. And if they can force RQ Akira to spend resources running at them, then, well, we see Sagan get taken out here. Not even sure how he got picked off like that, but Zetsu's gonna instantly follow up with a double kill on King 2.
I thought maybe he got flickered upon, but no, it's just the raw Daytona's welcome. He just hit it nicely, and they made a call and they caught 2, which is a little sad to see because that means RQ Akira is gonna lose a decent amount of tempo only for a bottom tier 1.
Like I mentioned, the Mongols have pretty good counter-engage options with these two tanky heroes, so RQ actually may need to stop stepping on the gas a little bit and refocus their efforts elsewhere, because this turtle is going to be very easy for Zetsu to claim.
Yeah, and I mean, the double tank lineup, the most annoying part of it about it is that if you want to go for a marksman, she's a little too mobile. The Wanwan, hard to catch. If you want to go for their mid laner, there's two fat tanks just waiting to counter engage. So I think at this point, if RRQ is looking for any point of punishment, it has to be towards the jungle.
It's tricky to do so though, because RQ Akira doesn't actually have the best ways of engagement. They're relying on Luis and Tekashi, and while Luis is very good at separating people from their team, Tekashi is hoping that the Mongols stay together so they can hit them with a big Raging Sandstorm. So because of that, the positioning becomes a bit more difficult. This is what we were talking about. Raging Sandstorm on top of Zetsu, taking a lot of damage from King and Sagan, but the dive's still not enough, and now the Glorious Pathway comes in from Shenlin. Bankai in the backline. Daytona's flickers in, finds King, stuns him against Sagan, and sets up for a double kill to Mikey.
Well, I don't know why Sagan bothered sitting in that bush. It was just, I mean, worst comes to worst, you just keep walking out of there. Your tier 2 is not that far away, and they're going to lose a mid-tier 1 off of it as well. The Mongols just going to quickly just raid from top all the way down to the mid side of the map.
I like how Bankai basically just made Sagan experience yin yang reaction himself.
Yeah.
Right? He just threw his teammate at him.
Again, Sagan should not be sitting in that bush. There's no reason for him to sit there any longer than he could, especially since that once the Daytona Welcome has connected, you basically have anti-CC, so that's not stopping anytime soon.
RQ Akira now definitely on the back foot. 4K behind the Mongols, who have been doing a great job of responding to their aggression thus far. And yeah, I think they are living up to what we mentioned, right? Very calculated rotations, very clean and slow gameplay, slowly taking over the map.
Let's see what the next move is going to be, because passiveness, yes, it's great, and it's also good to be reactive against your opponents, but I'm not seeing a lot of forced errors coming out from the Mongols. Are they applying that pressure to RQ Akira to force them in a position where they have to make a mistake, if not lose everything?
We'll see, because the Lord is at 30% HP already. Mongols blitzing it down very fast. Shenlin taking a lot of damage, but Rory's halfway comes out with the Revitalize, and it's just like nothing ever happened. Clean from the Mongols.
Yeah, so funny. Bankai just standing inside the Lord Pit to try and deny space and an angle for King to go in or even try to get out if he gets swallowed up by the Daytona's Welcome. Regardless, the Mongols will be able to secure it, and if they continue to keep up that... Wait, actually no, still stolen away by RQ Akira despite all of that happening.
Yeah, all things considered, RQ Akira not actually that far behind. 3K at 10 minutes is a very surmountable obstacle, especially since in that previous fight, they were allowing Gusta Lagusta to just farm up the top lane. This Claude has been unaffected the entire game, is going to become their late game win condition, so the Mongols still have to respect that somewhat.
I mean, they're going to be losing a decent amount of economy that they build up only because of these Lord-empowered minions. I would like to see a replay of that most situation again. I didn't think you had the range to get in it, so either it came out a little too late or...
Oh, Flicker Jikundo kicks the Aurora, but the Glorious Pathway just splits off the rest of RQ Akira, so killing spree for Zetsu. Passive popped on the mid laner. Daytona's Welcome Flicker once again, not able to get the stun onto King, but no worries. The rest of the team is there to help them with that. That's 2 members of RQ Akira down.
Man, this is really frustrating. I can understand why IHC, or otherwise known as Lil Gun, lost to the Mongols, because the Mongols, they don't really give you anything, right? Until they turn it around, and then it's too late. You don't know what the conditions are there that they're looking for, and more so, if you're just slightly out of position, you can expect them to force it upon you.
But RQ Akira is actually uniquely equipped to be able to deal with a team with this playstyle. A formless draft means that they can play every part of the map at once. Yes, they will probably have to sacrifice a couple of bodies to make it happen, but as long as Gusta Lagusta can continue scaling up, they can still actually take over because the structure score between them is not that different.
It may not be different, but this 3.6k lead coming in from the Mongols hasn't really been moving too far forward. And we're already at the 11th minute, right? So even if the Mongols do hit that initial item power spike, I want to see how they really how exactly are they going to capitalize on it? Because we do see that at least from Renix, he does get the winsome nature. He's not going for the Trinity build. Opts to go for a early Malefic Roar, which I respect a lot. Trinity build completed by this Claude, looking to extend it to a Malefic Gun.
Yeah, Malefic Gun gonna be very useful on Claude as well, especially against a comp like this that can quite easily run you down. That extra rage could make the difference. Diversion play with the full 5-man. They found Renix K and stun him instantly. He cannot escape that one.
Yep, players, they gotta learn, they gotta learn. You don't check the bushes on your way around, you're gonna get punished for it. Really, really unfortunate there. But now that the Lord has spawned, and since that Renix K is already down, I think that RRQ Akira should look to take position.
Absolutely. This is the best timing, especially with Gusta Lagusta pushing up that top lane as well. Shenlin being forced to stay behind to deal with it. Blitzing the Lord down right now is an option, but they'll go ahead and zone out Bankai just to be extra safe. But is that going to be the right idea? These few seconds could give them a Way of the Dragon. Louis is just keeping Zetsu in place. He cannot come and steal the Lord, so it will go over to King. Mikey gonna get shut down by Gusta Lagusta as he goes in, does the damage necessary. Bankai just barely escapes himself, and another flicker out from Louise to get out cleanly.
Really difficult spot RRQ Akira put them in. They weren't entirely sure how exactly they were going to get in towards that pit side, but at the same time, it almost felt like It almost felt like they were just trying not to give an angle to Luis, but at the same time, you gotta give it to Luis. He did. Oh my goodness!
Ouch.
Whoa, where did Renix's health go?
Gusta Lagusta has hit his power spike definitely at this point, and the Mongols, although they've been playing with a tanking lineup so far, in this meta especially, a Fed marksman can melt frontliners so fast. These next couple minutes going to be crucial.
Going to have to wait here, trying to sync up the waves. At the same time, Mongols are responding accordingly to minimize the damage of these Lord-empowered minions. Finally, the lead actually coming back to RRQ Akira as expected. It's not like the Mongols had a devastatingly large lead anyways, but let's see if we can at least... Oh?
Diversion, purely as a diversion here to let the Lord crash into the top inhib. Glorious pathway to zone out the rest of RRQ as the Mongols deals with the Lord. They're not going to lose their top inhib, but they will lose their mid tier too. And they are still split up right now. Luckily for them, Luis, no flicker, so he's not able to make a play.
Okay, so no structures left other than inhibitors for the side of the Mongols. They are only 1.3k behind. Honestly, that's not that bad. RRQ Akira, it feels like at this point, the way that they're playing their draft is really good, especially if they have access to the backline. So they just need to allow themselves to find these flanks. And without any turrets around, it just makes it easier for them to find it.
Yeah, now this is a bit of a problem for the Mongols because we can actually see that they are playing very closely together. This is a front to back, so they have to be grouped up as 5, especially with the threat of diversion looming over their heads. But that just gives even more time to Gusta Lagusta, and Bankai missed his Daytona's welcome. Diversion play comes in on the opposite flank. They're gonna get the knock-up on Bankai. A beautiful Raging Sandstorm into 4 members, but Takashi is way too far in front. Winter Crown only delays the mega kill to Zetsu.
Yeah, Sagan, he needed to quickly run up forward. Doesn't have much movement speed. He isn't able to close the distance in time despite Takashi having an incredible engage onto the majority of the members of the Mongols.
It's actually just way too fast. We have seen this before. There are players who out-tempo their own teammates at times, and that can cause disconnects. That was not something that needed to happen, especially with a 4-man Raging Sandstorm. But RQ Akira are still in control for now. Luis looking for an XK. Shenlin is here to stop him, but this is a big collapse. As now Bankai comes in, Wave the Dragon, gonna be purified by Renix K as he pops the Wind of Nature, jumps in, not able to get crossbow of Tang, as the BMI is used by Claw to get away, but not able to escape from Mikey. And now RQ Akira are caught out with their pants down. Bankai gonna be traded away. Sagan almost trades. Renix K actually does do so at the end before losing his own life. 2-for-2 trade.
Nicely done by Sagan, making sure that he's putting his back against the wall so that Renix K can't get that very last weakness point to go into the crossbow of Tang in vulnerability form. But at this point, with this 2-for-2 trade, especially since the marksman has been taken out from the side of RRQ Akira as well as the Mongols, they probably are just looking for position with no real commitment.
Yeah, this is a fairly even game state right now. The net worth lead in RRQ Akira not actually that big, but they do still have all of their tier 2s standing. So it's going to take longer for the Mongols to rush in, but they'll go ahead and find Takashi anyway. Unstoppable, Way of the Dragon takes Mikey right into the hands of King. He loses his passive. Luis still has immortality up. Diversion pulls Gusta Lagusta in. King gonna trade Mikey away. Killing spree for the Suyo as RQ Akira comes out on top.
They continue to start pressing their advantage forward here. They need to get this Lord as soon as possible. They're even popping Revitalize to stick on top of it.
Lord dropping very low now.
Oh, no.
A full team knock-up into the yin-yang reaction. Zetsu still able to take the Lord, but that did not need to happen. They almost lost everything.
Oh my goodness, that would have been super upsetting. And King was threatening at least an inhibitor.
And now Renix Cage is going to chase him down. King able to heal up quite a lot there, but that's a shutdown on the Suyo.
Very decent shutdown as well. Actually, no. He probably didn't have much bounty gold on him. He's already died 4 times in this game, and it's not like he was able to accumulate it further than that. At this point, we're already reached the late game. Oh, TP just kind of opened up the map. Commits to it as well.
Gusta Lagusta going to be sent to the bot lane.
BMI. Yes.
And just BMI is back. That's the Claude Loyi combo for you.
You know what's really upsetting? Whenever somebody uses Conceal, or you're putting like BMI's very close to the wall without giving the idea of where the circle is, it's actually pretty difficult to see.
Yeah, that is one of the tricks, right? It's something that you don't really think about unless you play a lot of the hero, but Here comes the Mongols. They want to get the tower with this Lord. Will be able to clear the top tier too. Yin Yang Reaction doing a good job of chunking them out and preventing them from pushing with another wave, but they're evening up the tower score now. All external towers on the map are gone.
Now we're back to phase one, square one, 18 minutes of this game, and now we're getting into selling your boots and starting to swap out items. That's all the economy is going to be used for. A Wind Talker purchase for Gusta Logusta to speed up that wave clear while at the same time pumping up some decent damage. Not to mention that when we look at the damage taken, Bankai as well as Shen Lin taking the most. Almost identically even. Wait, hold on. 5, at 6,000. No, there is a slight difference.
It's about 5,000 damage difference, but we can see how much work they are doing. Again, the Shenlin Bankai duo frontline for the Mongols is a very classic maneuver by them. And normally would lose a lot of effectiveness now that we've reached this stage of the game where all of the carries are close to full build, but they're still doing a good job of managing their positions.
Now, dancing back and forth, just waiting for somebody to make that first initial mistake. They're going to be clearing up the top side of their map, trying to look for position on this Lord, but it's only coming back up in 45 more seconds. Mongols parallel to them on the opposite side.
These teams may be surprisingly a bit more even than we thought. The Mongols being a little bit cleaner, unfortunately, they're relying very heavily on 5v5s means that they lose a lot of map control. But RQ Akira has made a number of mistakes that have prevented themselves from taking over in the late game, even though they did a great job of scaling up to that point.
Dance around. If they do, double checking the last couple of items here to see if there's anything else out of the ordinary.
Oh, hold on. They've walked into the brush. A Jikundo knockup. They found one. That's going to be none other than Rinix K, but he's able to walk away with the Doros Gold Meteor Shield. And now Akira are getting dismembered, but they're able to trade for Gusta Lagusta. We still have to remember, they do a lot of damage on this Claw. They found Chen Lin. This is a 4v5. The rest of RQ able to get away. Rinix, careful, loses immortality to the Yin Yang Reaction and walks way too far. Sagan punishes him. Takashi gonna be taken out as well. Monster kill for Zetsu, as now King wants to chase them down and finish them off. Gusta still pushing the bot lane by himself, so the Mongols have to get away. Diversion play from Sagan, tries to keep Zetsu in place, but he misses out on it. Winter Crown though keeps him alive, as the rest of RQ are playing as formless as they need to be. Mikey, the only survivor, easily dispatched, and that means that this is going to be a full team wipe on the Mongols for RRQ Akira. An easy and empty path straight into the base. Game 1 going over to RRQ Akira.
Oh, good stuff. Great. Honestly, the game just boiled down to how you space against your opponents in these team fights, and finally we see the Mongols make that mistake. Tanks just a little too close to their mid laners, a little too close to their junglers. That splash damage coming in from Sagan, really putting some good work on top of Gusta Logusta, comboing straight away as the initiation happens.
And that was a rare case of the Mongols actually making mistakes in positioning. The fight actually seemed to be leaning towards their favor because they were doing so much damage, but when Rinix K tried to jump the gun and got picked off, all of the DPS on the Mongol side just disappeared alongside him.
I think that, I mean, as much as I want to believe that the Mongols are in a position where they can actually kind of hold on in the way that they did, the gold league never surpassed 4, maybe even 5,000 for the Mongols, right? I felt like a little too much passiveness is coming out of them, especially with a composition that technically plays really well into tempo after your mid trio starts pushing outwards.
Yeah, there was something missing. There was a key piece that wasn't there, because in the first few minutes, we did actually see that typical calculative Filipino style of gameplay of slowly taking map control, clean rotations. They were out-rotating Aloyi. But the missing piece there was their core just didn't seem to be farming as quickly as he needed to be. I feel like Rinix K, while he was like there, wasn't really part of team fights, nor was he really maximizing his farm across the map. And Gusta Lagusta was able to do that instead, so making up entirely for the lead that they had lost.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that I had. On top of the fact that we didn't see the double wave collapses, we didn't see, you know, top and mid being absorbed at the same time. But let's look at the item build real quick, just to double confirm, right? 14.4k compared to 15.5k in a 21-minute game. Honestly, does it really matter? Not much. It really doesn't. I think that the item build so far definitely was necessary. Wait, anti-heal, anti-heal, anti-heal. That's 3 forms of anti-heal. 1 not on their way yet, and obviously not for the jungler. So, 3 anti-heals on the side of the Mongols. RRQ, Akira, how many do they have? 1 is missing out, 2 don't have it, 3 don't. Oh, actually. Yeah, 3 don't have it, so it's 2 to 3 ratio. I think that the Sea Halberd is probably unnecessary for Rinix K.
Yeah, if Rinix K was on the opposite side and playing against a Hylos and Barats, then yes, go for Sea Halberd, definitely. But it's not particularly tanky on the opposite side for him, so I feel like he could have gone for something else. It is definitely the cheaper option compared to something like the Blade of Despair, for example, but it could have been a Windtalker to give him a little bit more mobility, so he didn't really go in that direction. On the opposite side as well, I do like the choice that Sagan made to go for the Glowing Wand into the Divine Glaive, because the yin-yang reaction is mostly going to be popping on the Hylos and Barat, so having a bit more penetration early on is going to help more.
Yeah, I mean, even in terms of penetration, the Athena shields were already complete from Bankai's side, right? Inevitably, it really just boils down to, can Gusta Lagusta find a scenario where he can actually free hit these tanks without them able to pump damage backwards towards him. So it's good that he took the Quantum Charge to have that extra bit of speed to kind of move around them, dance around them. But Sagan in particular, I would have imagined that he goes for Impure Rage, but opted to go for just big burst.
I think it could make sense here, right? Because Mongols are going to be grouped up quite heavily. It's a front-to-back lineup, so yin-yang reaction is going to pop very often. So having that extra damage, again, to burst down the front line would help a little bit. I think Impure Rage could have still worked as well. It's just a little bit of personal flavor here. And since RQ are more of a team-fighting lineup, they probably just want more damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Coming into this upcoming game, I hope that it's not 21 minutes, because it really feels like this back and forth between the Mongols and RRQ Akira boils down to who makes that first initial mistake, which so far, like, I get it. A lot of teams want to minimize the mistakes they make, but I am looking for a team who is able to force mistakes from their opponents, and that's what I'm lacking here.
Yeah, I personally feel like both these teams ended up making a good number of mistakes throughout the game. RQ Akira's may have been a bit more obvious, but I think the Mongols also made mistakes in playing a bit too passive, despite having a pretty notable lead and a good amount of map control initially, and not trying to capitalize on that more. Nor were they really punishing Gusta Lagusta, who was just getting the free farm the map.
To be fair, he is Claude. He does have Battle Mirror Image with the Purify to, like, guarantee he's not going to get picked off. But at the same time, I would like to at least force him out of the lane, you know, force that his current position and then look to invade the jungle, which is another thing that I've noticed. Again, very passive amongst the junglers. Like, you can definitely see whenever they rotate, the whole team rotates alongside with them. But my main issue is, why aren't they walking up into enemy jungle territory and then looking to contest a couple of the camps to bait a reaction from their opponent?
Yeah, they were playing it way too safe. Like, they were having clean rotations, they were getting really good pickoffs in the first few minutes, but like you mentioned, Gideon, we never really saw them go into the enemy jungle, steal buffs, cut off rotations. Like, you have the lead, you should be doing that. And even if you're not doing that, right, I wish that we saw Rinix K try to face off against Claude more. You're a 1-1 at this point. You actually can kind of split push the lane a little bit. But MVP of game number 1 will go over the King on the Suyo.
Yep, no surprises here. Opting to actually go for some extra cooldowns with cooldown boots this time around, just to ensure that at the very least to kind of compensate for the recent nerfs towards Suyo, with his overall cooldowns being a little bit longer in the earlier stages, and then eventually boils back to what it used to be in the later stages.
Wait, did he have a corrosion scythe?
Did he have a corrosion scythe? Ah, that's just to make him look cool.
Is it? I feel like I didn't see this in the screen before this. Did I just miss out on that?
Let me just double check that. I mean, he has
You
it.
did.
It's there.
How did I miss that on the previous screen? That is very unusual.
I think we saw the green and just assumed, yeah, that's a BOD, right?
Probably, right?
I don't know. This very first fight was very convincing, though. This was super surgical coming in from both the EXP laners. And the more that I think about it, the more I'm realizing that both of these teams have a lot of similarities.
Yeah, they want to try and take advantage of enemy mistakes, but I feel like in this case, because of that similarity, RQ Akira was able to come out on top a little bit with that additional experience of being able to come back from a situation where you are at a deficit of, while the fights being very scrappy is not ideal, sometimes you just gotta make it happen to set up an open pathway so that your carry can open the road for the rest of you.
I mean, I don't know. I think I want to see a different side of both of these teams in the second game. Hopefully, we're going to see it reflected in the draft. But if not, at the very least, look to kind of, pressure your opponents in different ways. Because again, all we're seeing is, hey, let's just follow the lead of the jungler and then let's see what happens after that. Rather than even, they could have split their forces. Maybe cheese the opposite side of the map while sending 3 down to the bottom side.
It's probably because they thought, like, diversion, if we split ourselves up, we're gonna become vulnerable, right? Maybe they just need a little bit more fuel, right?
Ah, that's true. That's true. Some may say that Hello
willing to take risks. You still gotta be willing to go out of that zone a little bit to force your opponent backwards. And because they never really did that, RQ Akira, even though they did run into roadblocks sometime, were never made to feel unsafe in their side of the map.
Also true. I think that if the Mongols are going to be continuing with their current playstyle, taking it slow and really punishing their opponents, look for penultimate late games, Natan, Lunoxes, right? That's what I think that they should be leading more towards to, rather than thinking about the utility of the marksman in the team composition, which I think, yes, it does play a part, but at the same time, if your comp isn't going to stir the pot, you might as well just play for ultra late game.
If you only play one specific gameplay style as well, it doesn't matter how open you keep your draft, opponents always know what they're going to be dealing with when they're playing against you, right? You are drafting your entire lineup around the concept of going for 5v5 team fights, and only when you choose to take them. Those conditions are way too limiting.
It's very limiting in a matter of fact here. I mean, you can just see, as the game kind of progresses, this gold lead being accumulated by Gusta Lagusta is great. Yes, they've hit their first condition, no problem. Second condition, do we have Winter Crown coming in from King? Because this item gives him confidence to jump in and maybe have an opportunity to walk away from that fight. Hey, first Lightning Dungeon being built in this game by coming in from Sagan. That's an interesting option.
That is a very interesting option, actually, because I feel like Wishing Lantern would have actually been pretty good this game.
I mean, I feel like, actually, as a third item, I mean, there's a couple of things that is interesting about it. Number one, if you do decide to go for like a more bursty ideal of it, Lightning Tangent is great, but the extra movement speed helps you get away specifically from RinXK if he throws muddles into that backline, which I think there was a couple of times where he noticed like, hey, this is getting kind of annoying.
I guess that's true, but if you wanted a defensive item, you could have gone Blood Wings as well, right?
So. I mean, yeah, that's also fair, but I think this kind of fills that hybrid damage, because keep in mind that as long with the passive coming in from Aurora, every stat, I can't remember the ratio, every stat of magic damage increases the length, the CC duration of her abilities.
That is also true. So I guess since Sagan already knows, then Mongols will probably not threaten him very often. He may as well just go for a full aggro damage build, right?
Yeah, might as well, right? I can get behind that for sure. I think I prefer that just a little bit more. But even so, as you look at the post-game stats here, as expected, most amount of damage going over to Gusta Lagusta, no problems here. But man, Mikey really struggling to actually get the big wombo combos we were hoping to see. And I think a lot of it is just because Bankai, as much as he was able to kind of keep Takashi in his lane in the earlier stages, once we got into the mid as well as lane, and as you mentioned before, they were pulling both Rin and as well as Bankai to stick together in their death wall, giving up a lot of pressure on those side lanes.
giving up pressure in the lanes, in the map. That is the biggest issue, I feel, with the Mongols right now. If you're too dependent on the 5v5s, that is not a healthy way to play. Because RQ Akira is also a team that loves going for 5v5 team fights, but the way they do it is completely different, right? And they're enabled this game by the Matilda as well. So Meiki, even though he's on the Vexana, which should normally be able to catch people with Terrify, they just get pulled out every single time, and you can't terrify someone if they're circling around you like a vulture as well. It's just too difficult.
Even if you get the timing absolutely perfect, the projectile speed is just a little slow on that case. I don't know. I don't want to say that I'm disappointed because there's still much of the competition, and this is only day number 1 for both Mongols and as well as RRQ, but they've got stuff to work with. And at least with the taste, the little tidbits that we've gotten so far, I think the Mongols have a lot more room for growth compared to RRQ Akira.
Yeah, I agree with you. RQ Akira are still admittedly kind of shaky. They're not perfect, actually. I think a stronger team would have been able to close out this game a lot quicker, but you can see that they're regaining a bit of that composure. This is a team that has had a bit of difficulty adjusting to the current meta, and did unfortunately lose their title for the first time ever for dropping into wildcard. So it's going to take him a little moment, and a clean sweep here is going to help that a lot.
Maybe it's just day 1 jitters and very, very cold hands, but let me tell you, this person here, our MVP of the match, he did not have cold hands throughout the match. Gusta Lagusta coming in as our MVP.
Gusta Lagusta dropping like a fire quote at the start of the game, and then doing fire gameplay in both games actually. Game 1, his split pushing, his farming was what allowed them to keep themselves in a game where the Mongols had a clear lead towards the mid game, and then here just outperforming the enemy gold laner the entire time in a matchup where he's already favored, so it's completely dominant. And while his KDA isn't the highest, it's already a pretty passive game anyway, so 404 is pretty good.
Yeah, 404 is pretty good, and the fact that he wanted to breed out with the Weapon Master, right? That's why he's looking for big damage items like GDS, for an example, rather than going for Wind Talker, like an Irithel build, for an example. But generally, the way that they played it, I feel like a lot of the instigation coming out from Takashi really kind of set the tone and pace for the game. Like the first initial couple of fights, it was all thanks to Takashi able to kind of generate the space and set up for the team, which allowed them to gain tempo in the first place. Oh, this is the 3 times that Rinexke got hit by G Kudo.
Yep, just constant chasing, because Takashi by himself is more than enough, right? I don't want to be the sandbag, I want to run at them. If you're gonna play sandbags, I'm just gonna ignore your sandbags, because I don't like sandbags in the first place. You can really feel that energy in his gameplay, setting up for the rest of the team. I also think that the Mongols playstyle did not help here, because name one moment in both games where Gusta was threatened. Because there wasn't one.
When he used Winds of Nature that one time. I think that's the only way to put it. But with that being said, here are the current standings here at the Wild Cards. With that 2-0 victory, Group B is now in a very awkward position. With the next coming games for both Legion Esports and as well as the Mongols, they really need a win. Basically, if you take 2 losses, 2 BO3 losses, oh my goodness, your chances to make it to the next stage drop significantly.
Yeah, these are groups of 4 after all. You're only going to be playing 3 games. And that means that if you lose the majority of them, it's very unlikely that you're going to be going on to the next stage, let alone beating the winner of the other group to claim that one singular Swiss stage spot. Group A definitely seems to be a little bit more competitive though, so I'm very excited to see what kind of matchups we will see from them tomorrow.
I have to agree with you here. Group A seems to be a little bit more streamlined here compared to Group B. But speaking of what Group B could be, let's look at tomorrow's schedule to give you an idea, to get your lips tantalized. It's going to be Mongols up against Incilio, DFYG up against GK, ULF up against Nightmare, and RRQ Akira up against Legion Esports.
Just a note for you guys, if you look at the timing, you'll realize that it is roughly half an hour later than we started the day, and that is because we are giving some time for all of you to do your Friday prayers. So no worries, we got you guys covered there. But all of these are matches where the teams want to make things happen. Mongols especially opening day 2. If they lose to Incilio, who just got a clean sweep themselves today, we're probably not going to be seeing them moving on.
I think that game is going to be even longer. I feel like Incilio up against the Mongols is going to take their time. I think that DFYG up against GK, I think this is where GK can really try and show their stuff because DFYG is willing to brawl, and GK, unfortunately, they got outclassed the last time, but they need to clap back now.
Yeah, the other teams that haven't been able to find the success they're looking for here really gotta buckle up. Wildcard only lasts for 4 days, and one of those is the grand finals by itself. So you only really have 3 days to prove that you're capable of standing toe-to-toe with the rest of the teams around the world.
Gotta accumulate those points as soon as possible here. That's why momentum is key. You win that first BO3, you hope that it's a 2-0, and you take that momentum all the way to the very end.
But now that we are at the end of day 1 of the wildcards, Gideon, how do you feel about the wildcard teams here?
I feel like the wildcard... I don't know. I feel like it feels pretty like all the other wildcards, to be perfectly honest. Like we aren't expecting day 1 to be the most polished just yet. We're expecting day 2, maybe even day 3 to be just a tiny little bit better. But at the same time, we are seeing more familiar faces compared to newer faces.
I see. Well, let's talk about those newer faces a bit as we point out our play of the day here. Starting off the wildcards, and it is in the game between Incilio and Legion Esports, where we witnessed the beautiful, glorious pathway cut off, and Maniac just holding off Legion Esports for extended periods of time, but not quite enough before they're able to start coming back and taking over the Lord Pit.
Now keep your eyes on Reaper here. This is the moment where it all went wrong. He flickers forward into the bush so they lose vision of him, and they realize, oh no, everything went wrong. The timing of the retreat, and he steals away this Lord to successfully win them this game. Again, very ballsy move coming in from Reaper. We hope to see more of these types of plays later down the line.
Yeah, Reaper living up to his name, you know, he is the Grim Reaper here, and the time was up on the Lord. He had to be the one to claim those souls. No one else can get that kill but him. That is his job, and he's gonna do whatever he needs to do it.
Which makes tomorrow a little more exciting because again, we are going to see them play at the very first series, and hopefully we do get to see a little bit of a different side to these teams, right? There's a very short period of time to express themselves in game, and hopefully we get to see the full spectrum rather than just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Gideon. I feel like today was just a little bit lackluster. I was hoping for a little bit more, especially from some of the teams that could be dark horses here, but as you mentioned, it is only day 1 of the competition. We still got a lot of time, although only 2 days for them to figure things out. So hopefully that happens. For now, that's going to be the end of day 1. My name's Staffa. This is Gideon. Thanks for joining us, and make sure to tune in tomorrow for Wildcards Day 2.